Yo, 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 what's up, my homies? How's it going? Happy Wednesday. I just realized that I put down Monday on yesterday's video description, so that's fun. If you're new here, that's also normal. My name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident. And what we are doing is going through the Jodi Arias case. Well, that's what we have been doing. As of today, I think I speak for many when I say we are thrilled to close this chapter in the Criminally Confident books. But in doing so, I need to hit play. So if you could do me a favor and please make sure to like the stream and subscribe to my channel. And if you're really enjoying it or you're just like a really good person, if you could share it, that would be tremendous. All right, let's get this daggone party started.
Why did you do what you did? Why, Jodi?
Travis?
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here. That's why I flew up here. Because I needed to talk to you about this. I can just arrest you and throw you in jail, but I want to know why. Why did you do this to him?
I wouldn't hurt Travis. He's done so much for me.
There's so much evidence in that house. So much. And it all points to you.
I lived there. I was there for months and months and months.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's slow.
I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
And him actually took a couple of photos by accident during the time he was being killed.
Really?
Yeah, Jodi, really. You were there. Quit playing this game. It's time for you to just come out and
I didn't
tell
know.
me.
I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis. I wouldn't do that to him.
We have the pictures.
Ma'am.
Can I see the pictures?
We have your blood at the scene.
She wants to see the pictures.
You're here with blood at the scene.
Heidi ho, everyone. Oh, I'll put on closed captioning.
Blood thumbprint at the scene. In blood. What's going on there?
Well, I can explain the blood in the hair. I don't know about my left palm print.
How can you explain the blood in there?
Well, because I used to bathe Napoleon all the time. And
You haven't been there since April, right?
Well,
He's had the house cleaned several times since then. And this hair was not just a hair, from a shower or something. This hair was stuck with blood and obviously had blood on it. At the time it got stuck where it ended up.
Woof.
my
there's
hair would
no
have been
way.
all over.
There's
Hello,
no other hair.
welcome.
Can you take a hair sample?
We
And
have your DNA.
no, but I mean, like, you know how they could do drug tests and find out when things were done? Can you
We can't do that.
can't you measure the time?
We have DNA matching that hair too.
Okay, I know, but my
And that hair had a follicle on it, and that means that hair wasn't there very long. The follicle will usually dissipate and go away after a certain time. It'll fall off the hair itself.
I would
Okay,
brush my hair
Jodi,
there. I mean,
This one, you absolutely cannot explain that away. You either had blood on your hand when you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall when you touched the blood.
Amateur.
palm print have already been there. I touched it.
Jodi,
Thank God.
Jodi, this is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis. Okay, so what's
Jodi,
it?
you can continue to do this. The records check shows you that you has reported a gun stolen, 25 auto. This happens to be same caliber as the weapon used to kill him.
A 25 auto was used to kill Travis.
Yeah, along with multiple stab wounds. Jodi, if
Sure.
you want, I can show you some pictures of him.
Jodi,
Do you want to see pictures of him?
let's
Part
do
of me does and part of me doesn't.
Like, because you don't want to read.
No,
Jodi.
there's a morbid curiosity.
Jodi,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
All
When
right.
you start telling me the
Listen.
truth, then I can believe you. But I can't deny this evidence. I can't. The trip you took doesn't make sense. The opportunity was there. Your pictures on that date with him. Your blood is in the house, mixed with his. Mixed. Not alongside, but mixed. Your hair is there with blood. And your palm print is there in blood.
Listen.
But it's over.
Could it have been like what from
Your
before?
image is not important right now. Saving the rest of your life is.
Listen, if I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty.
Was there anybody else with you?
I was traveling alone.
I'm just looking to
Was there
see.
anybody else with you at Travis's house on Wednesday?
I was not a Travis house on Wednesday.
You were? Because that's when the blood was left on, the bloody palm print was left on his wall. I don't know what to tell you. If you were in my shoes and I had this evidence against you, what would you say?
If I had that evidence against you, it would be pretty obvious. But I guess being in my position, it just seems so impossible. I want to see it. I want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. How could I don't know.
Yo, why didn't you wear gloves?
Try to get some of the blood off, try to clean them up a little bit. But you're even denying the pictures of you being there. There's pictures of you laying on the bed in pigtails.
Pigtails?
Yes. And I've got pictures of you that I've blown up.
Hi.
You've got that little mole right there. It's the same one. It's you. It's obvious. I can show you some of these pictures. You want to see the pictures? Will that change your mind?
I mean, I'm curious.
Okay. Let me take a break and let me go find them. I'm going to show you.
Let go.
I wasn't there.
But you need to think about what you're saying. This continuing to lie is not going to help you.
Admitting to something I didn't do won't help me either. Okay, let's say for a second that I did.
Ha!
And I say, I did it. I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
I mean,
but I wouldn't even say I was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
And what is
I
it?
think if
What
anyone-
causes this?
I think if anyone,
old man.
Travis was jealous, but
That's not what everybody else says. Well, they know he was jealous, but they think that you were absolutely obsessed. Obsessed is the word that they use. And that's the word I hear from everybody. Fatal attraction. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Look at Jodi. Jodi had
Great
to do
movie.
this for her. She got someone to do it for her. Something else. Why is that? That's the perception they have of you. And there's a reason for that perception. Maybe because it's true.
maybe because we kept hanging out,
Mhm.
but not because it's true.
Cause this. I can prove you were there. I can prove it. But what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or, maybe something just got out of hand. Maybe
Hi, Lefty. Hey, guys.
things got out of hand.
Did you
and
find the gun? Maybe
Please
that
make sure to like and subscribe.
We're just playing games here. That gun was in your possession. When did you report it stolen?
I didn't even know that there were guns until my grandparents reported it stolen the day that their house was broken into.
When was that?
I don't remember. It was a few months ago, maybe.
What did you do with the gun?
I don't have a gun.
They're going through your house right now, so are they going to find anything there that will lead you back to this?
I don't think they would. I mean, there's nothing that could link me there. I mean, that's pretty compelling, I have to admit. If you found my palm print there, I don't know. That's,
The unfair sweatpants.
It's a mystery, Mr. Flores.
Somebody's seen you wearing those before.
I've got so many clothes. Yeah, I think I do. Wait. I have zippered one that zips in the back.
It's got like stripes, like big stripe on the side. Well,
It's got the
towards the
black
back.
stripe all the way down and they're white. It's got the black. I have those at the house.
Okay.
It's got I have two pairs actually. One is too small and one is just about right. The other one I bought anyway, that was too small because it was on sale. It's a good deal. But yeah, we have stripes. So what does that mean? What is that?
Because I believe you were wearing a pair like that when this happened. Remember I told you about the camera? It was taking pictures by accident. Camera was upside down. Yeah, flashed. Another time, camera flashed. Looked like it was on the ground. Maybe it was kicked.
Sir,
But it took pictures. And it's
I
on the
was at a
CCTV.
family barbecue.
And one of them was wearing those pants.
Oh, I didn't even bring those pants on that trip.
I don't know who that person in those devilish photos are.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. This is the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what happened, because you know what? I think your mom and your dad really deserve the truth. They're gonna be asking. And it's absolutely, it's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, and what caused you to do this. It happened, and I can prove it happened, and there's no doubt in my mind, and there absolutely is no doubt in anybody else's mind who's investigating this, that you were there and that you did this. But I'll let you think about that. Okay, and I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay,
And we can have more and talk about how guilty you are and look at the photos of you spread eagle because you said you had just shaved. I will forever be traumatized by what she said on the witness stand. And I know that the appeal of my channel is that I put on makeup and I do my hair and we watch the things together. Timmy knows this. You guys, the rest of you don't know this. I almost didn't go live today. I do not feel well. I have like crazy heartburn. So we might, if I do end up putting on makeup, it'll probably be a very low key look. Oh, she tired. She need nap. Oh, God. Here comes the murder kitten. And who the fuck has a microwave? Why are you shaking the camera? Honey, what's happening here? Oh, she says, okay, gotcha. Welcome. Have you liked the stream yet? And subscribed to the channel? My kitten asks that you do, please. I'm starting to lose it. I'm excited to move on to our next case, if you couldn't tell. Yeah. I just got a text from my husband asking if Alan Jackson is really representing Nick Reiner. I was like, yeah. He said, damn. I like that he came to me instead of Googling it. Hi, welcome. Timmy, are you in here? God, this cat. Do you see her? Oh.
It's a Glock.
All right, fine. I'm just gonna stay here.
What kind of gun is that?
It's a Glock.
I just saw your gun.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
You probably found it by now.
Probably. I was taking it somewhere.
So just a few photos. And I want to be careful not showing you certain photos,
Please
because
don't
some of them are very bad. It's obviously Travis's house, right? Remember that?
Yeah. If Travis were here today, he would tell you that it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now, and everything Travis is telling me is that Jodi did this to me. Have you ever shot that 25 auto?
Mm-hmm.
You ever touched it?
The one that was stolen? I've never seen it. My good grandpa said it looks like a 21.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a 25 looks like. I know what a 22 looks like. I don't know.
Just like a 22, actually.
Well, the 22s that I saw kind of look like the ones in the westerns where they had the barrel and the long. You know.
Coco.
But there was another 22 in this store. The way
Come
that's
on.
look like a squirt kind of color. I don't know.
There's pictures to show you.
Please don't bite
Is that
me.
one? Remember him?
Is he naked? In the shower?
Let's see is this is
Travis would never go for that.
soon after you and him had sex on his bed.
It could have been too soon after.
An hour or so.
The last time
2
I had sex in
hours.
bed was Nate.
Did I mention that I have an evil twin? So,
Actual photos. That's you. I wanted to cover you up because
Oh.
that's you. All of you.
That looks like me.
That is you. Get out of my face.
that's so weird. Looks just like me.
You can look at the rest of it if you want. There's a few of them. There's a few more. I'll try not to show them because I don't want to put you out there like that to people. Let's just say I've seen all of you. I've seen all of Travis. The one that sticks in my mind of Travis is on the autopsy table. I'm not going to show you.
That's
For sure.
not funny.
But this one I don't know if I should show you, but nothing bad. Too bad. But it's just one of the photos that was taken by accident. And this is just a small portion of it. It's your foot, Jodi. These are your pants. Now it's off color because they did enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. Let's try this.
This is his bathroom. That is not my foot.
Your pants. It's a different color, like I said, because we had to enhance it and the color changes.
Even a 4-year-old
Well,
gives
those
in
pants don't
easier.
If these are the same one, I don't have a zipper there though. Not on mine. And this is a black stripe and this is white and the black goes around mine too. So
I couldn't even recognize Travis has been there so long.
I keep thinking your brother how I would address it.
No, this is another one. It's just copy, but it's you. Same day. All time stamp, all everything. First picture here. Let's see the date. 6/4/08 at 5:22 p.m. What day started? Photo of you started. You know, Travis's bedroom. About 1:30, 1:45, something like that.
I don't know what kind of camera I got.
There. See that?
That's hot.
See the spots here? They look a different color because we use a chemical to enhance this. That right there, blood. It's a mixture of yours and his. And that's your palm print. Of your left palm.
I don't have any cuts in my left palm.
Nobody said that. It goes on palm. Do you have any recent cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things.
Preach.
You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a
not
feral cat. All these little things are her.
No. I know about your cat, but why is your palm print in blood?
How can that be my palm print?
Because you were there.
What is this?
That's before we used the chemical. We definitely did something from there. But this is where your palm print was. Right on the wall. Go over.
And this is 1.5 times speed.
Again.
Imagine how slow this would be in normal.
There's no doubt in my mind that you were there. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me right there and you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I will not believe you. Because Travis is telling me that you did this to him. That's my job. My job is to speak for him. And this is what he's telling me. And I want to know why. It's killing me inside. I
That's
don't know
the
why.
thing. Like, there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
There's no way anybody else.
He never raped me. He
Nobody.
never.
There's no way anyone else could have left your print and blood on that wall.
Did I tell you about my evil
Right.
twin?
Get that through your head.
If I was going to ever try to kill somebody, I would use gloves. I have plenty of them.
Somebody said you were, you had planned this out perfectly. Maybe you were going there to just talk to him, have a good time with him. Something got out of hand.
Even if I were there, and even if I were going there to just have a good time with him,
What if I tell you somebody saw you there? A neighbor. Do you remember some of the neighbors?
just
Know
say,
you? The next door neighbor? And his wife?
I don't know his wife. I
Okay. Well, some of the neighbors across the street.
don't know with them.
But you hung around there quite a bit and they know you. Yeah,
Oh, they know you.
on that day.
I wasn't there that day.
Jodi, you were there that day.
And even if I'm trying to think, the majority of the time that I spent there, I had platinum blonde hair. So, I mean, I've never once said hi to them, met them, shook their hand, met them face to face across the street. When I spent time there, he wanted to keep it private. So it was, I spent during the time inside. Not, walking around outside. Except for a few times when I took his dog for a walk.
Would they see your car there? Or would you park it down the street?
No, they would see it there. I drove an Infinity. So they would definitely recognize the car, I'm sure. Because, well, there are a lot of cars there a lot of times.
Where's the Infinity now?
I gave it back to Nick.
Is it impound yard somewhere?
I'm sorry,
Are
what?
we gonna find any evidence in that car?
You're free to look.
I don't look.
You can also look in the rental car.
What company did you rent it from?
I don't remember, but I can check my debit card record. I remember the make and
No,
model.
we're waiting for it anyway, but all the new cars have GPSs in them.
Oh.
Factory. Not
Yes.
for you
Well,
to
then that's
use,
good.
This is
but
Jodi.
for us to use if we need to.
Well, then that's good, because I was also going to ask you, I don't know if this is something that you can recall, but a lot of the stoplights and Mason things have cameras on them. Is there any way we could back that up? Or, if I were going through that tunnel, is that surveillance?
No.
Is there surveillance anywhere?
Unless you ran a red line. Unless you got caught on a speed camera. But nothing beats that stuff. I have a solid case against it, and I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know why she did it. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation. With your parents' explanation.
All right. This guy he really likes to take
All right, this is CR 2008
Oh my
031
God.
State of Arizona versus Jodi
Stop.
Arias.
Hold on one second. Okay. Share the stream again.
I told them I was worried about stuff.
About what stuff?
I said that, well, they knew I was upset about Travis, and I feel really bad about the way I was acting, because there wasn't, especially toward my grandparents, there were a lot of times.
Why are they not surprised that you're sitting here talking to me about this?
What do you mean?
They're not surprised. They're
Well, because-
concerned. They're
Have you talked to
hurt.
them?
I haven't, but my other detectives have. And they're very concerned with you. But they kind of suspected that you had something to do with Travis's death as well. Whose
No.
parents think
No.
that?
Her
That's
parents?
because I told them that a lot of people were dropping my name, and I said, I'm not worried about it because I didn't do it. I said, but it's hurting my reputation right now, and it's casting me in a bad light.
I wouldn't be worried about your reputation right now. I'd be worried about the rest of your life. That means nothing. Absolutely nothing.
My reputation will affect the rest of my life. So I am worried about my reputation.
You can continue with the story then that you weren't in Mesa on the 4th. You weren't in Travis's house. You
Yes.
didn't have sex with him that day. You had nothing to do with his murder.
The test came back and
Those pictures
results
I know, to me, pictures are very
confirmed this
different. I know
designation.
they can be modified, I know they can be altered, and date and timestamps, I don't know, but I think they can be.
I didn't want to find anything.
I don't think you
We
would.
take absolutely special care of what we do.
I know.
We actually take an image of that card, or let's say you get a computer, take an image of that hard drive and make a copy of it. You don't even touch your hard drive. We just work with the copy. And that's exactly what we do with the photos. We don't work with the originals. We just make an exact digital copy of everything. Move it over so we don't touch it. And then we analyze it. And our guys are so good. Every case that you've ever done that I know of has never been lost in court. It's been argued and argued and argued. There is no way that they duplicate or that they enhance or that they change or that they do anything to a photo.
If I found
That's
guilty,
not
what
Thanks for the subscription.
You don't have to pay the price.
well, what's the price?
I don't know.
Don't you know what the
Damn
sentences are carried for something?
It depends on your situation, how old you are. Depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean,
Timmy!
I don't see any remorse. I don't know if the judge would see any remorse. I don't know if the jury would see any remorse. But I don't know. That's not for me to decide. My job is to investigate, find out who did it, why they did it, and present it to a court. And that's it.
I just can't imagine.
I can't imagine why I would do
You
this.
have something to tell me, but you're just so resistant.
I just don't know.
I know you're afraid, but you're already going through it. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It already happened. And unfortunately, you're going to have to face the consequences.
If I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things like, I'm all for the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's no evidence to show anybody else did that. None.
Well, in this-
You think that somebody else is going to do that? Possibly. There's something that happens. You keep saying gloves. There's things that happen when people wear gloves. And we can actually see that.
Ugly
somebody wears gloves
blanket.
in this case. Nobody wears gloves in this case. Nobody.
well,
no
I'm
evidence
just
of
saying that if I were to
I
commit
like
something
this
like that, I would
person.
want gloves. I would
Nobody
hold
else.
boxes.
Nobody else did this. There's no evidence to show that anybody else did this, but you. You were the only one. That's it. And I'm not seeing any remorse. I'm not seeing anything from you to make me believe anything otherwise. You can continue to say I didn't do it,
Well,
but you're the kid that got caught on videotape stealing the candy, and you continue to say it wasn't me.
I don't
I have
know
the proof.
why
I
you
have
just
the
don't
pictures.
like
It wasn't
me.
I don't think you would admit to it if your own mother saw you do this and she told me, yeah, I saw her do this. You would say, no, it wasn't me.
You're just prejudiced
Why won't
because
you
I'm
admit to it?
pretty. Ah,
I just can't. I didn't kill Travis. I just didn't. I did not take his life.
Did you have anything to do with the death of Travis?
I don't think I had anything directly to do with it.
oh
Feel
my
responsible
God.
for
Shut
it.
the fuck up, lady.
Then what can you tell me about his death?
You know a lot more about it than I do. When I say I feel responsible, it's because I wasn't planning to go there at all, and he really wanted to go, and I told him no, and I would have if it weren't for Ryan. And there's nothing really with Ryan and I. In fact, he has been very hesitant to move anything forward because he's not sure about me. He said a lot of people are talking. I'll just tell you that right now. I really wish this would get solved so that we can just put it behind us. Maybe that's a good thing because he's not an active church member anyway. But the reason I feel is because if it weren't for Ryan, I would have folded and I would have just scrapped all my plans and spent all of my
She
days
didn't
there.
even graduate high school.
But I didn't, and I stood strong, and he got mad and got sad, and he guilted me. He didn't get really mad; he just kind of guilted me. And then he was like, "Whatever, fine." We hung up. I feel that if I would have gone there, I could have done something. I could have.
But you were there, Jodi. You were there on Wednesday.
Can I ask you? I don't know if you know this. Oh, I had a camera in my storage unit that I don't use anymore.
This.
I was used to use for filming.
Yes.
This is, I don't know. This is kind
Do
of,
you remember taking these pictures?
there were many pictures. I
Nicole
vaguely. There were
killed
tons and tons of pictures. Some I saved,
A
most I deleted. Some just sent me
boyfriend
through his phone.
who
You should
wasn't
delete it all.
boyfriend because he was
Yeah, well, before
scared
that,
of her.
Pictures like this that I found.
Rightfully so.
Computer, camera, anything. They were deleted.
Well, prior to him getting his camera, all those pictures were on my camera. So.
All these same pictures.
I don't know. We took a bunch the week before I left. We took a bunch over the last 6 or 7 months. We took over last year even. We're still dating. We would delete them mostly. There was some that he sent me that I didn't delete.
Rightfully
What I'm asking is
so.
it possible that
Look what she
my
did.
memory card would have been in his camera? They're interchangeable.
How do you know they're interchangeable?
I don't. That's what I'm asking is what kind of memory card it was.
Just a regular little SD card.
Well, because I've got one that's like this big, and it's thin. It's like a cracker. And when I use my professional camera, it's like this size.
I
It's
hate
more
when
like back
people
there.
draw things for me. That doesn't
And the
work
one's really
with
thin,
the way that I learn.
and it's got like little thingies here for reading it, and the other one looks like that on the metal part. So that one obviously probably would be interchangeable because it's a Canon and it's a nice
It's
camera.
not interchangeable. Yes.
But the other one, I don't know. I don't
Your
know.
camera's here, his camera's there, he just bought that camera.
Well, the other camera that I used before that's broken now, it's in my storage unit, but it's still there.
And you're saying those pictures are on the camera?
No, what I'm saying is I had several memory cards for this camera that I don't have anymore. And so I guess it's so far-fetched. I guess it's possible that my card.
You're saying somebody took your pictures or your card and is framing you and put
No,
that
no,
in
no,
his
no. I'm
camera?
just saying that if my memory cards were left at his house, he would have used those for his camera. I don't know. I can explain the blood though, and I can explain the hair. I don't know what that's coming from.
I can't explain the blood or there.
Well, the hair.
I've always had this aunt
Probably
who
has
has
storage
it out
space.
for me.
If you sweep it, you'll get hair everywhere. All around the
Looked
toilet,
at her.
I don't know the shower because the shower gets used, but definitely around the bottom of the sink area. And maybe on
Still
the
doesn't
drawer.
explain the hair to me, how to follow going. You haven't been there since April. There's no way. No way. The blood? No.
Well,
The blood is mixed with his, and that's the blood that he bled that day when he was killed.
well,
Print?
I don't
Yeah,
know if
absolutely
you can
not.
check how fresh the blood was.
No, we can check how fresh it is, but we can go by where it is.
Oh, okay, because I cut myself. When I
And
was,
you're saying that blood that you cut yourself with back, who knows when, was
well,
still on the wall in
Oh.
the exact same spot
I don't know.
where the bloody palm print was.
It was a glass that Travis had that I was using to wash Napoleon with. I used to give him baths. And I dropped it when I picked up all the glass. And I'm pretty
What
casual
kind of
about
dog
using
was
glass.
Napoleon?
And it's not a big deal. It's nothing to be scared of. I was probably just being careless with it. And I sliced myself open. And
Is that how you want to leave this? Just these far-fetched excuses on why your blood is there, why your hair is there, why your palm print is there, what pictures are there.
I don't know about the pictures.
That's how you want to leave this? I wouldn't want to. I seriously would not want to. You need to come out and tell me why this happened. I will not accept any other excuses. I will just move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just let a judge and a jury decide. You yourself said that if you were in my shoes, you would think that I was guilty. We can leave it in the hands of a
What about
jury.
lie detector tests?
We can do that. That's fine.
Oh, we can set that up,
I
how?
mean, you can't use them in court, but
Well, then there's no point in taking it. I thought those things can be used
in certain cases,
in this case.
if you want, I can check. Absolutely.
If I passed a lie detector test, would that help you?
Could help you.
You're so weird anyway. Travis
This
is
is your one opportunity to talk to me because it's going to be a while before I talk to you again. And it's not going to be in this kind of setting. Okay. You understand what's gonna happen to you?
What do you mean?
Well, we're going to, since these charges are out of Arizona, we're going to send you to the court system here. And then we're going to ask to extradite you to Arizona from California. That just means permission for you to bring them over because you're out of state lines. And the next time we talk could be in a whole different state. Could be in jail somewhere. I think the setting is a little bit better. It's up to you. Jodi, I know you were there. I know that Travis was either in the shower or just outside the shower when he was shot.
Have you guys liked and
I know
subscribed
he was
yet?
extremely angry at me.
Please do that.
Took
We're
a knife
dealing.
and couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. And before you knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then
I've never been that angry. I'm not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
you tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me. When I asked you, I always ask this one question. Actually, it's two. First one is, did you kill Travis? And you kind of hesitated a little and said, I didn't have anything to do with it. Then I asked you a similar question. Did you have anything to do with Travis's death? You hesitated again.
Well, that's because I feel like if I had gone to Arizona, I'd be
Most
asked.
people would say, no. Did you kill Travis? No.
Well, I didn't, and I didn't.
No.
And do I feel responsible? I've been carrying around guilt since I heard about it.
Why do you feel responsible? If you felt responsible, it means you know something else.
No,
It
because
means your actions led to his death.
because he always has guilted me. He's always guilted me. And the last
So you
time,
feel somebody else killed him.
well, yeah,
For what reason?
I don't know. I don't know
Then
that.
how do you feel guilty if
Because-
you don't know the reason?
Here's why I feel guilty. One of the last times we spoke, he was guilting me about not coming to see him, and part of my heart
See
still wants to
Johnson,
go
watch
see him,
tomorrow.
and another part just wants to move on and pursue this new avenue, which was in Utah. And there is a tinge of guilt, when he would text me and he would say, "Hey, you want to come over and make out, or want to da da da?" I didn't respond one night, and I just stayed strong, and I didn't respond. And then he called and called and called, and then the next day he was like, "You don't care about me. You don't love me. You don't care. I was there all alone, and you didn't want to come and hang out. You didn't want to come and keep me company." And he says it not like that, but in that tone, but it's in the sweetest way. And it's guilt.
I still don't get the guilt. I really don't. You keep explaining it, but it has nothing to do with whether
Because he
was
guilted
killed
me.
or not.
He
How is you being there going to prevent him from being killed?
Well, I kind of feel that if I had gone, that we could have not watched a movie, or we could have two people could have.
I could have
just him.
Funded
I just feel like
for him.
if there was some way that I could have prevented it, there's some way that I could have done something to stop it. And I told that to a few people, and they're like, "Well, you might have been killed too, maybe, but maybe Travis would still be alive."
Yeah. Yeah,
Travis
you
has
have
done a lot for me.
superhero powers.
He introduced the gospel to me.
I have proof that says otherwise, really. I can't deny that.
The
Can't deny
gospel
that.
of KY jelly.
And that proof is not pointing at anybody else. Nobody. Nobody in this entire world except you. Nobody else was in that house that day. Except you. You were the only one. You and him, alone.
I didn't even go to Mesa. Can you check the GPS in the car?
Yes, we will check that.
Yes, shut up,
You know, that
bitch.
comes back.
Come
I
on.
looked at the map, and the way that you're
Oh.
saying you travel, there is no way.
When the last road trip Travis and I went on, we drove to Utah. We drove to Oklahoma City from Mesa. And one of our stops on the way was Roswell. He
Sorry.
all night, and I slept. And then after Roswell Museum, it was my turn to drive. And he's like, "Just get on this and drive 98 point something miles, and then we should be there." So I got on the road,
98 point something
62,
miles.
whatever miles it was. And I woke him up and I said, "I don't think we're here." And he woke him up around. It was just like rolling fields forever. And I drove completely in the wrong direction. And I'm not saying,
She is a
I'm just
killer.
saying, I have a poor sense of direction. I got totally lost. I know maybe that's just bad luck. I got totally lost.
So even if you got totally lost, it doesn't explain all that time. It does not. I mean, if you went 4 hours here, 5 hours in the wrong direction, it's still.
Well,
not
at
explain
one point
that
I
time.
wasn't going anywhere because I ran out of gas. I was totally stranded.
Totally.
I was sitting like a sitting duck, and that's when I began. It was a little bit warm, and it wasn't too hot, but that's when I read for a little bit. I already slept, and that's when I just started looking around the car and organizing stuff and getting trash together, and had a couple bites to eat from snacks I had. And when I was cleaning under the seat, I found my phone charger, plugged it in, powered it on. There was no cell phone reception anywhere.
So you've never seen his camera? His new camera?
I don't know. He described it.
Did you ever touch his camera?
I've never seen it.
Okay, so there's no reason your fingerprint should be on it. Because that thing's off at a lab right now. And they're hopeful that they can get some prints off the camera.
Okay.
And if your prints come back on that camera, what are you going to say?
Well, they won't come back on it because I never touched it.
That you still can't explain the rest of this stuff.
I honestly can't explain the pictures. The other stuff, or the palm print. The other stuff I can explain.
No, you can't explain the blood either. Because that blood is in blood. I mean, it's part of the print. Unless you cut yourself at the beginning of the year and left your palm print in blood, and it stayed there until he was killed.
I cut myself. It wasn't the beginning of the year. It was before convention.
No, you can't explain it.
I'd have to say early March.
That palm print is there in blood. Partially
Hold
yours,
on.
partially his.
Is it possible that there's just like any other way in the universe that could have gotten there?
Possible. Probable is the question you need to ask.
Doggy
Probable is
Heimers.
absolutely not probable.
I understand that, but it is possible.
Anything is possible.
Unicorns are possible
That
at
is
this
very
point.
compelling.
That's why I'm here. That's why I traveled here. Because I came here to arrest you. And get an explanation from you. That's the second reason.
Come
Since you're not
here.
giving me an explanation.
Old
I'm just gonna
man.
continue with the,
I just have no reason to hurt Travis.
You do have reason to hurt Travis.
What would my reason possibly be?
There's a whole history of it too.
But-
And everybody knows it.
I have a whole history with other guys. that
Why
know me
is
years.
everybody saying that you had something to do with his death?
Okay.
Why is everybody saying that you were capable of hurting him? Everybody says it.
I don't know why.
So don't tell me that you're not capable.
I haven't even hurt spiders.
That
Have you
sucks.
ever had any anger issues before? Never in your past?
I've had arguments. We're trying to.
Well, everybody has arguments. I'm talking about anger. Just absolute anger. You just
Rage.
No, I had a nervous breakdown once.
taking any medication or anything? Nothing.
Probably scared.
Well, I had a nervous breakdown when my boyfriend and I were arguing once, and he began to argue with me in a way that was totally different from how we had ever argued before. And he was just like, every time I say something, he was like, "Ugh, ugh," you know, it was kind of weird. Like every time I tried to formulate a thought, and I was just sad and I was crying. Every time I tried to formulate a thought, he would interject and twist it, and it was like the weirdest psychological thing that had ever happened. And the way I reacted was I went into my room. It was the guy I bought a house with. I went into my room and shut the door. We had separate bedrooms.
Poor Daryl.
I was in his room and went down the hall to my room and shut the door, and I just remember hyperventilating, and that's all. And I was crying. And then I went to get something out of my car, and when he saw that, he maybe thought I was going to leave, so he asked me for the key to his truck and pulled behind my car because he thought that because I was upset I shouldn't drive anywhere. That, I mean, that's, other than arguments, no anger issues.
I mean, she's worked at Mimi's
But I can
Cafe.
remember.
Upstate
the dog one.
citizen, right?
I was a freshman in high school, and I love animals. And once we had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and my parents, until this dog that they have now, have never been able to, and I don't mean just them, we as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent. So this dog stayed in the backyard a lot, and he stayed tied up on, in the shade with plenty of, leeway. At one point though, he was untied, and I took the trash out, and this is when my little brother and sister were still in diapers, and he tore this, it was diaper trash, and he tore diapers all over the yard. And of course I had to clean them up, and when diapers get wet, and they're like this jelly, spongy, weird stuff, and I got mad, and I just kicked him with my right foot, and he just moved a few feet, and he didn't yelp or anything, but he just went, he ran away. I never saw him again for that. And I mean, that's probably an anger issue, I guess. But
Well, once I'm kicking dogs, it's an anger issue.
it changed my world as far as treatment goes. I've never seen him since.
Okay, I think she should
I
die.
need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird with my relationship with animals. It's kind of like they're like people too, they have souls.
What you need to do is you need to apologize to Travis. But you just refuse.
Listen.
Yeah, I can't help you anymore if you're not going to.
I did not know about that.
You asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jodi. You can keep talking till you blue in the face. And
Jodi, I gotta go to Joey's soccer practice in an hour. Come on.
anything else that you need to tell me?
You asked me what have I been up to in the week since I got back.
Mhm.
What did you mean by that?
Just what are you doing? Because I know this thing has to be one you forget beyond.
I've been trying to put his death behind me. If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not if to me.
I wouldn't.
It's not if. It's not if at all.
Well, to me it is. I would be more than remorseful.
So maybe something you're blocking out of your head.
Hello.
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book The Road Less Traveled, and he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to reality at all costs. So I think at times, I may have, prayed or meditated upon a certain way, like me being wealthy or something like that. But
Well, this is definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department. And you are facing
Crazy
first-degree murder
bitch.
charges.
what is
And
the
you
difference?
are going to be booked into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it.
Ruh-roh.
And if you really wanted to embrace reality, you would sit here and explain to me why this happened. But you refuse. You refuse to embrace
I don't know
reality.
why. I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I had issues with Travis. If anything, he had more issues with me. I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
I've been doing this a long time. There's one thing that I can never get out of my head. Ever since the first day I talked to you. There's an old saying that, someone's just not acting right. Look into it. You have not acted right from day one. From day one when I talked to you on that phone, I just sensed it. You weren't acting like somebody who used to love this guy or who still loved him, even as a close friend. And even now when I told you that.
I disagree. Hold on.
And that you're facing first-degree murder charges.
I think that she went overboard. I think she was obsessed with him. Say what you will, but I think she took it way too far. Oh, it's ending. So we're going to go ahead and start the next one.
All right, this is CR 2008 0.
God. I'm trying to find the next video. We're on video 5 and we start at 9, or it goes to 9.
It's not that I didn't love Travis. It's not that I don't still love him. But I really needed to move on. And the last,
What prevented you from moving on? Nobody was preventing you from moving on.
well,
I'm sorry, guys.
the only person preventing me really from moving on was myself. And until I made that step and I moved back, moved away, and we communicated gradually less and less and less, and I was fine with that. I haven't found the man that I want to marry, the person I want to spend my life with. But in my mind, Travis did, and I was happy for him. And I thought there was also a part of me that felt, if I stay, I'm going to jeopardize that for him as well. We both deserve to be happy. We both deserve to have, be married in the temple. And that's where he wanted to go. So, I mean, I didn't know that Mimi didn't feel that way. I had never spoken to her except at church when I came down to Arizona. It was really brief. And it was the bishop who told me that, she had essentially turned him down. And the last few, now that I think about it, he was really just, in his attitude and stuff. And I just thought maybe that's just because we're just beginning to more distance ourselves. And, he still had his trip planned to come up here. I just, the reason I don't know.
Make
It's
sure
not
to
like
like
I'm
the
remorseful,
stream,
yeah.
guys. We're pretty low.
I didn't kill him. I didn't take his life.
Did you have anything to do with it?
I have nothing to do with his death at all. At all. The reason I hesitate is because maybe this is something that's wrong with me psychologically, is I think of the butterfly effect. And it's like, you could say that the guy pumping gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this, if you never done this.
I know if you'd never met him, you probably would still be lying.
That's true.
I
No,
Jodi, you did.
I did not.
Jodi, you can't convince me otherwise unless you come up with more proof that you didn't. But I can't prove that anybody else did. No, you couldn't have.
Well, what about if the car comes back that it was never even in that area?
It still doesn't negate the fact that we have this other evidence. I mean, this is absolutely some of the best evidence I've ever had in a case. And I've convicted a few people on less than this.
Well, so I'm as good as done, right? With that evidence.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know that people plead guilty for those
You know,
things.
and I don't want you to do that. That is the absolute last thing I want.
Send her to jail.
Well, I know.
What I want to do is I want to sit here with you and I want to go over why you visited him that day, what you guys talked about, what caused you to get so angry, and the details on how it happened. And it's something that you probably don't want to remember, but it's something that I need, because for me to finish a case completely, I need to know not just the details, but what was going through your mind, because I need to present that as a full picture. Because if I don't feel that I've completed my job. Then my job is to speak for him, not anybody else. My job isn't to speak for him. My job isn't to speak for his family. It's to speak for Travis. And I know something horrible happened that day. Absolutely horrible. Something that could have been avoided. Whether something was planned, I don't know. Whether you planned it or whether it accidentally happened or something got out of hand, I don't know. All I can do is speculate. And I want to believe that you're not this cold-hearted person that could just go out and do something like this to somebody. I want to believe that, like a lot of people, things got out of control, and before you knew it, it was too late. That's what I want to believe. And that's truly from my heart. Because I sit here and I talk to you, and I'm talking to you now, and all those conversations we had on the phone, and I don't see a cold-hearted murderer like you would see on TV or that I've seen before sit across from me. That's not what I see in you.
I don't know her personally to say I don't like her, but
I'm begging. I'm begging.
I
you
think she's
to please come
crazy
clean and tell me why.
from what I've seen.
Because I don't want to leave here today not knowing, because it's going to follow me forever.
I wish that I had answers. I'm sorry.
You need to just let the answers come out.
There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why it happened. There's never a good reason why somebody dies like this.
How many times was Travis stabbed?
More than I would remember. And I'm not going to sit here and show you pictures of him after the fact. I don't do that. That's not how I work. That is not for me to do. But eventually those
Wow.
photos will
I
come
think
out.
those are actual tears. I think she realized she's going to jail. Those are, oh shit, tears.
Jodi, we're here now. We're right here. I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
Yep. What I say, y'all. What
No,
I
I'm
say.
just feeling all of the things that I'm going to potentially miss out on with my family, and I think of all the things that Travis's family is going to miss out on with Travis. And he had brothers and sisters, and I have brothers and sisters. And it's not fair.
It's not fair, but this is what
I mean, I know that he's in a good place, and I know that he's fine. I know that he's doing great. But what about all of his friends, all of his family that are here, and they're just going through all this, and I know that it's temporary, but it's so very much right now. There's just no reason I would ever want to hurt them.
Whether you want to do is a different question.
I'm just
I
saying.
don't think you wanted to. I really don't think you wanted to. This speaks for itself. It speaks for itself, Jodi. It goes beyond speculation. This is way beyond speculation. This is downright proof. But there's no backstory to it. All I know is that I need a story, or else it's just cold. It's so cold. You don't look like the person that would plan something like this. You're just not that person. I can believe other things, but not that. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him, and you don't want him painting that picture, because he is good at what he does.
That's one way of putting it.
And you allow him to paint that picture for you, it's not going to be good.
It looks like you don't really need anything. You just
He's like a rabid
it looks like you
dog.
don't need a good prosecutor anyway. So I mean,
You're right.
I have to maintain my innocence. I can't admit to doing something I haven't done. And
Have fun in
Frankie
jail.
wants to cop out and say it.
No.
Well,
If you're going to cop out, it's because you're telling the truth.
that's not really copping out.
Yeah, I don't want you to sit here and tell me a lie to appease me. That is the worst thing you can do for me. But back there in that mind of yours is somebody screaming to get out and tell me what happened, but you just cannot.
He has done nothing but, I mean, except for some mean words that he said. People have said worse to me or just as bad. Except for that, he's helped me, he's given me money, he was selling me his car on the
Then why?
easiest,
Then why,
lamest
Jodi,
terms
why?
ever. There's no reason why.
It just happens.
I'm just crazy, sir.
There's just no
Well, I
reason.
have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's going to happen from here when you leave?
You're,
Like, just today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there. You'll be sent in front of a judge, at least within 24 hours. And there's a warrant for your arrest, and the bond is $2 million. If you can come up with a $2 million bond, then the judge will decide whether to, accept that $2 million or not. At that point, we're going to file extradition papers. Basically, our courts are saying that, hey, you have someone in custody on one of our charges. We want them brought back to Arizona, or at least allow us to come pick them up. And that's called an extradition hearing. You will be given the opportunity to either waive it and say, that's fine, I'll just go on my own free will, or you can fight it and say, no, I don't want to go back to Arizona.
What if I say I go on my own free will? Of course I would go.
At that point, the judge would say, okay, she's not fighting
Dang.
this, so come get her. And we would go.
What if I did fight it? Then what happens?
Then you would have a hearing,
Oh.
like a little
So
trial,
it just
not a
delays the
trial.
inevitable, basically.
It delays it.
And costs people taxpayers money.
And then you'll be transferred over to Maricopa County Jail in Phoenix. And you'll start your court proceedings there.
And
I've already filed these charges. You went to a grand jury, and the grand jury indicted you.
so it's all public now.
It's public record.
So does everyone know?
If somebody goes on and checks public record, they can check it. And they would come up with an indictment against you for murder.
But it's going to be on the news tonight.
We don't report anything to the news.
What?
Has this been reported today?
They don't even know that I'm talking to you
But they've been calling every day.
every day.
Are you going to
I
tell them?
talk to them every day.
Who?
How would you feel if you're closest?
Oh.
I've been wanting to call every day too. I didn't want to look obsessive. So I just tried to limit it to once a week. Will I be able to see my family before it comes?
I don't know. I don't know what the procedures are here in this county.
Can I talk to somebody about my affairs that need to be taken care of?
You'll have to do it over the phone, or they'll have to come visit you. I don't know.
I'd have to go over the phone because the person that would take care of my stuff is far away.
Are we done?
How long is it all going to take you to do your
I don't know.
paperwork?
I don't know. I need to go see. The procedures are different here in California than they are in Arizona. I'm used to the procedures in Arizona. So I'm getting help from
Cheers
this county
to
and
that,
their
Sue.
system.
I agree.
So I need to get with them and find out how long it's going to take.
This is a really trivial question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're going to be taken for what you are. I can't give you anything else.
How soon?
I don't know.
Like 5 minutes, 2
I would
hours.
say within an hour.
She likes
Maybe
to
5
be in
minutes, maybe 15
control.
minutes. I need to go talk to my associates here.
This is
Anytime
her
you need to tell me something.
trying to be in control.
Okay.
Can I use that?
Yeah, I'll get someone to come take you.
You know, I'm not like violent. I'm not going to run. It's my Rika. So, I mean, do I have to go in handcuffs everywhere? That's just procedure.
Whether you wrote a bad check or you're facing murder charges, you kind of go in handcuffs. That's just the way it is.
We're just hard like that, Jodi.
Different precautions for different people. It's the same for everybody. So I'm sorry.
You did my ask when I can start making a phone call or two.
Once you get booked into the job.
Do you know me again?
If it's like ours, you give you a phone and you can make all the calls as you want.
Oh,
Okay. Let me see if there's somebody to take.
don't worry, Nicole.
It's not too urgent.
Your wish comes true. Okay, so we are going to 2 times the speed this part because this is just, what do you think, maybe? Do we show this part or not? Because it's just her acting like a maniac. So basically during this part, she just does handstands and she does like yoga as if meditation is going to help.
I didn't hear you breathe. I wonder how am I still here. And I don't want to move. Where's the thing? It might change my mind.
Okay, well, I don't want to get a copyright strike from her shitty ass
I
singing.
can't breathe.
Bitch, what? Okay, sorry. We are going to watch her dig through the trash. I didn't know about that. She giggles. Oh, I love my herbal essences, shampoo, and conditioner. I'm gonna miss it the most. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of fascinated by this. That's why I'm not speaking. Like,
Holy night. The stars are brightly shining. The angel
okay, all right,
voices.
we gotta do that. So why don't I go ahead and make the announcement of who we're gonna cover starting tomorrow? Can you guys hear Pearl? should I make the announcement? If you could, please make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel. I am almost to my very final goal of 1,000 subs. From there, we can do whatever, but I want to get to 1,000 subs. And my goal was to get there by the end of the year. And I think that we're going to hit it this week. So yeah, you can find her contact info online, actually. Thank you. Yep. Wow. Love ya. Lila. Love you like a sister. Can you guys tell how tired I am? I'm starting to sound like Jodi. Oh, God. Okay. Tomorrow. Drums. That's my, okay. Apparently my goal is 1,050 because YouTube's an asshole. It's an asshole. It's an asshole. That was me twerking. Casey Anthony. Who is surprised? Who is disappointed? Who is happy? I just figured it goes along with just crazy bitches to stay away from. I really, honestly, I wanted to do OJ. OJ was my very first trial. As for so many of us, like OJ was the thing. My dad had a business that he owned and operated, and he took work off the entire last 2 weeks of the trial. Like, my dad was instilling in me at that point true crime vibes. So after that, we will, here's the goal. And as my right-hand man, woman, maybe we'll find out here shortly. My goal is to finish Casey Anthony before January 14th. So in order to do that, I have to stream X amount of hours every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 1.5 times speed. And I'm skipping like the testimony that I have deemed to be not as essential in the prosecution of Casey, or lack thereof. That's so bizarre. So that is the next case. It works out. And I'm really enjoying the let's see what she said.
Here's your shoes. Why don't you go ahead and put those on? Go ahead and stop it there and just turn around. Your arms behind your back. You can't change what happened. You can't go back and undo it. It's a done deal.
Next day.
But hopefully you're smart enough to realize that you can have a little bit of control of how you're portrayed. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant to hurt him. I think that you really cared about him and that you loved him. And that's why there was so much emotion in that day. I'm not sure of the circumstances, the conversations that led up to it. I can only see the result. I think
that things got a little heated. You know, were angry or upset or disappointed, betrayed, whatever the emotion
I'm not
was.
vibing with this
and things got out of
officer.
control.
We both have betrayed each other, but it was so long ago. You know, the last time we even talked about marriage on a serious level was when we were still dating over a year ago. And the last time he proposed to me once, he proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't always serious. He just kind of said, "Marry me," you know, as a joke.
But how did that make you feel when he said marry me as a joke? I mean, did you want it?
Not after we'd broken up. He was kind of like laughs, like it's really kind that he would joke like that. We would laugh, you know, and I took it as a compliment because it's when I did something that maybe in his eyes he saw me as a good person, and so he'd be like, "Wow, this is a good girl, marry me." It was more of a compliment. It wasn't a serious proposal. You know, so marriage, I just, as much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're gonna marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, you know, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, you know, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You know, you tell me. You tell them. You tell, you know, Travis's family. What was it that, you know, pushed you to your limit?
Trying to see if
I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, you know, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. You know, what was it that would make you, you know, so angry or upset? And if you're smart, you realize that, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then.
he was taking another girl to
Out
Cancun.
of control over
That
your destiny, so to speak.
I think the next day, I think that spiraled
And what about
her.
your spirituality and your beliefs with God. You know, if you continue to lie to yourself and all of us, that's one thing, but God knows. He knows what's in your heart. Doesn't the Mormon religion want you to repent for what you've done? You know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that.
Were dating apps a
inside of
thing
me.
back
I
then?
wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me.
2008?
And I'm not going to sit here all day, you know, and
What's
try to
up,
convince you
y'all?
to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself. But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning. It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind that you are the
Jenna,
person
girl,
responsible
I don't
for
know what
Travis's
you
death.
smoking,
It's just a matter
but
of how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you the
period.
victim of circumstance? Was it in the heat of passion, or was it calculated and planned out and executed? Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now.
Oh, God, I just got a text about Christmas. I'm not worried. I'm not wanting
I
to
don't
talk
think you're
about
the type of
Christmas.
person that can sit there during trial and see Travis's family sitting over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing you up.
Ask him, he's dead.
You have an opportunity. You can't bring him back. You can't bring his life back. But you can at least make things right within yourself. And that ultimately is going to probably help out your situation.
Talk, Jodi.
Nobody wants to believe, even, you know, your friends, I'm sure. I haven't talked to any of your friends. I know that your family doesn't want to believe that you're that person. Help them understand what happened and why, so that they're not stuck with that image of you.
The only image they're going to be stuck with is Jodi in a big orange suit.
Yeah, but does Jodi have a heart, or is it cold and ice?
They know what my heart's like. They raised me. They moved around me forever.
How about the rest of the people that just know you as far as an image? That doesn't know you personally?
She just said
Do you
that.
care about that?
I care.
How about Travis's family?
I care very much about Travis's family, and I can't alter the way they think. They hate me regardless.
It's true that their feelings are probably always going to be negative about you. When
Huh.
you took their son's life, they can never get over
I
that.
want to take Travis's life.
It's clear to everybody what happened. But I was hoping that you were smart enough to realize the situation, the reality of the situation, and wanted to help yourself out. Whether you want to maintain the charade, which isn't going to get you anywhere, or whether you want to do the right thing.
They're not retrying the case. We're just restreaming it for people who haven't seen it, which apparently is a lot of people.
Those people in the eye.
I have one more question. It's not that I haven't been listening to what you're saying. It's unrelated. But when I took my purse, I had $240 in cash. And from what I understand, this being over in the jail, you can have money on your books so you can get things like shampoo or whatever. I don't know what I would even need there. But what happens to my cash?
Well, it's first of all, they count it all out and document it, so there's no question of what was there. I don't know what the procedure
It's
is.
not really, it's not your area of responsibility, but who do I talk to about that? Because my parents don't have money to just keep going out and making collect calls there all the time or whatever. So,
Well, I can certainly talk with the detectives and put in a request for you, and I'll do that. I don't go back on my words. And I don't know how much longer you want to sit here and listen to me talking, but I was hoping to kind of drill something into your head and wake you up and show you how you can help yourself.
maybe you're giving me more credit than I deserve for being smart.
I don't think so.
I just don't see how any of that could help.
What if it could? Wouldn't you want to do everything you could to help yourself?
I don't. I think that my situation is hopeless. I don't think that I can help myself.
Double tap that screen, please. Make sure you're subscribed, please.
Are you sorry for what happened to him?
Of course I am. That's awful what happened to him. He
Did you
didn't
ever
show me
think-
any pictures, but he showed me the carpet.
It was pretty horrific.
Travis was very strong. I watched him work out a couple of times. It's super intense. My dad has worked out all my life. He's been.
Didn't she call him a fatty at one point?
I've seen him work out, but I've never seen anyone work out like Travis. And he's just a couple times he was really UFC. A couple times he would show me some wrestling moves, and I was just powerless. And
I forgot that.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes. You see, you still got some water. I was going to give you some more water.
Yeah, maybe for one more.
Okay, let's
Take a
do
minute
my
to think about what I
eyebrows.
said, and I'll leave you alone while I do that.
I have a feeling this is going to be a disaster. I have no mirror, so I'm using my laptop to do this.
That's worked once in a while.
Is she for real fucking laying on the ground again? This crazy broad. Rare. Just one eye, you think? I love this stuff. All right, once I'm finished with this, she's crying. Oh, that was a little heavy. Yeah. Just a little bit. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Chuka meow. I'm really mad at you. You haven't liked my stream yet. I bet I scared so many people. I'm I'm so happy I don't have any more heartburn. That was awful. I was just like laying in bed today, gripping my chest. Help me,
Jodi,
baby Jesus. Help me, Tom
I'm really
Cruise.
confused. Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. You know, all of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but.
I'm just
You're talking about
things that are
just
people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to
Oh,
my
hold
questions.
on.
If I murdered
Specifically
Travis, I
about
would be
Travis.
very remorseful.
You're talking about, do I snore when I sleep? No. If you're hearing snoring right now, that's my French bulldog laying on the ground. Yesterday, she was on the couch with me and she was a little too loud. So she's in a nice plush doggy bed on the ground. Let's see how much longer this is.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that,
Oh, come
maybe I was
on.
wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, I'm just really confused. At this point,
I just don't know.
Maybe there isn't
I
anything
thought
that
we
you can
were
do to help yourself.
friends.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. What do you think should happen to the person that murdered Travis?
I've never been one for an eye for an eye, but he took his life, and even the Book of Mormon says that that calls for the life of the person that took his life.
Do you think that's the path that you're going down right now, and it's inevitable? So why fight it?
Not sure, kind of, but I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm going.
So tell me this: after looking at all the evidence and what I think is crystal clear, if you didn't kill Travis, then who did?
He was private about a lot of aspects of his life.
Mhm.
He told me some things I got from some of his, Facebook account, email account, or MySpace or whatever, because I had passwords to those. But I don't know, occasionally he would get solicitations, and he would always respond, not to answer the solicitation, but to kind of call the person out. And I don't know if anything ever came of those. I don't know. I know his tires were slashed. I don't know.
Maybe you weren't the person that did it. Maybe you just were physically there when it happened, and
Oh.
somebody else did. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
that's a possibility.
Yeah.
If that's the case,
Uh-huh.
help us out here. Help yourself out. I
Right.
don't know what else to do for you here, Jodi. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point.
I'm just trying to help you out, girlfriend.
If you didn't
I'm
do
your
it,
friend
then
here.
who did? Because everything is pointing to you, not just pointing to you, but screaming that Jodi killed Travis. And I thought that I could come in here and talk to you and talk some sense into you and get you to kind of help yourself out. You don't need to help our case out. You don't need to help their case out. That's a slam dunk.
I know he showed me.
And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so
No,
much.
you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jodi. You're worried about wedding pictures and all this other stuff that is really insignificant.
Listen, my life is over. Travis's life is over. I'm sorry about Travis. I didn't take his life.
All right. Well, I guess I was wrong.
The reason I cared about those other things is because those people still have lives, and I care about those people. And they don't know where their stuff is. I have to be in possession of their stuff. And so
All I know is all of the innocent people that I've talked to that have been accused of a crime don't act the way that you do. And you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer, one of the options that I portrayed. That is how you're acting. There is nothing in your actions that would indicate to me that you're the victim of circumstance. And you're going to be sorry, when you get down the road, and
I agree.
you'll probably be sorry that you didn't do the right thing. You have an opportunity to do something right here. I don't know what to tell you.
Damn. She just told her she's not as smart as she had
Show me
thought
that
she
I wasn't
was.
wrong, Jodi. Show me what's inside your heart and not what's on the exterior.
She's an ugly person inside and out. Oh, come on, Mike. She gets paid.
Help me understand why it happened and that it wasn't cold and calculated and planned.
I wouldn't even say half of
Because
that.
that's how everything points right now. You owe that at least to Travis's family. Give them some closure. Because I know, just from working with all these families that have lost loved ones, that they're not struggling with who did it, they're struggling with why.
That's not even struggling with.
Do you not understand why you did it yourself, maybe? Is it something that, is it a part of you that came forward that
Yes.
you've never seen before?
This. Maybe.
I know Travis's family is struggling with why.
Again.
And that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you.
Yeah,
But
so
I
is
think
my
that they would
best
be
friend.
appreciative
They don't make that
of
much
why
money.
their son's life was taken. You can't give them their son back, but you can at least give them the peace of mind as to why. I know if it was my child, that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them. And I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. And that's why you're hanging your head right now.
Okay.
Was I off base, Jodi?
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose one of my brothers.
Wouldn't you want to know why you lost one of your brothers? I've never met them. I can't speak for them. But I would bet, my paycheck, that that's what they're wondering right now. And you can at least show that you have a soul, that you have a heart, that you understand that need in them and do something for somebody else besides yourself. That's the least that you can do for them right now, is give them an answer. Tell them why. That's how you can control something that's happening in your life right now. Because you have all the power there. It's a gift that you can give that family. Tell them why. Use me as the voice to tell them why.
I just don't understand why she said it. Didn't say attorney.
Did one thing lead to another and it just got out of hand?
I want to talk to an attorney.
And it's unexplainable even in your mind? Or did you have it all planned out? Was he roughing you up and you just couldn't take it anymore? Was he being violent on his part?
He was over that way a couple times. That was before I moved.
Stop giving her
People just find bruises and stuff. They were like, "Oh, it's Travis beating
reasons
her."
and excuses.
They got mad because I wore short sleeve shirt, but it was like 100 degrees outside.
Old man
So-
dog.
This isn't the perfect picture of a relationship.
No,
that
it was
you've been
very
through.
rocky. No, I've never once denied that we had our challenges. That he's said several choice words to me that were nice, and but he's not the only person that's ever done that. My own father has done that. Other women and men have done that to me, and other boyfriends.
But you didn't kill them. You didn't get pushed to the point where you couldn't take it anymore. That's what we're trying to understand. That's why. Either way, those detectives in Arizona have their case made. But the least you can do for that family is give them an answer. I'm not saying portray Travis as this ugly, horrible person because, I don't know that that's the right thing to do either. But at least let them know that it was a two-way street and it wasn't all your fault. Or, like I said, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it was. Maybe you did plan it from day one and carried it out.
I sort of want to I kind of want to go to closing arguments just because this is just like painfully.
Tell them I'm very sorry.
I don't even know the word to describe this.
Travis, I've never lost anyone that's close to me. If they asked you why it happened, what would you say to them? I don't have an answer. I don't know why I was killed. I don't know.
I'm looking for the closing argument videos.
Maybe you can't understand why, but what led up to it? What would you say to them? Because that would help them with the why. If you're struggling with the why within yourself, then what led up to it? How could you explain to his mom and dad what led up to it that would help them understand? Sorry. Are you saying that to me or are you saying that to his family?
To everybody, to his family, to my family, to Travis. To God.
What's she crying
You
about?
truly are sorry, Jodi. Clear your conscience and give them an understanding.
Hey, Jet. It's a pretty cool name, Jet. Okay.
Don't paint yourself as the cold-blooded person that they'll be left with unless you give them an understanding.
Jodi, please, thank you.
Sure.
What? What I hate is that Chat GPT said that this was an important, like this specific video that we are now watching was important. But I was looking at the closing argument,
Your tears are real.
and I kind of get the feeling that you guys would want to watch that right
You know,
now.
Travis told me that my tears mean nothing. Said that one time when we were fighting. How did that make you feel?
Well, I knew they were real, so that's all that mattered. It just maybe. I don't know, it was weird because sometimes he just seemed to have no emotional understanding or depth. And then other times he could move himself to cry like that if he wanted to, if he was on stage that made him didn't felt the stage or whatever. But those were things that he felt deeply about, you know. So we're all different. We all express our emotions differently, and I realized that.
Did he know how to push your buttons?
We have to push each other's buttons. I can make him mad in 5 seconds. It's not my favorite pastime or anything, but I just knew how to do that, and he knew how to make me cry in 5 seconds. So I think his emotional expression was anger, and mine was just sadness. Yes.
Okay.
Is that what happened? Did he push your buttons or you push his buttons? Is that what triggered this whole thing?
If we want to come back to this, we can. I am making the decision to go to closing arguments. Yeah! I'm so weird. It's hard being this weird, guys.
Witness's instruction. I know the judge has read it.
Whoops.
That the defendant made the statements voluntarily. A defendant's statement was
Let's
not
go.
voluntary if it resulted from the defendant's will being overcome by a law enforcement officer's use of any sort of violence, coercion, or threats, or by any direct or implied promise, however slight. You must give such weight to the defendant's statement as you feel it deserves under all the circumstances. You must decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty by determining what the facts in the case are and applying these jury instructions. You must not consider the possible punishment when deciding on guilt. The state must prove
I agree,
guilt beyond
maybe.
a
I had
reasonable
to
doubt
change it.
based on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The decision on whether to produce any evidence is left to the defendant acting with the advice of an attorney. The defendant's decision not to produce any evidence is not evidence of guilt. In deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. You may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. In evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life, including such factors as the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testified to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness had any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial, excuse me, or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in the light of the other evidence. Consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, common sense, and experience. The state has charged the defendant with certain crimes. A charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think that the defendant is guilty just because of a charge. The defendant has pled not guilty. This plea of not guilty means that the state must prove each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a witness who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may infer or find another fact. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It is for you to determine the importance to be given to the evidence, regardless of whether it is direct or circumstantial. A witness qualified as an expert by education or experience may state opinions on matters in that witness's field of expertise and may also state reasons for those opinions. Expert opinion testimony should be judged just as any other testimony. You are not bound by it. You may accept it or reject it in whole or in part, and you should give it as much credibility and weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's qualifications and experience, the reasons given for the opinions, and all the other evidence in the case. Evidence of other acts has been presented. You may consider these acts only if you find the state has proved by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant.
Okay, I'm not doing judges' instructions. They can just take forever. So let's go here.
For oral sexual contact with another person.
Oh, wait.
And serious impairment of health or loss or protracted impairment of the function of any bodily organ or limb. Firearm means any loaded or unloaded handgun, pistol, revolver, rifle, shotgun, or other weapon that will expel, is designed to expel, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. Firearm does not include a firearm in permanently inoperable condition. Physical force means force used upon or directed toward the body of another person and includes confinement, but does not include deadly physical force. Deadly physical force means either 1, force which is used with the purpose of causing death or serious physical injury, or 2, force which in the manner of its use is capable of creating a substantial risk of causing death or serious physical injury. Unlawful means contrary to law or, where the context so requires, not permitted by law. Endangerment. The crime of endangerment requires proof of the following. 1, the defendant disregarded a substantial risk that his or her conduct would cause physical injury, and 2, the defendant's conduct did in fact create a substantial risk of physical injury. Threatening or intimidating. The crime of threatening or intimidating requires proof that the defendant threatened or intimidated by word or conduct, 1, to cause physical injury to another person, or 2, to cause serious damage to the property of another person. Assault. The crime of assault requires the proof that the defendant, 1, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused a physical injury to another person, or 2, intentionally put another person in reasonable apprehension of immediate physical injury, or 3, knowingly touched another person with the intent to injure, insult, or provoke that person. Aggravated
Like my
assault.
video, please.
The crime of aggravated assault requires proof of the following. 1, the defendant committed an assault, and 2, the assault was aggravated when the defendant caused serious physical injury to another person.
I agree, maybe.
The crime of unlawful imprisonment requires proof that the defendant knowingly restrained another person. Restrain means to restrict a person's movements without consent, without legal authority and in a manner that interferes substantially with such person's liberty by either moving such person from one place to another or by confining such person. Restraint is without consent if it is accomplished by physical force, intimidation, or deception. Sexual assault. The crime of sexual assault requires proof that the defendant, 1, intentionally or knowingly engaged in sexual intercourse or oral sexual contact with another person, and 2, engaged in the act without the consent of the other person, and 3, the defendant knew the act was without the consent of the other person. Oral sexual contact means oral contact with the penis, vulva, or anus. Sexual contact means any direct
Bingo.
or indirect touching, fondling, or manipulating of any parts of the genitals, anus, or female breast by any part of the body or by any object or causing a person to engage in such contact. Sexual intercourse means penetration into the penis, vulva, or anus by any part of the body or by any object or masturbatory contact with the penis or vulva. Without consent includes any of the following. 1, the victim is coerced by the immediate use or threatened use of force against a person or property. 2, the victim is incapable of consent by reason of mental disorder, mental defect, drugs, alcohol, sleep, or any other similar impairment of
That could be the
cognition,
case.
and such condition is known or should have reasonably been known to the defendant. Mental defect means the victim is unable to comprehend the distinctively sexual nature of the conduct or is incapable of understanding or exercising the right to refuse to engage in the conduct with another. 3, the victim is intentionally deceived as to the nature of the act. 4, the victim is intentionally deceived to erroneously believe that the person is the victim's spouse. Any notes you may have taken during the trial are not
Here we go.
evidence. The only evidence that you are to consider in determining the facts is the testimony of witnesses and exhibits admitted into evidence. Your notes are merely an aid to you for recalling trial testimony and the evidence. The law provides for a jury of 12 persons in a case such as this. As I stated at the beginning of this case, we have more than 12 jurors so that if a juror
Actually,
becomes ill or has a personal emergency,
I'll be right
the trial
back.
can
I'm
continue
gonna
without
grab a
that juror.
drink.
In a short time,
Maybe
alternate
even
jurors will be determined by lot in a drawing held in open court. The alternate jurors are still jurors on this case until they are released by court order. Therefore, alternate jurors will remain under the admonition and available to return if needed. I will read the closing instruction after the attorneys have completed their closing arguments. Mr. Martinez, arguments. Mr. Martinez.
This individual, the defendant, Jodi Arias, killed Travis Alexander. And even after stabbing him over again,
You even have to ask.
and even after slashing his throat from ear to ear, and then even after taking a
Back in
gun,
the butt.
shooting him in the face, she will not let him rest in peace. But now, instead of a gun, instead of a knife, she uses lies. And she uses these lies in court when she testified to stage the scene for you, just like she staged the scene for the police after she killed Mr. Alexander. And this woman who would stage the scene has even attempted to stage the scene through the use of the media. She has courted the media. She has gone on national television. You've seen the programs and you've seen some of the her words to the media. She has also attempted or gone out in search of the limelight. She has signed a manifesto just in case she becomes famous. And to top it all off, she has indicated that she is innocent, that no jury will convict her, that none of you will convict her after she has staged the scene for you. Well, she is an individual, as you have seen, who has craved the limelight. So it seems that it is only fitting that this individual that has craved the limelight, it is really only fitting that she now bask in a different kind of light, the light of truth. And in the light of truth, you can see who she really is. She's an individual who is manipulative. This is an individual who wants to play the victim, even though there is no abuse, as you heard from those that know her. She's an individual that, according to her own statements in an email on Valentine's Day of 2007 to Mr. Alexander, said that she was destructive. She's the individual that talked about what she did to doors, what she did to windows. And she's an individual that does not appear to be very nice to her mother because she lashes out at her and strikes her physically. Additionally, when the light of truth is shining on her, she is somebody who is just an individual that manipulates people. That, for example, when she's speaking to Mr. Alexander during that fateful May 10th, 2008 conversation that she talks about her sister and says how dumb and stupid her sister is. This is an individual who is manipulative. This is an individual who will stop at nothing and will continue to be manipulative and will lie at every turn and at every occasion that she has. One of the examples is the issue of the gas cans. She indicated to you from the witness stand and looked at each and every one of you after having taken the oath and said, yeah, I bought the gas can, all right, and I bought it from the Salinas Walmart. I did buy it from the Salinas Walmart, but you know, after being questioned by the prosecutor, you know, I took it back and I received cash. Yet, you heard from Amanda Webb, the individual or the woman who works for Walmart, checked each and every single register, even those that were not geared to give refunds, checked each and every single register. And each one of those registers indicated, no, there had been no such refund. And then, of course, you have the confirmatory action in Salt Lake City after first indicating that, no, I've never been in Salt Lake City. I've never put gas in Salt Lake City. But you saw the receipts that she had. And not only had she put gas into her car in Salt Lake City, she had two other transactions, one for 5.09 gallons of gas, and then one for slightly under 10 gallons of gas. She looked at each and every one of you, this person, and attempted to manipulate you. Well, this individual that attempted to manipulate you believes, based on what we've heard, that even though she may have engaged in actions, she may have done certain things, none of it, absolutely none of it, is her fault. Why could it possibly be her fault? If you look back in her history, which is the important part of it, involving her relationship with men, what do you see? Well, even when she was young, she had this personality of manipulating the facts. Back when she was with Bobby Juarez, what did she tell you? Well, this was an individual that was unfaithful to me. How could he be so unfaithful to me after I've done so many good things for him? I tried to buy him clothing. I bought him food. I even lived in a trailer that was so bad and it was infested. Never mind that the reason that I moved there was because I was skipping school. No, that wasn't my fault at all. No. I was doing this for Bobby. And how does he repay me even though it wasn't my fault? Well, you know what? He goes and he talks, and not talks, he sends letters to another woman over the internet. And it isn't her fault that she found out about it. Of course not. How could it be her fault that she found out about it if the library doesn't have enough security attached to that particular computer to have some sort of device attached to it so that somebody can't come along and just hit that backspace button so that whoever was using it before, maybe one or two or three or four people before that, somebody can just come along and hit that backspace button. It is eerily reminiscent of what she told you happened in February of 2007, where after she and Mr. Alexander began dating, that she went onto his computer and began to hit that same backspace button. It's not her fault that computers have not been improved since the 90s or the 2000s, such that you can't stop hitting that backspace button. It's not her fault that that happened. Of course not. That's what she told you from the witness stand. And so, according to her, she hits the backspace button, and there it is, this conversation between Bobby Juarez and somebody else. But that's not her fault. But if you remember how aggressively she reacted to that, nobody was going to do anything to her, or nobody was going to be putting her or sliding her or putting her in a position of feeling inferior, if you will. She immediately went to Bobby Juarez and did something about it. There is a pattern because the same thing happened with regard to Matthew McCartney, the person that she jumped to after she and Bobby Juarez started to have problems. And I do say jumped to because when she was dating Bobby Juarez, he moved away to Oregon. And when he moved to Oregon, he started living with a guy by the name of Matthew McCartney. And when this thing soured with Bobby Juarez, she immediately went with Matthew McCartney. And in terms of that relationship, the reason that that broke up, it's not her fault. Just like it wasn't her fault with regard to Bobby Juarez, it wasn't her fault at all that she had these issues with Matthew McCartney. No, she can't help it if she is a good worker. She can't help it if she's working as a waitress and people come by when she's working as a waitress and try to tell her things about her boyfriend, Matthew McCartney. She can't help that. That's what she wants you to believe. And again, isn't that reminiscent of what happened involving Mr. Alexander? It seems that this is cyclical, and it seems that the story repeats itself. And it repeats itself because she's lying. And it repeats itself because she's trying to manipulate you through all of the days that she spent talking to you from the witness stand after she had taken an oath. Well, she gets to the point where she moves to Palm Desert in California to be with an individual by the name of Daryl Brewer. And of course, when she's there with Daryl Brewer, it's not her fault, again, that relationship is souring. No, not at all. It's not her fault because, well, Mr. Brewer doesn't want to marry her. What's the girl to do? It's not her fault. She's got to look for another guy. And it appears that he doesn't want to have any kids, and she does. And so, again, it's not her fault. How could it possibly be her fault that somebody has free will? Absolutely not her fault. That's what she tried to tell you. But resourceful as ever, resourceful as she's always
on,
been,
Juan.
this person who is manipulative, she starts looking around for somebody else and decides that perhaps those boys from the Mormon faith are a pretty good catch, because those boys, they have a lot of family values. And these boys, they work, they seem to be very successful. They just seem to have everything that she desires in a husband so that she can breathe. And so what she decides to do is to look for one of those boys. And to Travis Alexander's misfortune, he was that boy. And he was that boy back in September of 2006 when he was at this PPL convention, the yearly convention. Yes, he is the individual that went up to her, and they began to talk. And such is the way that things began between the two. Yes, he is the individual that went up to her, and they began to talk. And such is the way that things began between the two of them. She wanting to find a boy just like him because she had an ulterior motive. She wanted somebody that was Mormon. She wanted somebody that she could give her a child. And so this seemed like the perfect catch for her. And although she tells you that, well, he kind of was the person that pushed her in this relationship, and that he was the individual that somehow was that in the lexicon of the English language, there's a word. It's called no, that you can use when you don't want to do something. And yet you can then take the witness stand, however, and say, well, I do know that word, but just chose not to use it. But it's not her fault. Again, it's not her fault. It's Mr. Alexander's fault for being interested in her. Don't you see? Can't you all see, based on those days and days that she was on that witness stand, that it isn't her fault? She was thinking no. Or at least that's what she told you. This person who told you also about the gas cans. Over and over again, she kept saying with regard to each and every single repetitious sexual act, with regard to each and every one of those, no. I was thinking no. Really, that's exactly what you were thinking. Did you ever communicate that to him? No. This from a woman who is manipulative. This from a woman who pretends to be the victim, even though there is no abuse. And so throughout this early part of the relationship, which some would call the honeymoon portion, during this part, it appears that they do what two people that are young and are involved in a relationship do. They engaged in relations. But there's this finger-pointing aspect to this relationship as portrayed by the defendant. Can't point the finger enough at Mr. Alexander. Can't point the finger enough at the fact that, he's a bad Mormon because he's having sex with him. If he's such a bad Mormon, then why stay with him? You're the one that chose him. If he's such a bad guy, why are you hanging out with him? And to compound things, well, she's also Mormon too. Why does she keep pointing the finger at him when she is just as Mormon as he is? She converted in November of 2006. And according to Deanna Reed, there are many classes that tell you about the law of chastity, and they tell you about the law involving sexual intercourse. But wait, it's not her fault. How could you possibly think it was her fault when those 3 or 2 Mormon missionaries that came over didn't tell her about it? Again, it's not her fault. Although there are all these classes where they talk about it, no. Let's point the finger at Travis Alexander because according to her, he's the bad guy. He's the one that told her that it was okay, and so she's going to go along with what he says, even though those in the Mormon church are telling her otherwise. It is almost unconscionable for her to point the finger at Mr. Alexander when she's in the same situation as he is. She has the same knowledge that he does. But again, she wants you to feel sympathy because, again, it's not her fault. But, how could it possibly be her fault when she was thinking no? Well, luckily for Mr. Alexander, I guess, in the beginning, this relationship was from a distance. And I say luckily because at least when she was in Palm Desert, and he was in Mesa, Arizona during that time, at least during that time, she couldn't reach out and stab him. She couldn't reach out and shoot him in the face. She couldn't stalk him, couldn't come over unannounced. She wasn't living the 10 minutes away. At least fortunately, during that time, Mr. Alexander had some extra time to live. And during that time, they were not mutually exclusive. So yes, it is appropriate when they are not mutually exclusive for an individual to send text messages to other women if they are male or even if they are not. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you see that long finger pointing from the witness stand to him, how could he possibly, when we were together, how could he possibly, before we became exclusive, be talking to other women? How could he be on the internet? How could he be sending text messages? But it's okay, don't you see, that when she goes to his memorial service, talking about Travis Alexander's memorial service, after she killed him, it's okay for her to talk to somebody on the airplane, to get a telephone number. It's not her fault that this guy was trying to pick her up. Of course it's not her fault. And what's a girl to do after all? The guy that she was involved with up and died after she stabbed him, slit his throat, and shot him. What is she to do? Can't you see that it really isn't her fault? At least that's what she wants you to believe. And during this period, Mr. Alexander did see her. And during this period, Mr. Alexander did engage in sexual contact with her. There's nothing, absolutely nothing important about that as it applies to the killing, other than to try to manipulate you.
He
Try to
talked
shock
about
you
it
and say, oh my
nonstop
God,
in the opening
look at this guy.
statement.
He wants to kiss her and he wants to do other sexual things that other people do in their private lives. And he doesn't want to talk about it, for God's sake. And he doesn't want people to know what it is that they're doing. Why would he want anybody to know what he is doing sexually with whom? Is that something that this is courteous in this society to do? It's just the opposite. But she has now turned the world sideways for you to look at that in an attempt to manipulate you. Well, they continue on with this relationship, and she lives out in Palm Desert. At some point in February of 2007, after this issue involving the February 14th mailing that she indicates that she receives, after that, they make the relationship, if you will, exclusive. What's interesting about the email from February 14th of 2007, and you saw that, is that not only does it talk about her violent tendencies, it does talk at length about that, but it also talks about other things, and you have it there for your review, this February 14th, 2007 email. And one of the things that it doesn't talk about is the package that she supposedly received in the mail that day. Take a look at the time. It's around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess they have mail that's really slow there in Palm Desert. Never mentions these unholy underwear, these underwear, these Spider-Man underwear that so shocked her. Doesn't mention these chocolates. Thank you for sending those to me. Doesn't thank him at all. The reason she doesn't thank him and the reason that she doesn't mention it is because there was no such delivery. But of course, that's something that can't be verified, except that there's this inconsistency. And it starts showing that this individual will make things up. But she forgot. She forgot about that February 14th, 2007 email. And you know, sort of the old saying, with the truth, you ain't got to remember nothing. At least you have to give her credit for having an incredible memory. Well, an incredible memory as to the fantasy world that she wants to create for you. Just like that delivery of the underwear. Can't show them to us. Why? Oh, she threw them away. But she took pictures of some other things. And this email was sent out at a time where she would have already received the mail. But after that, she and Mr. Alexander continue on. And she comes over later on that in the month of February. And when she comes over in February, one of the things that happens is that she's extremely happy, or at least that's what she tells you. And she's happy because one of the things that she now knows is that, well, she and Mr. Alexander are together. If she is so happy, if she is somebody that really wants to be accepted, then why, pray tell, does she need to go into his computer and hit that backspace button? That's such an irritation to her that these computers should have this backspace button. It's not her fault that she can't keep her hands off of this computer. It's really his fault. And it's really his fault because he's alive. He's a breathing human being who has social contact with other people, men and women. And how dare he, when they are not exclusive, how dare he attempt to spend New Year's Eve with somebody? He should really be alone in his house or in some hut somewhere alone. How dare he do that? But it's not her fault that she found that out. At least that's what she wants you to believe. Well, they continue this dating, and they continue both involved in this prepaid legal. But the story doesn't get any better. What we're able to glean or find out from the history of it is that it doesn't get any better. And one of the things that starts to happen, according to her, is that she starts feeling something. Of course, her feelings are so important. And rather than talk to Mr. Alexander about it, rather than say, oh, I have these issues, I'm a little concerned, what does she do? Well, they're on vacation. And when they're on vacation, and it depends on the story that she tells, the one to Ryan Burns or the story that she told you from the witness stand, take your pick, because there are many to pick from. But it depends on the story that you believe. During that time, she goes on and she gets a hold of his text messages and goes through all of them, ostensibly while he's either asleep or taking a shower. Take your pick. And while he's doing that, she goes through it and finds some text messages. But it's not her fault. She's not wrong in invading his privacy at all. How can she possibly be wrong about invading his privacy when she had feelings? And those feelings confirm the fact that he was a social human being. That's what in part that she liked about him, that he was very charismatic, that he was very nice, and that people liked him. That's part of the reason why she liked him, but oh no, not when it comes to other people. And she talked about him having sexual rendezvous with these other people. But that's quick, if you will, on the slime, and very slow on the facts, very low on the facts. You don't have any individual that they could even point to a name.
Objection, Your Honor, objection.
Overruled. There was no name that was even pointed out that even had any sexual contact with at that time. But she felt it. So according to her, that justified it. This person with this borderline personality disorder. And so as a result of that, she says, that's it. We're going to break up and we're done with this. Except that
Done.
I'm so hurt. I'm so absolutely hurt, she says. You could almost feel it oozing through those fake tears that were supposedly coming from her, from the witness stand. You could almost feel this. And what you could feel, of course, was, yeah, I'm really hurt, except let's go on vacation. Let's go ahead and go on vacation anyway. Even though I know all about this, I'm so hurt that I would rather go on vacation with you and enjoy it. And let's continue going on vacation. Yeah, that's her way of manipulating him. That's a way of not letting go of something that she wants. She wants to curb his free will, and what he doesn't want to do that, well, she's got something else coming for him. She is not going to let him get away that easily. And so she starts engaging in this conduct. So what else does she do? She does what every person who has caught their boyfriend, according to her, being unfaithful, what does she do? She moves close to him, moves from California to Arizona, specifically to Mesa, very close to him, after they have broken up in the end of June of 2007. That's what she does. Well, now this is when the stalking begins. Well, maybe it was a little bit before that when she's going into his telephone. Or maybe it was before that on the first day that they decided to make this official when she started to go into his computer. There it is. It is clear from this relationship that there was a stalking behavior from the very beginning. And so
More out of you.
she moves here to Mesa. If they are not dating, if they are haven't broken up, why is she here? It's not her fault, don't you know? It's not her fault because he's so persuasive. He talked her into coming out here. That's why she came out to Mesa. And it's this thing that she just can't say no. Just like with whether or not they're going to engage in this sexual conduct. Can't say no. And in this particular case, according to her, and Mr. Alexander's not here to maybe dispute this, according to her, she moved here because he was the one that told her to do that. Even though, according to her, at this point, she had broken up with him.
She was
And what does she do when she comes out here?
all
Well,
the time.
rather than dating, rather than becoming involved in some sort of social scene in the Mormon church or finding friends and that sort of thing, no,
Let's be real.
that's something else. She begins to be more attentive. That's the word. She begins to be more attentive to
I was
Mr.
going to say
Alexander.
adventure.
Perhaps if she's more attentive to Mr. Alexander, perhaps then he'll want to come back and have her be the only one. And the way that she's attentive is the way that everybody does it normally. I mean, she goes over to his house unannounced at night, sometime around in August of 2007, and this is what everybody does. And she goes over there and starts peeping in a window to see what it is that he is doing. And he goes over there, and by the light of the television, if you remember, there was this go around by the light. Well, it may have been the light of the television, but now it's the light of truth that we were looking at things. And what she was doing is she was invading his privacy by coming over and peeping in the window. And that is stalking behavior, irrespective of what Alice LaViolette has to say. This individual, Alice LaViolette, who had problems with the truth when she spoke to you about how many times she had testified on behalf of men. This individual who, quite frankly, misrepresented that to you when she was testifying. But according to Alice LaViolette, that was no big deal, because that's what a person does. She came over and started to look inside, and lo and behold, it's not her fault that she has vision. So she starts looking in there, and lo and behold, there he is. Yes, there he is, and he's kissing another woman. Like that is the end of the world. So what? So what that he's kissing another woman? He's not seeing her. He's entitled to do it. And he's entitled to do it. He's in his house. He has the lights off. It's a romantic evening. Whether she likes it or not, he's moved on. And yes, she says it's his fault. He shouldn't have been courting me. He shouldn't have been continuing to have sex with me. She could have said no. She could have left. She could have moved back to California. She could have never come out here in the first place. She's the person who starts to stalk him. And so she says, oh, I was so upset. And she starts talking about the brassiere, whether it was unhooked or not. And we went around and around about that. So what? Well, don't you know he's a Mormon boy? You're not allowed to do that. What does she care? Is she the Mormon conscience? Is that what we have going on here? No, she's not anything like that. but she wants to make it seem like it's his fault. She presented it in a way to manipulate your perception because he's trying to take away from him with lies the only thing that he has left, and that's his reputation. He's not here to talk about it, and so it's an easy shot for her. But at this particular point, she's the person that starts to stalk him. And after she starts stalking him, or after this event of stalking, she doesn't leave him alone. No, she comes over the next day because she's in the right. They've broken up, and it's okay if you're broken up to come over and peep at your ex-boyfriend's house, and then in peeping, find him doing something, and then wanting to get an explanation. What possible explanation could he ever have owed her at that point? Oh, and, she didn't write about, that's the first incident of domestic violence. Didn't write about that incident of domestic violence, don't you know? Because, well, she's a nice person. And, there's this secret that she's watched, this movie involving The Secret, that talks about the law of attraction. And this law of attraction says that you lie. That's exactly what they want you to believe. Now they're starting to justify the lies. It's okay to lie in the journal, which in a sense is saying lie to yourself, because the law of attraction says it's okay to lie. Absolutely okay to lie. You don't put down exactly what's going on, and so you don't write about this. Actually, what's going on here is that she's making it up, and there's no corroboration of any incident whatsoever. And so this relationship, if you will, if you want to call it that, continues. And there are more exploitive, sexual kinds of things that are presented, and that you are regaled with the most intimate details that you could possibly think of. And every time it was, well, I was uncomfortable, but I didn't want to tell him no. It was just uncomfortable. Wait a minute. But she also sent him text messages. And those text messages indicated that she was not uncomfortable. She's the one, and I don't need to repeat it. You remember those text messages where she's the one that's requesting the sexual acts. She's the one that's saying to him, if you're good, this is what's going to happen. And then I'm going to want something else. So she's the individual that, if we look at the corroborative, the independent evidence that we have, she's the individual that's in this as much as he is. There's no indication that he was ever forcing her to do anything at all. But she's attempting to manipulate you. By saying, well, yeah, I went along, but I really didn't want to. And with regard to these acts of physical violence, well, they weren't so bad, and I didn't write about them. And with regard to any particular physical act of violence, there's no one that knows about it. There's no one that has seen any bruises. There are no police calls to 911. And she has a reason for that. The reason that she didn't call 911 involving Mr. Alexander is because she had a similar experience with Bobby Juarez. And when she had that similar experience with Bobby Juarez, well, she called 911. And you know what? Those 911 people in California, you can't trust them because they talked to Bobby Juarez. And as a result of talking to Bobby Juarez, well, they didn't come out. And so I was so soured by that circumstance that I just never decided to call 911. She's trying to provide a justification as to why there are no 911 calls. The reason there are no 911 calls is because it never happened. Everything in this case points to the fact that it did not happen. There are no medical reports. There are no friends. There is no one that can come in and say anything about that. There are no medical records. There is absolutely nothing. To the contrary, what is it that you have? Well, on the day that in March of 2008, when she told Mr. Alexander, according to her, that she was leaving, he turned around and he hit her. And according to Alice Laviolette, he slapped her, but the defendant went round and round and said, no, it was the back of the head, the side of the head. It depended apparently on her whim as to where he hit her. But if you take a look at the entry for that particular day in March of 2008, I told him he was so upset. And he didn't want me to leave because, we were both so in love with each other, what she writes.
Oh, whatever.
And then she says, oh, he kissed me so tenderly 3 times. There were such wonderful, tender kisses. Is that what she means when she is talking to you about domestic violence?
Like
kissing. See, that's the problem. You didn't get it the first time. Kissing is domestic violence. Tender kissing is domestic violence. But then you bring an apologist like Alice Laviolette and you say, no, that's not what it means. You need to go behind this diary here. Those words don't mean what they say. You need, for example, a little cheat sheet that tells you that under the law of attraction. That's not what it means. Under the law of attraction, it means just the opposite. It means that he did hit her. Can't you read that? What is wrong with you, almost, is the way it's being put to you, that you can't see that you can't buy or can't be manipulated. And the other thing that we have is that she claims that on January 22nd of 2008, there was also this act of domestic violence. It matters not what the act was at this point, because there's no corroboration involving that act of domestic violence either. All we have is a journal entry of January 24th of 2008. And in that journal entry of January 24th of 2008, she writes, as far as January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, nothing noteworthy happened. Not only do we have the diary relating to that, it says nothing happened. But again, you are being asked to take a leap. You are being asked, such as in the gas can example, to think that everybody else is wrong and she's right. And in that example, the one involving the 24th and the supposed incident of domestic violence on the 22nd, you are being asked to say, no, something noteworthy did happen on the 22nd of January. And the thing that was noteworthy on January 22nd of 2008 was that he beat me. And this is the time that I had my hand up. And this is the time that he came after me. But it doesn't say that. Not only is there not any.
Yeah, someone's going to clip that. What's up? Maybe just sent 5 gifted memberships. If you are one of the lucky recipients of that membership, make sure to give her a thanks or send a W in the chat. I am so excited to have Maybe as one of my ride or dies with this stream. And I love the fact that you guys are now part of the group and can join in on all the fun things. Make sure to use the emojis and do the stream only, the member stream only stuff, because we're starting to get a lot more into it. All right, guys, I will press play, but thank you so much, Maybe, for being such a great supporter of the stream.
Corroborated evidence that can be presented. It's to the contrary. She herself said that it didn't happen, but she wants you to go back and say, well, don't look at what I wrote. Look at this code, this law of attraction. Take a look at that, combine that with my words, combine it with what Alice Laviolette says, we'll add that in there. And once you do that, you will be able to see it, and you will be able to know that, hey, you know what? He did abuse me. And right before she leaves in April of 2008, she says that another incident happened. And she doesn't tell anybody about it. She still stays at his home, and off she goes. And what's interesting about these acts of domestic violence is that she was very specific as to 4 of them. But again, with the truth, it's very hard to keep it straight. With the truth, you ain't got to remember nothing. But if you're not telling the truth, if you're trying or attempting to manipulate, you do have a lot to remember. She forgot that there is a psychologist by the name of Cheryl Karp that has previously been involved in this case and had conducted an evaluation of the defendant. And during that evaluation with the defendant, she gave many, not 4, many, 10, 15, 20 incidents of physical violence. Because at that point, physical violence was being used as the predicate, if you will, the seminal act for post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what she was looking at that time. And so, of course, let's have a lot of acts of domestic violence.
Overruled, the jury is directed to recall the evidence presented during the trial. You may continue.
And so you now have this lots of acts of domestic violence that she doesn't tell you from the witness stand compared to 4 that she does tell you. Which one is true? The only evidence that you have indicates that none of it is true because she can't keep it straight. And she's attempting to manipulate the evidence to fit the goal that she has at that particular time. With regard to Cheryl Karp at that time, according to Janine DeMarte, one of the things that was going on is that Cheryl Karp found that post-traumatic stress disorder of the defendant involved these acts of domestic violence, these many, many, many acts of domestic violence, not just 4. And so now when they want to talk about this in a different vein or a little bit differently, it's not just all these acts, it's only 4. And that's the problem with the presentation and her attempt to manipulate you. It's actually not even an attempt to manipulate you. They're lies. That's what they are. And she forgot, perhaps, about speaking to other people and the statements that she made with regard to that. Well, she does move away. And when she does move away, it's almost, if we're talking about light, almost like a ray of sunshine from Mr. Alexander. One can only imagine that his stalker is now far away because she had done other things while she was here. One of the things that we know is that she would come over unannounced. One of the other things that she would do is she would get into his accounts. And there's also this incident involving Christmas and being underneath the Christmas tree. There's all these incidents. Perhaps Mr. Alexander, and let his guard down at this particular point, because he really doesn't have to deal with her on a daily basis. And yes, there is some contact between them on May 10th of 2008. And this is the infamous phone call that involves sex. And actually, that telephone call is very important because you can actually hear how she deals with him, even though he doesn't know, based on everything that's in the recording, that he's being recorded. She says, no, it was being recorded pursuant to his request, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Really? Why was it being recorded at his request?
Don't you know?
He's not going to be, can't listen to it. So what possible benefit is this call going to be for him? If he's recorded, he's not going to get it. There's absolutely no benefit to him on May 10th of 2008 to have that telephone call recorded. Yes, he said some things on it, but this is supposed to be, from his perspective, a private conversation, never to be released to anybody, between him and this woman that, even though she's moved to Wairika, even though they've broken up, even though she's come over and watched him with another woman, even though all of this has happened, she stopped him. Even though all of that has happened, well, he's going to continue talking to her on the telephone. And he says, and he tells you the reason why. And the reason why is that he enjoys having sexual contact with her. And he gives you the reasons why. And he talks about some specific features that he didn't do before and that he does now. He talks about how she introduced him to certain things, how that was such a good thing, kind of opened his horizons with regard to that particular aspect. And so he's giving her credit for opening his eyes sexually. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with the conversation. What is wrong, or what appears to be wrong, is that one of them is recording it without the knowledge of the other.
Objection, facts not on evidence.
Sustained.
You'll be able to listen. You've listened to that recording. You can draw your own conclusions as to whether or not you believe he knew or believed that this is something that was being recorded. She says, oh, no, I kept hitting the save button. I was the one that did it. And she kept it. And she kept it all the way from May 10th of 2008. But things were not going so well at that point. And in fact,
Don't you
by
know?
May 19th of 2008, just 9 days after that, Mr. Alexander is on the computer, this instant messaging service, with somebody named Reagan Housley. And he's talking to her, and he says, I'm extremely afraid of Miss Arias because of her stalking behavior. How prophetic of him, back on May 19th. And this is 9 days after this telephone call. But he's extremely afraid of her because of this stalking behavior. Little does he know that he has less than a month to live. And so
He said that?
he is aware of it. He knows that he's in the best position to know what is going on between the two of them because he's the one that's going through it. And so when he makes that comment is indicative of what is going on. You can have people like Alice Laviolette say, it's not true. And the reason we have to give her credit is that the reason Alice Laviolette knows that is that she can read minds through the past. She can travel back to May 19th of 2008 and know what Mr. Alexander was thinking, don't you know?
Don't you
The
know?
apologist or the defendant. She's the one that can really set you straight. It's not the defendant that's manipulating you. No. If you take a look at that statement, Mr. Alexander was making it all up. Wasn't true. He was just saying it. Because, in another part of the instant messaging, they were saying, aha, hi, Jodi, read this, or whatever it is that they were saying. And so the defendant doesn't want you to pay any attention to that. But that certainly goes, and it's the beginnings of premeditation. Her premeditation to kill him back on May 19th of 2008. He indicates that. I am extremely afraid of the defendant because of her stalking behavior. And who would know better than him, especially since he's the one that's had to deal with her coming over, peeping in his window. He's the one that's had to deal with her showing up unannounced. He's the one that's had problems or damage to his car, according to Lisa Andrews. And he's the one that has her underneath the Christmas tree and has had ring stolen by her. So he would know that. And so then what ends up happening is that he
Maybe.
passes. And May 26th shows up. One of the important things about May 26th is that is the day that they break up. And there's much is made by the defense that, well, during these conversations, he's mean to her. Well, why wouldn't he be mean to her? Yes, there are names that people are being called. That's correct. There are not any nice names. But he is extremely afraid of her stalking behavior on May 26th when those names are called. And there is anger that is being exchanged back and forth, and he sort of capsulizes it by saying, or using a term that's not quite so sexual, but really capsulizes what's going on here and how the defendant attempts to manipulate the truth. When he says, I am nothing more than a dildo with a heartbeat to you. That's what he tells her, because that's how he feels. That's how she makes him feel. And yes, he uses all of those other words, but he's also very derogatory about himself. He knows what's going on every time that, according to that statement, whenever she wants him, the way that she manipulates him is through sex. That's made that comment. So, and that comment was on the 26th of May in that instant message. But you don't ignore what else is going on the 26th of May of 2008. On that prophetic day, he also tells her something else in Exhibit 450. She's apologizing to him. Again, she's manipulating him. She does something, and she apologizes, and everything is supposed to be okay. But by this time, he has had enough. And he says, I don't want your apology. I want you to understand what I think of you. That's what he's telling her.
Whoa.
He's telling her he wants her to understand what it is that he thinks of her. He says, I want you to understand how evil I think you are. At that point, when he's writing that, he is extremely afraid of her because of her stalking behavior. And he does think she's evil. And how prophetic. Look at these next words, how absolutely prophetic. No one can dispute that is the truest, those are the truest words that are spoken in this case. And they're spoken by Mr. Alexander, even though he is not here, through his writings. You, Jodi Arias, are the worst thing that ever happened to me. Any doubt that that's the truth? Do we need to look at the pictures of his gashed throat? Do we need to look at the sort of frog-like state that she left him in, all crumbled up in that shower?
Frog-like?
Or do we need to look at his face where she put that bullet in his right temple to know that what he says there is true? You are the worst thing that ever happened to me. He's telling her enough is enough. And yes, he's angry, absolutely angry, after everything that she has done to him. And you've seen the manipulation as she has tried to manipulate you with what she has told you. And the prime example is these gas cans. No one can argue that she lied to you. Well, he's had enough. And yes, he says you are the worst thing that ever happened to me. And then he says, in this Exhibit 450, you are a sociopath. No, he does not have a psychology degree, but that certainly expresses a feeling about what she says, what she does, and how she deals with him, how she always is manipulating him. It teases this anger out of him and tries to mix in the sex, and he says, you only cry for yourself. Well, you saw her crying on the witness stand. Can anybody debate the reason she was crying? Is because she cries for herself. After all, she never intended to be caught. She said that to herself after she lied to the police. Oh no, I was saying that because I did not want to be caught. And so, you only cry for yourself. And then he says, you have never cared out me, supposedly that could be 4, and you have betrayed me worse than any example I could conjure. She has betrayed him. For whatever reason, he believes that she has done something that is absolutely horrific. And he's telling her, I've had it. I'm done with you. And again, this is May 26th. He's done with her. You are sick, and you have scammed me. Again, she has scammed him. Are you going to allow her to scam you? Is really the question from this text. Are you going to buy her lies? Are you going to believe what she tells you? And so, we get to May 28th, just 2 days afterwards. 2 short days afterwards,
Very long.
begins to plan, if you will, this killing. And planning takes preparation. And there's no doubt that this woman is a very intelligent woman. And she tries to cover all of her bases. And yes, she could go out and buy a gun. But you know, if you buy a gun,
Don't you
one
know?
of the things that she indicated in California was that there was a waiting period and they take your name. According to her, that's something that she knows. Well, let's get a stolen gun. She lives with her grandparents in Wairika, and she knows that that her grandfather has guns, and she knows where he keeps them. So on May 28th of 2008, she starts the planning. She starts the actual steps, or begins the actual steps to this journey that will take her to Mesa, Arizona to kill Travis Alexander. There is no other explanation than that she's the one that stole that 25 caliber gun. This very small gun that, according to her, looks like a toy. This small gun. And on May 28th, at the time when she's living there, there's a burglary that is reported at her grandparents' house. And lo and behold, it's so amazing. And again, this is the manipulative aspect of this case and the defendant. It is so interesting that this burglary of the house is kind of weird. It's kind of strange. It's kind of special because these burglars were meticulous. They wanted to leave the impression that this was a burglary throughout the house. So they went through 4 rooms. And from each of the rooms, only one item was taken. And where the guns were, you saw there was some money there. These burglars didn't want money. They just wanted the gun. And they didn't want any kind of gun. They wanted a special gun, a small gun, because there were rifles there. If a burglar comes in, he's not going to be very discriminating. I'm going to take this little gun. I don't want to take the money. It may be too heavy. These other guns are too big. I'm not going to be able to carry them down the street. That's not the way a burglary happens. And, after I've taken one item from here, I'm going to go ahead and go to another room. And after looking in this other room, I'm going to take one item from there. And then I'll take a total of 4 items. If you're going to do that, if you are a burglar, then why? Why even waste the time of committing a burglary? The only thing that makes sense with regard to the burglary is that the burglar, the person who went in there, it's right there. It's Jodi Arias. That's the burglar. And she needs a gun. And she needs a gun to kill Travis Alexander. And she gets it. Guess what? Can't be traced. There's this burglary report out there. No one can say it's her. Well, at least not initially. No one can say it's her. But on May 28th, she begins to take these steps after he has told her in that May 26th, 2008 text message that he'd had enough of her. And so what does she do as part of that? Well, she then says, but if I go to Arizona, money is tight. There's an issue with money. One of the things I'm probably going to have to use is my credit card. If I go to Arizona, if I fill up with gas. So I've got to make sure that people don't know if I'm going to carry this out that I'm going to be in Arizona because I can't be linked to Arizona in any way, shape, or form. And certainly using a credit card at a gas station is going to link me to Arizona. And so, why didn't I call Daryl Brewer? You can tell from the time that he testified that he still had feelings for her. In fact, when he was asked about this issue, about the gas can, he actually paused, if you remember, and he gulped and he said, "Oh yeah, she did call me. She called me at the end of May. May 28th is the end of May when this gun is stolen by the defendant from her grandparents' home. Yeah, she did call me then, and she told me she was going to Mesa. She was going to Arizona. And Alice Laviolette has the same thing in her notes. That according to Daryl Brewer, the defendant called him at the end of May that she was going to Mesa, Arizona, and needed gas cans. And Alice Laviolette, even in her notes, indicated, I thought that this was an unplanned visit. Even in her notes, there are issues. But defendant's attempting to manipulate the truth. But there are issues with regard to this because she's telling Daryl Brewer that she's going there. Even her own expert says, there's a little bit of an issue here. There's a problem for me because I thought you said that you were not going to Mesa, that you were going to Utah. Or is Utah just not anything else other than more than a ruse? You can say you're going to Utah. You can have a sexual dalliance, not an extreme one, but a sexual dalliance with Ryan Burns. You can adjust him, and nobody will be the wiser because nobody will ever know that you were in Arizona because guess what? You never filled up anyway. You never put gas in the car. Well, okay, that's what she does. She calls Daryl Brewer the end of May, the first part of June, and she gets these 2 containers, 2 5-gallon cans for gasoline, and they were empty. It wasn't like they were full. And he lives in the Monterey area, and she leaves on June 2nd. Well, when she leaves, she doesn't take her own car. She decides to rent a car. And she has told you, well, I rented the car out of Redding, California. And the reason that I rented the car out of Redding, California, which is approximately 90 miles south of Wairika, is because Priceline did not offer this same deal in Wairika. Priceline only offered it in Redding. And that's why I went ahead and did it that way. It wasn't that I didn't want people in Wairika to know what kind of car I was renting, because heaven forbid if they knew I was renting this car, they could come back to me. And of course, I don't want to be identified and killing Mr. Alexander, so I've already made provisions for the gas cans. Now I've got to make provisions for the car. And so she says that's the reason why she goes to Redding, California. Except that the documents show something else. Exhibit 523 is the statement from Washington Mutual from June 1 of 2008 to June 30 of 2008. And this is the statement that she, the defendant, authenticated on the witness stand. And in fact, what we have here is the budget rent-a-car. You see it, June 9th, budget rent-a-car in Redding, California. That's what we're talking about. But if you also remember, after she killed Mr. Alexander, she came to the memorial, and she flew down here. And if you take a look at down here, there it is. See that? She paid $246.99, and that was to Priceline.com, and it says air. This Priceline, they have to get their act together here. Yeah. At one point, when it comes down to the flight, I pay them. But when it comes to the car, even though I go through Priceline, I got to pay for the car. And how is Priceline ever going to get paid if they don't take their money up front for the rental car? That's how it works. They get their money up front.
Overruled.
They get their money up front. And that's how it's listed in these documents so that we know who's getting the money. Otherwise, if it were left a budget, then you're imposing upon budget, if Priceline is involved, another accounting step for them to pay Priceline. And it may be a situation where Priceline never pays them. So by this document right here, when the defendant tells you that the reason I went to Redding was because of the Priceline connection, she lied to you. Unless, of course, Washington Mutual made this up. Maybe Washington Mutual also subscribes to the law of attraction, and they don't want to put anything negative here. Maybe.
Wait, hold on.
That way, right? That's what they want you to believe. Don't.
Our one and favorite resident senior citizen, Peggy, is here. We love Peggy. Say hello to Peggy in the chat, please. I'm glad that you're here, Peggy, and I'm glad that I made that comment because I was like, she hasn't shown up in 2 days, so I start to worry. We are just now starting the closing arguments. Well, we're an hour and a half in, but you know Juan, he just talks. So you haven't missed too much.
Believe what's written
Thanks
down.
for being here.
Believe what I say. That's the same situation here as it is with those diaries. They want you to believe not what the diary said, what she tells you. They don't want you to believe what that document says. They want you to believe what she says. So now we know that she goes to Redding after she's made provisions for the gas cans. She goes to Redding so that people will not recognize her because she is going to kill Travis Alexander. There is no other explanation for making up all these stories that we're talking about here. There is no other explanation. Contacts Daryl Brewer, now has the gas cans, now has the car rented, and still this car, it's in Redding where people are not going to know her. And in fact, it's at an airport. By definition, an airport is where people come in and they leave, they're traveling. Those are not the kind of people that you're going to run across at the supermarket. And so it's a way for her to hide. And she shows up there, and Mr. Colombo says to her, got this nice little red ditty over here for you. Nice little red car that you can drive on your way to Arizona, or not Arizona. Just drive around. And by the way, where are you going to drive? Oh, just around town. That's all I'm going to do. Why did she lie to him? Why did she make that up to him? Because she didn't want to tell him that she was going to Mesa, Arizona, like she had already told Daryl Brewer, because then again, that would connect her. But why not take the red car? Well, according to her, red cars call the attention of the police. And she certainly doesn't want that. She doesn't want the police to find out about her because she's on a mission. She's on a mission to kill somebody. Why would you take a gun if you are going to go on this trip other than to kill this guy? And she says, I didn't know that I was going to go there. Even though I told Daryl Brewer, I didn't know I was going to go there. Keep in mind that this is a rental car. And one of the things that she says is she's pointing the finger at Mr. Alexander and how viciously sexual he is. Do you remember when she claimed that she was down in that office? Do you remember she said, we were down in that office and I had brought over some CDs from the trips that we had taken with some photographs. Do you remember that? And she said I had scratched them. For whatever reason, she had scratched those CDs. And he got mad and threw that CD because, that guy, he gets mad at everything. And so I then have to have intercourse with him to calm him down. That's what she said. If she's not going to visit him, if she's not thinking, or if she hasn't already made up her mind to leave Wairika and visit Mr. Alexander in Mesa, Arizona, why? Why take these CDs of the trip with her? Why take these CDs? Who is she going to show these CDs to other than him? And she's in a rental car. So that requires a volitional movement on her part to take something from inside the house or her car, whichever one she does. But it requires a volitional movement to get those CDs into her car and drive down to Redding, California, and then put them in the rental car. There is no other explanation for those CDs to be in Mesa, Arizona, other than that she knew. She absolutely knew and had already planned it. She knew she was going to kill him. Why else take the CDs? Do you think that Joe Colombo wanted to look at them? Do you think that her family in Redding cared? The ones that she claims took her to the airport. Nobody cares about that. It's a good way to disarm, if you will. Or it's a good excuse to show up unannounced somewhere. Look,
All right.
the only reason I'm dropping by, just like I did back in August of 2007, the only reason I dropped by was to show you this. It's not my fault that you haven't seen these, and it's not my fault that I haven't been able to get them to you. Not my fault at all. Not at all. But I'm making it up to you now. She left Eureka, California with those CDs, but she forgot about it as she attempted to manipulate the story from the witness stand. She forgot about it. It's those little details that she forgets. And so she brings those CDs and doesn't want the red car. And the reason she doesn't want the red car because, police will see her. Doesn't want to be stopped by police. And it's actually foretelling of what happens later because she's stopped in West Jordan, Utah by the police for a different reason, but she is stopped by the police. And she's right. According to her mind, a red car is more significant or stopped more prominently or frequently by police. Doesn't want to be stopped.
I mean, statistically speaking, as someone who used to sell insurance,
she's going to Mesa. She wants to hide the fact that she's going to Mesa, Arizona. And the only reason to hide that fact is because she's going to kill him. It isn't like the bishop is going to be upset if she shows up in Mesa, Arizona. It's not like her family's going to be upset if she shows up in Mesa, Arizona there. She's an adult. It's not like her friends, whoever they may be, because we don't know who they are. They're not going to be upset if she shows up in Mesa, Arizona. The only reason to keep this whole thing a secret, which is what she tried to do, is because she was going to kill him. And she's making preparations. And she's very good at making these preparations. You do have to tip her hat. Your hat to her. First of all, the burglary. She does a burglary. There are no suspects. One of the only things to take it is this 25 caliber. It's lost. It's out there. It's 25 caliber handgun. Then she rents this car and then takes the white car. And the white car does have some floor mats in it. Takes this white car and says, I'm only going to drive around here. Again, she lies. Makes it up. It's like a field of lies that has sprouted around her as she sat on that witness stand. It's every time she spat something out, another lie, another weed would grow around her. And so she gets in that car, heads out, and sleeps the night at Matthew McCartney's house. And the next morning, June 3rd of 2008, she then shows up over in Monterey, the Monterey area, shows up there in the morning and sees Daryl Brewer. And yes, she now has 2 gas cans. And the only reason to get these gas cans is to put gas on them. There's no other reason why anybody would get a gas can to go on this trip. Well, the ostensible reason to get these gas cans is perhaps gas is cheaper in Utah, or maybe gas is cheaper in Nevada than it is in California. And that's one of the reasons that's given. But if gas is cheaper in Nevada or Utah, and she does fill them up in Utah, why then? Why would she fill them up in Pasadena? Why would she fill up these 3 gas cans in Pasadena? The only reason she would fill these gas cans up in Pasadena is because she was going to take the drive to Mesa. And sure enough, there is no evidence that she ever was in this area through this gas by purchasing gasoline. Everybody that travels in, if they stop somewhere and use a credit card, it's easy to trace, but not if you don't stop anywhere. And so she picks up these 2 gas cans and begins to drive. And after she begins this drive, take a little detour. And this little detour is after some thought, because this is a meticulous approach to premeditation. This is a meticulous approach to killing. Again, why stop in Salinas, California at a Walmart to buy another 5-gallon can? Because she's been thinking, and she thinks, 10 gallons, let's say that maybe 30 miles per gallon, that's only 300 miles. If I need another 5, maybe that gives me another 150 miles. That's 450 miles.
Do we think she's that
Arizona
smart?
and into Nevada. So she stops at the Walmart. And she stops at the Walmart and she does buy a gas can. She admits it. So when you look at this receipt, 237.008, and you look at it, the bottom item there for $12.96 is the gas can. I guess that's the price of premeditation these days. $12.96. And she admitted.
That was a little spicy one.
On cross-examination about that gas can. But, and she was very specific, I took it back to this same store, 2458, on that same day.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
She says that
Overruled.
it was like
You
immediate.
remember what she said on cross-examination when she was asked, where did you take that gas can back? And on cross-examination specifically, she said, I took it back to the same store that I bought it from.
Objection, Ms. Fairchild, testimony.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the
When does Juan throw something? I was told that at one point in the trial, he was going to throw evidence or his papers. Is it during his closing statement? Because that would kind of track with the Juan that I've seen. But if I missed it, please let me know when it was so I can go back and look. Thanks.
evidence.
And do you remember at that time that the question that was followed up was, well, would it surprise you that that store in Salinas doesn't have any record of that? And her answer was, yes, it would surprise me because I got money back. I got a refund. That's the way the exchange went. And your notes should reflect that. So didn't take it back there, did she?
She sounded
Told you
believable with that.
Why did
I'm
she
just
say
saying.
that? Why did she tell you that? Because that's just crushing, if you will, in terms of whether or not this is premeditated. And it is premeditated. She was coming to Mesa with a gun and a knife. This knife appears from somewhere, so she had to have brought it up. Knives are not in a bathroom. So she stops there after thinking about it, now has another gas can, which gives her a further range. If you use 30 miles per gallon, we're talking about an extra 450 miles. Well, one of the other things that she does as part of this premeditation or part of what's going on is that, if you want to do something like this, it's a good idea that when you show up, that people not recognize you at the place where you're going to commit this murder. And so if you have blonde hair and you saw the photograph of her with the blonde locks and the black dog and how they told you that that's the same color. Do you remember that line of questioning that went on with Lonnie Dworkin, their expert on computers? The question was asked, well, do you think that this hair here with the dog looks the same as the one where she's laying back? Do you remember that line? Like he was some sort of expert on hair color. You don't need anybody to tell you what the hair color was when she was there with the dog. You can see for yourself. You don't need the prosecutor or anybody to tell you. But you do know one thing. You were also shown photographs that were also taken on June 3rd of 2008, about the same time. You saw the hair color, didn't you? Are you going to believe Mr. Dworkin and the defendant, or are you going to believe your eyes? Maybe the law of attraction tells you that you should believe Mr. Dworkin, because again, you can't believe the text messages. You can't believe what's written down on the receipt, and you can't believe what's in her journal because of this law of attraction. Now you can't even believe your own eyes, because if you do believe your own eyes, she's premeditating the murder. She's thinking about killing him. That's all that's required. The state doesn't even need to prove a whole plan such as this. All the state needs to prove is that the defendant thought about it, the killing, before she actually carried it out. And this is an extensive amount of planning, days, 6 days in advance, 6 to 7 days in advance of her killing him, a week or so. And so she stops there, makes more preparations.
That's what's hard to believe for
she
me.
can freely drive through Mesa with enough gas so that she doesn't have to stop anywhere. More thinking that goes on. And she tells you, well, I hadn't planned on going there to Arizona. I hadn't even thought about it. But Mr. Alexander, that guy, always guilting me. This is, God, it's just like a bad disease. This guy always guilting me. It's not my fault. That's what she was telling me. It ain't my fault. I told him I was going to go to Utah, and he was a little bit suspicious about why I was going to Utah, but why don't you stop here in Arizona? You can stop here in Arizona. That's what she told you that he said, or that he implied, that he wanted. She kept saying, no, you're going to come up here to see me after your trip in Cancun. It's okay. Well, the problem is that it's her word. Do we really know, based on all these lies, that that's what he told her? Or was there just a call to try to find out what he was doing? Does he have a visitor there? Does he have somebody there? What are his roommates doing? Are they going to be there when I arrive? What is the situation there? Are you going to take her word for that? Is there any indication anywhere that Mr. Alexander even knew that she was coming down there? You have her word. In cases that are minor to you, not even important cases, are you going to take her word? And remember, this individual has no problem with telling lies. You've seen it throughout this whole trial. Well, she says that she does have this conversation with him. And in fact, the phone records do bear out that there is a conversation, but the content of the conversation is still in doubt. And I only have to point out to the point as far as the May 10th, 2008 conversation, in terms of showing that she has no problems lying on the telephone, where she says, well, yeah, I was faking it. And you know what she said she was faking. Even though you heard her squealing like a cat. No, that's just me faking it. And you know why? Because I need two hands. That's why she was faking it.
Squealing like a
If you
cat.
can lie on May 10th of 2008 on the telephone to Mr. Alexander, what makes us think that you can't lie about what you and he talked about on June 3rd of 2008? And remember, she's got this history all along, not only of lying outside of the courtroom, but she has sat on the witness stand, a place where you have taken an oath, a place that is sacrosanct in finding the truth, has sat on that witness stand, looked at each and every one of you in the eye, and lied to you, specifically the gas can, specifically about Priceline.
Did you like the stream?
And
I hope you are.
to another extent, the finger. If you remember, she said, oh, you know, he was starting to kick me, he broke my finger. He didn't get any medical care, but he broke my finger. Or, alternatively, I actually was working at Casa Ramos before I went. And when I was at Casa Ramos, or Margaritaville, one of the two, you take your pick, because that's what she told us first. And either I went up against one of the edges, the metal edges, and it cut me, or alternatively, it was a margarita glass. No, and then she takes the witness stand and says, well, in terms of the damage to the finger, I actually damaged the finger when I was at Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th of 2008, but the glass was that. That's how it happened. What story are you going to believe from this individual? And that's the issue here as to when she tells you something, what are you going to believe? And so she leaves that area and off she goes. Drives to Pasadena. We know that telephone calls from Mr. Alexander are after that, but she drives to Pasadena. And then something that is so bizarre happens to her. It seems that there's this coincidental horde of skateboarders in Pasadena. That's the way the kids are there in Pasadena. They go in hordes, these skateboarders. And this horde of skateboarders, well, they carry screwdrivers. That's one of the things. If you're going to be in this horde of skateboarders, you have to have a screwdriver. That's what you got to do. Or else you're not allowed in this particular club out in Pasadena. And you can get a strawberry frappuccino or whatever it is that you get at Starbucks when you go there. Be careful, because when you go in, you get this strawberry frappuccino, things are going to happen to your license plate if you run across this horde of skateboarders with this screwdriver. And so when she was questioned about that in cross-examination, one of the things that she said was, well, yeah, I was pulling out after stopping there. And I was pulling out and I saw something flat on the ground. And when challenged on that, if you see something flat on the ground, what makes you think that you can go and pick it up? What in God's name would ever motivate you to go and pick this up, especially if you were afraid of this horde of skateboarders in Pasadena? Because she did say that she was concerned for her safety. Why even get out of the car if you don't even know what it is, and if you don't even know that it's related to the car? And she said, I didn't know it was related to the car. I didn't know what it was. And she's having problems with the truth there because, remember, she remembers that she's got the license plate in the back. That
Just can't put these up.
she's got to deal with this issue involving the license plate in the back and whether or not they're connected. And she says, oh, I don't even know what the license plate was. I didn't even look in the back. When challenged further, she said, oh, wait a minute. No, it wasn't flat. It was actually standing up. And it was standing up, and I was able to reflect and realize that it was this, not square, she corrected the prosecutor, rectangular. Remember that? It was rectangular object that she recognized as a license plate. And if you don't have any suspicion whatsoever that it has anything to do with your car, why then? Why would you even get out of the car and go look when you're scared to get a license plate? Why on God's green earth would you do that? When you're lying, that's when you would do that. That's exactly when you would do that. But she says, oh, you know, I went and got it, and I really couldn't tell the numbers, and I didn't compare it to the back. So now you're a thief. Somebody else's license plate is sitting out there. You don't know it's yours. Potentially, if it's not yours, it's somebody else's, and they may potentially come back for it. So what are you doing? You're stealing it. You're depriving them of the opportunity to have the front license plate, which is obviously required in the state of California because this car had two of them.
This man is
So
so
that's what
extra.
you're doing now, because she didn't check to see if it corresponded with the one in the back. And the reason that she's having problems with that is because, as you know, in West Jordan, Utah, the one in the back is upside down. Like somebody took it off. And like somebody put it in the back seat of the car when they arrived at Travis Alexander's house so that the car wouldn't be able to be identified to them. Just like that. That's, you know, but you can't admit that. And that's why she's having problems with this license plate that's out there in this parking lot. And she ends that conversation with the prosecutor during cross-examination by saying, oh, well, I didn't see numbers or whatever, because you know what? I can't see. I needed glasses back then. So I really couldn't see. So I just grabbed it, and it had bugs on it, and so I thought it was mine. So without any regard to whether or not it really is hers, throws it in the back seat of the car. Who does that? No one does that. Making it up. And she's making it up because she got stopped in West Jordan, Utah, and has to explain how it is that the front license plate got into the car. Because
The
this
license
Ford
plate
of
pirate.
skateboarders from Pasadena, they can't get into her car. So she has to be the one to do it. And the only way that she can say that she's the one to do it is to make up a story. And she made up the story about these skateboarders. I guess it's this wild board kind of thing where you have to have the screwdriver. They're the ones that did it. And she's making that up. She's lying to you about it. And the reason she's lying to you is because in West Jordan, Utah, that license plate was found in her car. So one of the other things that she doesn't, okay, we stop.
Recess. Please be back in the designated area at 1:30. We will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused for lunch.
You can still think that Jodi Arias is guilty and a bad person, I guess you would say that. And at the same time, think that Juan Martinez is the most annoying attorney on the face of the earth. Like, full stop.
The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. We are recessed.
Everything he does just drives me up the wall. And I'm actually I'm like a super grace giving and like nice gal, because I hope that people give me that kind of grace. They don't, but I try. He just drives me crazy. Drives me up the damn wall, y'all. Oink, 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 oink. What are you doing, Pearl? You want to come sit with me?
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue with your closing argument.
Defendant had made her way to Pasadena along with her will to kill Mr. Alexander in the evening of June 3rd of 2008. And she stopped at the Starbucks. And after stopping at the Starbucks, or as part of the stop, she decided to fill up. And we know that she had the 3 gallons of gas, or the 3 gas cans at that point, based on the receipts that are before you. And the reason that she had those gas cans filled is so that now she was prepared to make it all the way through Arizona without having to stop for gasoline. And she, on her direct testimony and also part of cross-examination, indicated that, well, the car, for whatever reason, had a bad engine, for lack of a better term. It kept using gas so much, trying to manipulate you into thinking that she stopped at a number of places and used all the gas in the gas cans. But there are no records or any other corroborative evidence that indicates that she stopped anywhere here in the state of Arizona for gasoline. So her plan, if you will, was working well at that point. She wanted to kill him. There was no way that anybody would be able to say that she was even in the state of Arizona, because the defense would have been, well, I would have had to have stopped for gas. And there was no indication anywhere, and there is no indication anywhere that she stopped for gas in the state of Arizona. Another thing that she did as she came into the state of Arizona is she turned off her telephone. And this telephone, the cell phone that she had, was turned off so that it could not be traced by law enforcement. So now not only do you have her in a vessel, an automobile that will not be traced to the state of Arizona, you also have her with the telephone that is turned off. She gave several reasons to different people as to why the telephone was turned off.
Nobody makes my Debbie or Peggy nervous. Nobody. I don't know why I keep calling you Debbie, Peggy. I'm sorry.
One of them that she gave to Ryan Burns was that somehow it had lost its charge, and that she had lost the charger, and somehow she'd been able to buy it at some store. That was her story, and then she was able to charge the telephone so that she then was able to call him near Hoover Dam. Another story that she gave was that when she stopped on the side of the road and she was cleaning up from killing Mr. Alexander, she actually was able to go underneath the seat and find the charger. Either way, the net effect of that was that as she came into Arizona, there was no electronic trail of her being here, and there was no physical trail of her coming through. And this was done for the purpose. She knew that she was coming to kill him. There is no other reason why you would turn off your telephone as you're coming through here, especially this woman who clearly loved to use her telephone.
I'm sorry to do this, but I see we have some new viewers. If you could please make sure to like this stream and subscribe to my channel, that would help me a lot. I am, last time I looked, I am like 30 something people away from my annual goal. So that would be huge and graciously appreciated. Thanks.
Phone, but for this particular trip, for this time when she's approaching Mesa, telephone is off. And it doesn't come on until sometime later near Hoover Dam, again indicating she was never in the Mesa area. And without the electronic trail, it would have been difficult for the police to find that out. So now you have her in a position where she can come to Arizona and no one's going to know. She's in a car that's white, not red, so the police are not going to stop her. And she shows up with a gun and a knife. And she shows up to see Mr. Alexander. And if you remember that one of the things that she told the police officer, she always, whenever it was not to her benefit, would say, well, no, I was lying then. As if somehow that's a fallback position. As if somehow that's something to be rewarded. That, oh, I lied. So because I have admitted that I lied, you should put that in the good column. Forgetting that she lied to start with, and she lied to cover up the killing. And so she indicated that to this officer in a telephone call. And by this officer, I mean Detective Esteban Flores, that she knew the code to his garage, 0187. And so she knew the code to the garage, and she indicated that that's how she came in. She didn't knock on the front door. She didn't go out through the back and peep through the sliding glass doors like she'd done before. She actually walked in. There's no indication that Mr. Alexander came to the door. And this was sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning. And as she came in, one of the things that's telling about what happened is that she said, I came in and I stood by the door and I watched him. And I watched him for 30, 45 seconds. Who does that? Who comes in and stands there? Someone with some sort of stalking behavior in their past? Someone who's riding there unannounced? Someone who is there to surprise Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander happens to be awake. He's got the dog Napoleon with him. And the dog barks. And there's this, hello, how are you kind of thing. And at that point, she says that either she does bring her stuff in or she doesn't bring her stuff in. She may have brought her camera at that point. And we also know that she brought in her purse. And her purse is big enough for this toy-looking 25 caliber handgun. It's also big enough for a knife. She comes in and according to her, they go to sleep. There's no sexual activity between them at that point. If Mr. Alexander was this sexual fiend that she has attempted to portray, why didn't he just force himself on her there? And she said, well, at that point, I told him that I was tired and that I did not want to have sex. So whenever she said no, Mr. Alexander abided by that. The only time that she ever indicated that no, she didn't want to have sex with him, he abided by that. And they went to sleep until the next day. The next day, they do engage in some sexual contact. And there's such a stigma that the defendant has attempted to attach to this particular encounter. In fact, she goes so far as to speak with Richard Samuel, Dr. Richard Samuel, and tell him about this, and tells him that these photographs were actually taken while she was straddling Mr. Alexander. Additionally, she talks about how Mr. Alexander has on his computer all these photographs of women's breasts. Just has to add all of this to make Mr. Alexander be something that he is not, or have this encounter be something that it isn't. He did not go to Wairika to seek her out. She drove here to the state of Arizona, to Mesa, to see him. Yes, he did have a camera, and yes, it was used. And thank God he had the camera, because that's the reason why we're standing here, because of the images captured on that camera. And so they engaged in this sexual contact. And there's this, again, this religious sort of overtone, somehow that she's holier than thou, that it was all of his, at his request. It was all about him. It was nothing about her. And that he's somehow violative of the concepts or the precepts of the Mormon faith. Why is that important? It's important because she wants to manipulate you. She wants you to believe that, wow, he's such a bad guy. He's holding himself out to be a virgin. And somehow that's really, really bad. That when people date or when people talk about their sexual lives, they somehow don't want everybody to know everything that's going on. If you remember, Deanna Reed indicated that, yes, they had transgressed. They had engaged in sexual contact, but they went to see the bishop. They got whatever penance or whatever punishment or whatever happened, but they never engaged in that contact again. Somehow the defendant wants to make it seem that Mr. Alexander kept constantly going. He was this individual who had lost his priesthood or had not, had or had not. And somehow that this encounter was a microcosm of their whole relationship. Well, if it is a microcosm of their whole relationship, then we have the willing partner sitting right here, somebody who enjoyed it just as much as he did. One hand or two hands, she enjoyed it as much as he did.
Oh
There are no
my
indications
God.
in those photographs other than from their experts who say, look at the face. You can tell by the face that she really doesn't want to be there. Really? Can you tell by a grimacing face whether that's pain or joy? Can you tell that by just looking at somebody's face, especially if we're talking about a sexual situation? You can't. But they come in and they want to tell you that because they have a psychology degree or they have a master's degree. And they want to tell you that don't believe what you see in your eyes. Don't use your common sense or the experiences that you have coming in here. Believe what we have to say. And by looking at those photographs, you can see that this was all about Mr. Alexander. And again, that's just a microcosmic view, if you will, of this whole relationship where she says, I really never wanted to do it, but it was all about him. And yet, if you look at the photographs, there's no indication there that she really didn't want to do it. She was enjoying it as much as he was. And so they engage in this conduct, these two Mormons. So stop pointing a finger at him and stop wagging it
Very
as
StreamYard
if somehow
sent us
being a
all
Mormon
really
precludes you
weird.
from being human. And so stop pointing a finger at him and stop wagging it as if somehow being a Mormon precludes you from being human. If somehow that's something bad that he did, because she's just as Mormon as he is. So if there are fingers to be pointed, it should be pointed at each other. And if one's conduct is bad, the other one is just as bad. But that's not what this case is about. And they want you to think that that's what this case is about, that this is about Mormonism and the fact that Mr. Alexander was engaging in sexual intercourse. What those photographs show was that she was there. And they show you the time that she was there sometime after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so you know that at about 1:30, they are consummating, if you will, their feelings for each other, at least on a physical level. No indication there of anything else other than perhaps Mr. Alexander has adopted what the defendant has provided for him, because you do see the KY bottle in some of those photographs, and you do know who introduced that into the relationship from the May 10th, 2008 conversation where Mr. Alexander thanked her for introducing him to that. We don't know who brought that on that particular day, but it could be reasonably inferred, we're not saying that it happened, that she brought it. She's the one that introduced him to it. Perhaps he already had it there. Either way, that's symbolic, if you will, of her attentiveness to this sexual, perhaps he already had it there. Either way, that's symbolic, if you will, of her attentiveness to this sexual relationship that they had. And so, later on in the afternoon,
Him to fuck.
toward getting later, sometime after 5, the defendant says, and it depends on what you listen, or what version you listen to, that at that point, Mr. Alexander wanted to show off his body, according to her. And he wanted her to take photographs of him. You've heard the tape of her conversation with Detective Flores. That was taken when, and how she loved the way he shaved because it was old-fashioned. And then she starts talking about how, yes, she is able to get him to get into the shower and take photographs of that. And it really is. And then she starts talking about how, yes, she is able to get him to get into the shower and take photographs of that. And it really is more of her idea than his. And the only reason that the state can say that it is really more idea than his is if you hearken back, think back to what Darrell Brewer told you. One of the things that he was asked on direct or cross-examination was, when he was on the witness stand, were there ever any photographs that were taken of you by the defendant? And he said, yes, only on one occasion were there photographs taken of me. I didn't want them taken. I was in the shower when she started to snap the photograph. Wanted me to do it when, as part of the same case, you have her saying that, no, he did not want her to do it. But she then starts taking photographs, and according to her, very sexy. But at that point, the ill will was already there. She is armed with both a knife and a gun at that point. And she begins to take these photographs. And as she takes these photographs, even though she says they are of a Calvin Klein kind of quality, the water coming down as if it was sort of a Pacific, a very quiet, bucolic kind of scene, that's not what's going on. She talked earlier about a knife, justifying how a knife would have been upstairs by saying that there was this 20-foot rope and that somehow she was tied up with that 20-foot rope to that bed. And it depends on who she's talking to as to whether or not she was tied on her ankles as well as her wrists. But you've taken a look at that sleigh bed. Where is she going to be tied up on that bed? Making it up, trying to justify or trying to have a knife there for some other purpose. But if you take a look at that bed, and you've seen it, you know that she's making it up, just making it up. If she's not making it up, then why has she told some of the experts that she was tied by her ankles or on the foot of the bed? Why does she tell somebody else that it was both her ankles and wrists? Why does she need to keep changing positions? Because she has a lot to remember. And with the truth, you ain't got nothing to remember. But she has a lot to remember. And it's a lot for her to keep straight, given that she's making all of this up. And so, given the facts as we know them, and the fact that there was no rope, because it would have required her to clean up in the bedroom, because that's where the rope was. And if she was all bloody, because we do know that the floor was all bloody, it was also very wet. It was either wet with water, which is white, or it was wet with blood, which is red, Mr. Alexander's blood. It would have required her to go into the rest of the bedroom and leave some trail of that. And there's nothing there. So it means there was no rope there, and there was no knife there for her to get. It means that she had both the knife or at least the knife at the time of the attack. And so what happens then is that she's standing there. And then we have this photograph. Exhibit 160. This is the last photograph of Mr. Alexander. This is the last photograph of Mr. Alexander. There, not only is he defenseless, he does not have a gun, he does not have a knife, he doesn't have any weapon whatsoever. Not only does he not have that, he doesn't have any clothing on. And as he sits there, he doesn't have any dignity either. She's taken that away from him. And if anybody,
Okay, Pearl, I was just kidding.
and as he sits there, he doesn't have any dignity either. She's taken that away from him. And if anybody is defenseless, in this case, it isn't the defendant, it's Travis Alexander. As he sits like that, in that shower, with his killer standing there dressed in pants, presumably a top on, because there's no indication that she didn't have a top on, with his camera. And she starts snapping this. Part of the story of hers that you would have to be in the sharpness of this photograph. There's nothing accidental about this. Somebody held the photograph, or the camera, firmly. The defendant held it firmly as she pressed the button and took this photograph, the last live photograph of Mr. Alexander. And while she had that in that position where he is in the inferior position to her, he's down. She's standing up. She can approach him, and she can approach him as he's sitting there. And she did. No doubt about that. This is not a case of whether or not there was an attack here, whether or not it wasn't her. It's her, and it's him, and it's the man that she has just had sex with, and it's this individual that she has planned to kill all the way from May 28th of 2008, days, even though the premeditation statute only requires a certain period of time. It doesn't require days, it doesn't require planning, it requires thinking. And so she's been thinking about it for a long time because she came very prepared. And before she even went in there, one of the other preparations that she took was to take the license plate off the car. So now she's inside, now she's got him like that. Can anybody think of how anything else could be so much colder or without feeling for the person than to make
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, for allowing
Approach. You want me to do that? Approach. Oh my God. You are so heavy. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. I mean that respectfully, Pearl. You know I do. I'm not calling you fat. Yes, I do mean it respectfully. Don't argue with me.
It is cold. It is thinking. It is premeditated. You go up to this individual, someone that she has planned to kill for days, someone with whom she has been intimate with, and then attack him. She has indicated to you that it was a shot to the head, but the evidence, the forensic evidence, speaks otherwise. And for you to believe her, and for you to believe that the shot was first, you will need to set aside everything that she's told you, for example, the gas cans, everything else that she has told you, including the fact that she lied to the police, including the fact that she lied to the experts, including the fact that she lied here. And then you have to say, even though she's lied all of these times, even though she's looked us in the face and lied to us, we're now going to believe her with regard to just this one particular aspect. That is not something that is available to you, I submit. And I submit that because of everything that she has said. And so she gets her knife. And she took that knife and stabbed him right in front here. The reason that we know that she did that is because Mr. Alexander has defensive wounds. And he has defensive wounds to his left and to his right hand. As she is stabbing him, he is alive and he is cognizant of it, and he begins to grab at the knife. But unfortunately for Mr. Alexander, one of the knife wounds is to the heart. Doesn't mean he's going to die immediately. It means he's just going to die. And part of the dying process includes, because of it's the heart, blood coming from his mouth and blood coming out from the wounds. But he's not going to die immediately. He's going to take some time, minutes, to bleed out. But he is going to die. So in a sense, she has already killed him. He's dead. Well, you know that he gets up at some point. You know that he doesn't remain seated there, because throughout the bathroom, or where there's the mat, where there's the scale, all around the bathroom, everywhere, there's blood. And if there's blood everywhere, that means there is movement there. And it isn't the kind of movement that is the flopping of the fish kind of movement. It is movement, it is purposeful movement on the part of Mr. Alexander to save his life. And as this time is going by, again, premeditation does not take days. Premeditation does not take a plan. Premeditation just takes time. And it can be a shorter amount of time. The stab wound, for example, after the first stab wound, could be that. And as he is in this position of dying, he then ambulates. And we know that she didn't carry him over to the sink. We know that he goes there by himself. And one of the things that you see there is this, 98. That's the sink. And that's the sink with his blood on it after he has been stabbed. The reason that you know that he has already been stabbed at this point is because of the patterns that you have on this particular photograph. Right here on the left. And remember the injuries to the hand. He had more stab wounds to the left hand than he did to the right hand. And one of the patterns that was described here was this smudge or this transfer. So that if he, and remember, he had more injuries to his hand. That's not something that she can tell you he doesn't, but you look at the photograph. You don't need to believe that. You can believe the photograph. And he does have an injury, a slight injury to his right hand. But if he's standing here, this would be where his left hand is. And you can see that there's the smudge or the transfer as he moves that way, as he's falling, moving away, indicating movement. He's still alive, but he's bleeding. That red stuff there, it's blood. And you also have the drops here. And those are placed there by gravity. If this individual has blood in his mouth, and if you remember that the medical examiner testified that if you do have an injury to the heart, that's one of the things that happens. And as it requires Mr. Alexander to be standing there with his left arm like this. And as he's doing that, you do know that this is what's happening to him. She is stabbing him in the back. That's exhibit number 192.
Did I miss a photo?
That's a concentric area. Exhibit 193 also shows us that.
My dog was in
And
here going
he's also
crazy.
being stabbed, as you saw, in the back of the head as he stands at that sink. Because he is standing at that sink and he is bleeding, and the amount of blood that's at that sink is indicative of time. You just don't go over for a second and get those patterns. He stood there, which means that the defendant was there with a knife, stabbing him. The other pattern that you see there is this, on the mirror. If you remember, the blood spatter person indicated that, well, yes, that can happen from, for example, gunshot wound, but it can also happen if somebody has blood in their mouth and they get hit in the back of the head. And that's called blood spatter, high velocity splatter. And what that means then is that Mr. Alexander was having some force applied to his head at the time that he was standing there. That's how you can know that Exhibit 193 occurred when he was standing there and strikes to the head, because the splatter that is on the mirror indicates movement, hitting him, and then he goes and flies into the mirror. But he's not dead. He's still standing there. This woman came to visit him and prepared him. So he begins to go in a different direction. And we know that he begins to go down the hallway, and he's still standing. The reason that we know that he's still standing is if you take a look at Exhibit 133. That's a blood transfer. It's either an item with blood came by or the blood was already there. Well, the item with blood in this case was Mr. Alexander. And as he's going by, you can see he was still sort of standing. And in this rainbow, somewhat ironic, there is no good luck for him at the end of that rainbow. But you can see that it starts high. And it arcs down to the area where there's a larger amount of blood. He's stumbling now, that way. But he's stumbling with somebody after him. He's trying to get away. He's trying to get away from her over there. And she may cry now. But the jury instructions have told you that sympathy is not to be considered in this particular case. No doubt that she did it. No doubt that he's trying to get away from her. You can tell that by the arc that is there. You can see that even clearer here with regard to Exhibit 132. That's the same view when showing the arc there. Just for contrast, to show you that that was part of what was going on, if you take a look at the other side, the other wall, you can see that these are more at the bottom, indicative of substance with blood either rubbing it there or the blood already being there and an item going through there, as opposed to this arc that we see here. She chases him down. That's what she did. He's still alive. How many stab wounds has she already given him at that point? The ones to the back? Do we really need to count the number of stab wounds to get? Is there a requisite number to get through the portal of death? No, not really. There's enough here to get him there. He's already got the one to the chest, which is going to kill him. He's already got the ones to the back of the head. They're not failed. And he's got the ones to his back. But they are accelerating his departure from Earth. Because the more he bleeds, the quicker he dies. He don't die immediately. And so, when he gets here,
Thank you so much.
the end
Have a
of
lovely
his rainbow, gets there to the end. And when he gets there, that's what she does. This is exhibit number 205. Slits his throat from ear to ear. Number 205. Volition, by his own movements as he tried to get away from her. You know that because of the blood stain. You know that because of Exhibit 130, which shows you.
Sorry,
And
guys.
remember, the rainbow is right above there. Goes down, he collapses there. She catches up to him and goes for the throat. Is right above there. Goes down, he collapses there. She catches up to him and goes for the throat. And if you want to believe her that she doesn't remember anything, doesn't know anything that's going on, why then? Why then? If she really doesn't know what's going on and can't remember, why is she so directed at a place where she can certainly cause death? If she really didn't know what was going on, if it was just really passion, if it was just a heat of passion, then you wouldn't have a directed hit to somewhere that's going to kill. You would have dispersed all over the thinking, this person's not going to live. He may get away from me in the shower. He may get away from me all the way to the sink. And he may stumble his way down that hallway. But you know, I caught him. And now, rather than stabbing him anywhere else, right here. So it's a very well orchestrated kill. And it takes time. By time, if somebody takes time, people think. So she's now stabbed him in the die. If somebody takes time, people think. So she's now stabbed him in the die. Now he's tried to get away, went to the sink. And what's almost something to consider, another thing to consider while he's at the sink is that in front of the sink is a mirror. And as he's standing there, the mirror is reflective of what's going on behind him. And he has eyes. His eyes are still open at that point. He can see. He can see the defendant. But she's not done with him yet. And again, the point here is that if this were a heat of passion, if this were a situation where somebody was just upset, it would be random all over the place. But this was a strike to kill right at the neck. And then, after she does that, one of the things that we know is that the shooting didn't take place there. The shooting took place near the sink, where he had previously been standing. And so, one of the things that they wanted you to believe was that if this person is shot and hit through the head, could have been shot there at the sink, according to them. It's already bleeding and still continued on. But the knife wounds do have to be first. Of course, that would violate the laws of nature because he's bleeding so profusely there that the doctor, by necessity, would have had to have found lots of blood in the track of the bullet, and he didn't. So if he was standing at the sink and he was shot at the sink after being stabbed, there would be lots of blood there, and the doctor did not find any there. So he clearly was shot after that, when the situation was such that his heart wasn't beating, a situation when the heart wasn't pumping enough blood to get it there. Bottom line, he was dead at the time that he was shot, in order to forensically get the result of no blood in the track of the bullet. So he falls there. And then we have more directed behavior. We have this, exhibit number 162. That's Mr. Alexander, that's blood, that's his foot, and that's her part. And given the fact that we know that the bathroom is this way, that's her standing there. And what's important about that, if we look at this exhibit here, is that it looks like there's been a wildebeest migration near his head. Look at that. And what's important about that is that even though there is the stomping of the feet, it just means she was over him, hovering him. How many times was she stamping around or stomping around to get that pattern? But what's even more important about that is that there's nothing in the bedroom, which means that this was directed behavior of him. She was cognizant of what was going on, because if she would have been in this state that she wants you to think that she was in, then it would have been all over the bedroom. If she'd have been in this hysterical state that she describes for you, that she would have run out, run into the bedroom, except it's in pristine shape. What she does then is she begins to drag him. And again, we look at that one, and then exhibit 163, which is a bit later, you can see she's dragging him down the hallway. What that shows is an attempt to clean up. And as she's going by the sink again, you know that she does something else. What she does is this, exhibit 207. Shoots him in the head. There is no blood in that blood track, which means the heart isn't pumping. And when the heart isn't pumping, he is dead. There is no other medical phenomenon or any other medical indications that would
He did.
give any other indication. And if that's the case, then he's already dead. And then you have the casing from the .25 caliber handgun that you took during this staged burglary. And you have the casing right there, falling on top of the blood as she's dragging him back, because by necessity, the body has to be there. And if you remember, there's a closet that It's up here, the sink is to the left, and the sink is to the left, and this falls to the right. One of the things that we talked about is that the shot is right here. If she is dragging him in this fashion, that way, and she's pulling him along here, that would mean that it would be this portion of the head that was exposed. Which, if you're pulling somebody down the hallway, that's the result that you get. The casing is expelled, and it lands on the blood that's already there. So that's when she delivers this shot to him, somebody that's already dead. So she's killed him 3 times over. Is that enough premeditation? Even though she's all of this planning already, this was a very directed attack. And then she goes about the business of cleaning up. One of the most interesting things about the cleanup that she did is that, she knows about cameras. She knows what to do with cameras, according to her. And one of the things that she knows what to do with them is delete photographs. And she's able to look at all of the photographs that are on this camera. Let's assume, for example, that they've already deleted the ones involving the sex. This one right here, the inadvertent photographs, Exhibit 162, for example, had to be deleted after he was dead. There is no time travel here, because that's really what they want you to believe. After this happened, she located the camera. And he's not carrying the camera as he's trying to survive. He couldn't care less about that camera as he's standing over the sink. So what does he do? He just tries to get away. So the camera getting there means that she is the person that was holding onto the camera and carried it to that location. Then, after she shoots him, she goes back, places him in the shower. At some point, either after shooting him at the sink or after placing him in the shower, at some point, she's still thinking. Because remember how much she has planned before. I got to get rid of this evidence. I got to delete this. What does she do? She deletes only certain images. It's not like all of the images are deleted. This shows somebody who is thinking, oh, I don't want to delete the one of this dog or this other one. I'll delete the only ones that hurt me. And that is directed behavior by somebody who claims to have dissociative amnesia. Dissociative amnesia, you heard what the definition of that was. Or is it a fog? Even the San Franciscan fog, if such a thing existed, wouldn't be so cloudy to account for this kind of behavior. There is no fog that someone can tell you about.
You guys, we are only 61 subs away from our annual goal. If you could please make sure to subscribe to this channel, it's free, as well as like this stream, that would help me significantly. Thanks so much, and let's get back to this.
Hasn't lifted to allow for this. And so she cleans that up. She has that, and she cleans that out. The other thing that we know is that she takes the camera at some point from that area there. And again, what's important about that, yes, it's important where it was found, and yes, it's important that it was found in the washer. What was actually more important to show that she was thinking is that there are no steps leading from the bedroom down to the area where the camera was found that are bloody in nature or red, which means that she was cleaning herself up. Because if you're going to be walking around there, you by necessity are going to get it in your socks because that's what she's wearing.
I also love the comments. You guys are
And if she's in this horrific hysterical state, she would have ran down and thrown it down there. But what she did is she cleaned herself up first. The police did not, and you looked at all the stairs, did not find anything that showed that there was any activity other than up in the bedroom, which means she cleaned up. She took her socks off and then maybe put her shoes on or maybe put different socks on. But definitely the item that she was wearing was taken off before that camera was taken downstairs and put in the washing machine. And it was put in the washing machine and put through a cycle. Oh, there's this big indication, or there's an indication she could have taken it with her. So what does that mean? It just means it's an alternative. But she has done so much already.
Well, now.
Other things that she has done, according to her, is there was this glass underneath the sink area. And that's the glass that's found on top of Mr. Alexander after she cleaned him up. After she cleaned him up in the shower. We don't know if the glass was an afterthought or if it was used to actually clean him, but actually shows that she went to the sink, approached his body, and dropped it on top of him. But she cleaned him up, wanted to wash away anything or any contact or anything that would show her being there. Again, We're told about what DNA is and how it's left behind. But if somebody washes it away, it's just not going to be there. And that's another step that she took in staging this scene. She washed away all of her DNA from him. Could have turned on, we don't know if she turned on the shower. We don't know if she used the glass, but we do know that she cleaned up. And it isn't because she loved Mr. Alexander that she cleaned him up. Oh, it isn't that she wanted him to look good, even though he, with all due respect, he looked a little bit crunched up there. It wasn't that. The net effect of what she did is to destroy any of her DNA. She washed it off. That's what people do when they want things that, such as items off their hands, they wash out. And that's what she did. And then we don't know what was in the middle of the bathroom that was causing her concern. But we know that she focused in on the bathroom area as well as near the closet. Again, we don't know exactly what was there. Perhaps that's where she dropped the knife and she needed to clean the knife there, because we know that the knife was cleaned. We know that the knife was not left behind. So again, there's this directed behavior with regard to the knife. Had the knife been dripping blood, and remember, she had just stuck it into his neck. Had that been happening, and had she been in this hysterical sort of mood that she wants you to believe, it's fair to say that that knife would have been bloody, she would have dropped blood along the way. No, she carried it out. She wants you to believe that she may have carried it down to the dishwasher. If she did carry it down to the dishwasher, which the state disputes, but we can use that for demonstrative purposes to show that knife, if it was carried downstairs, either had to be cleaned up upstairs or wrapped in something like a towel, which shows, again, directed behavior, so that no blood got on any of the stairs.
Thank you. See you
Didn't
tomorrow.
get anywhere else. So if she says, which is what she said, that sort of alluded to, that maybe that's what she did with the knife, because no knife was found up there, and we do know that a knife was used in this attack. If she did that, she did something with the knife. She either cleaned it, stuck it in her purse, or according to her, even if you put it in the dishwasher, but you can't be sure about that, the behavior before the movement of the knife shows that she was thinking this whole thing through. If you step back and you say, what was she thinking at the time? Well, she was thinking of staging the scene, cleaning it. That's what she was doing. She cleaned the body of any DNA. She cleaned the area where it appears some of the attack occurred. The other implement, the knife, that was clean because it wasn't found or dripping anywhere. The gun, well, it was taken. The clothing that she had on her, specifically the footwear that you see in Exhibit 162, that wasn't found anywhere. There was no bloody spots anywhere. And even the towels that were upstairs, if you remember, there was one towel missing from the set, was taken down and placed inside of the washing machine, and the cycle was run. It appears that the cycle was run with Clorox. And what's significant about that is that, yes, it's significant that Clorox was used, but what's also significant about it is that the hands were clean at the time the Clorox was grabbed, because otherwise you would have seen the handle with blood on it, you would have seen blood all over the washer. You didn't see that. She had already cleaned up upstairs, and she was cleaning up because she did not want to get caught. And it was actually, as plans go, pretty good, except for the photographs. So she's now staged the scene. She's now cleaned up. There has been days of premeditation, but if you just take the scene itself, and we will discuss the jury instructions, it tells you that it just requires a space of time. And killing somebody 3 times over has built into it a space of time, irrespective of which event you think happened first or happened last. It's the state's position that the stabbing happened first because of the forensic evidence and the blood spatter evidence that's upstairs. Either way, she killed him 3 times over. She stabbed him in the heart. He would die from that. Certainly the throat was immediately fatal, and the gunshot would also have been fatal. So there is this premeditation aspect. And so she staged the scene at that point. Then she did some other things that were equally as interesting. And by interesting, I mean demonstrative of how well she was thinking at the time. She claims that she was in this sort of foggy state. She wasn't in such a foggy state that she couldn't put the license plate back on the car that she was driving on the back. She was in a hurry to put it on upside down, but she had already taken it off before and remembered to put it back on, such that she drove all the way to Utah that way and was stopped in West Jordan, Utah. So yeah, she was thinking there. She wasn't driving without a license plate, because police officers would have stopped you quicker without a license plate than one upside down. So thinking there. The other thing is she packed up the clothing that she was wearing. It was bloody. The socks included. Packed all of that up and took them with her. Cameras, her purse, the gun, all of that. She was cleaning it up, staging it up for the police, so that when the police went up there, they wouldn't even know what was going on. Got in the car, did all the cleaning, and was
New
sure
poll.
and careful
New
not to
poll.
get it anywhere other than the bathroom. Walked down,
Loophole.
and then on that hot summer June 4th, got into the car, left Napoleon behind, and started to drive away after putting the license plate on the car. And according to her, at some point, filling up with gas from the gas can. If you're in such a fog, how can you even remember that you have a gas can? How can you possibly even remember that you have a gas can if you've never done it before? And she, according to her, this is not something that she did on the usual basis.
Objection. That's not evidence.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the evidence.
And away she goes down the road until, according to her, she stops on the side of the road, starts calling Ryan, and continues her lies. Starts calling Ryan and gave a story about where she had been. She lied to him. She wanted to continue that, speaking with him because he could potentially say, well, no, she was with me. She was somebody that was with me at the time. So again, she's continuing to stage the scene for the police. What else does she do? If she didn't think that she had killed him, then why is it that she's calling and leaving a voicemail message as soon as she possibly can? Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. If she was really in this state of fogginess, you would have heard some mumbling, or she would have been able to work the prompts on the phone. But she was able, according to her, keep going back and try to do the message. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times did she say? Many, many times. She said she tried to do that. That shows some clarity of thought.
But okay,
Of
one.
course, though, she wants you to believe that there was no clarity of thought. She wants to manipulate you, wants to continue to lie. Why send an email? If you really didn't know what had happened, why send an email? Why not call the police? And why continue on your journey to make it seem normal? Why continue to make it seem normal as if nothing had happened? The reason that you do that is because you had it planned. Ryan Burns was nothing more than her alibi. She showed, maybe he was a little bit more because of the interest that she showed. But she calls him up, makes up this story about where the cell phone has been, and continues on to Utah into his waiting arms. Gosh, you could almost hear the violins making their sound. And she goes up to him, gives him that first kiss. Isn't that romantic? And then later on, as they kiss passionately after going out, and she adjusts him, whatever that may mean, although according to her, he's full of crap. Anybody that doesn't agree with her, oh, they're full of crap. Those are her words from the witness stand. He's wrong. And he's not telling the truth according
Peggy,
to her.
be
He
nice
doesn't have
to your
anything to gain.
nerves.
But he does tell you that, yes, they were involved, and they were involved in a sexual fashion when she gets up there. What a wonderful reunion, what a wonderful time it must have been for her. And so then, there's this talk that she has with her friend Leslie Udy. And she begins to talk about the future with Mr. Alexander in it. How this Mr. Alexander that is going to be with her in the future after he's married, he has kids, she's married, she has kids, their children are going to play together. Absolutely staging the scene again, continually staging the scene so that if the police start making inquiries, guess what? Well, she didn't know he was dead. Boy, she was just normal with me, Mr. Burns would say. And with Leslie, she was talking about the future. Again, she's just staging the scene after what she has done. At the restaurant that they go to, there's this talk about her hands, and she, again, makes up a story as to how she got the injury to her hand, even though it's from the knife slipping as she was knifing Mr. Alexander to death. And then afterwards, her friend, Dan Freeman, calling her on the telephone and telling her, oh, his body has been found. And she crying and calls the bishop, trying to determine whether or not he was alive. What an absolute facade. She's creating a wall of excuses, a wall of absolute, what appears to be impenetrable might, so that no one can assail her. No one can say that she had anything to do with this, because she's acting the part. And she's lying. She's making it all up. She has lied to everybody, and she has staged the scene. She staged the scene of the murder. And then she came into court, and during these proceedings, has staged her defense. And she staged her defense by lies. And the lies that she told were to a number of people and to various groups of people. First of all, let's start with you. Perhaps it may be that in court, because of the admonition and standing in front of the clerk, that somehow that would bring out the truth, because after all, this is a truth-finding sort of proceeding. Well, let's start with some of the examples that we can talk about that we know that she lied to you about. This issue about the gas cans. Absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, she's a liar. And she's a liar about, number one, that she returned it to Walmart. And she's a liar about the fact that she didn't have them with her in Salt Lake City. It's just a lie. And the reason she's lying is that explains why there are no receipts here in Arizona. And that also goes to premeditation. She planned to come and kill Mr. Alexander with that .25 caliber and that knife from May 28th on. That's what the evidence shows. One of the things that you can say to yourself, well, you don't have any direct evidence of that. That's true. We have circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is a fact that you can deduce from looking at the circumstances as opposed to direct evidence, which is visual or hearing, kind of sensory kind of evidence. The best example from looking at the circumstances as opposed to direct evidence, which is visual or hearing, kind of sensory kind of evidence. The best example of what time of year it is, and you're there by yourself. And you're standing there, and you're watching the waves come in. As you stand there from your left, somebody walks by, and then goes to your right. A minute or so later, somebody else comes to you and says, has there anybody else been on this beach? And you can say, sure, I just saw him walk by. That's direct evidence. Well, contrast that with circumstantial evidence. You are at the same beach. You have not seen anybody go by. You have not seen any fingerprints. You haven't seen anything. And you decide that it's a nice day and you're going to close your eyes. With circumstantial evidence, you are at the same beach. You have not seen anybody go by. You have not seen any fingerprints. You haven't seen anything. And you decide that it's a nice day and you're going to close your eyes. You have your Wayfarer sunglasses on. You have your towel out. You're going to lay down and you close your eyes for exactly, let's say, a minute. And before you close your eyes, you notice that there were no footprints here, no footprints in front of you, and no footprints there. And the ocean's not coming up to you. Close your eyes and you wake up, and when you...
Can you imagine being a juror here? We are almost 3 hours into just the prosecutor's closing argument. Sir, as someone who suffers severely from ADD, like had it before it was a thing, I only heard like maybe the first 30 minutes of your argument. I'm just saying. Also, while I have your guys' attention, if you could please like the stream and subscribe. We are only 55 subs away. It's all free to do that, by the way. Only 55 people away from not only my annual goal, but it was like I'm starting a YouTube. This is my goal. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
For those 45 seconds or so, and then you look, and to your left is a set of human footprints. You see it goes right in front of you, and then it goes by. You didn't hear anything, you didn't hear anybody, but you can say yes. And the reason that you can say yes is because of the footprints that you saw after you woke up. And the same thing here. There are many footprints to this premeditation aspect. One of the footprints that we have is up in Wairika, California, after the May 26th, 2008 argument where he tells her, you're the worst thing that ever happened to me. Then you have her stealing the gun, or the gun is stolen, and it's a .25 caliber that's actually found at the scene. After that, you have her borrowing some gas cans, and then you have her lying about those gas cans. And then you have her lying about the license plate, and you have her turning off her phone so that she can't be found in Arizona. And then you have the photographs, and you have the rest of the evidence in this case. She premeditated the murder in this case. The other thing that we need to talk about in terms of what she told you that is not true is why she rented the car in Redding. She said, oh, that's the place that Priceline would give her the best deal. But you saw the receipts, not the receipts, but the statement from Washington Mutual that indicated that, hey, she paid directly to budget. So that wasn't a Priceline thing. She looked at each and every one of you, and that's what she told you. Well, that's because, of course, she's innocent, and you as a jury are not going to convict her, right? The other thing that she talked to you about was this injury to her finger. She said that she showed you the finger and she demonstrated it to you. And she said that Mr. Alexander had been the person that actually had done that to her. Well, if you remember during cross-examination, when she was being asked about what happened in her killing of Mr. Alexander, the question was, well, you really didn't get any injuries. I mean, aside from the injury to the head, do you remember? That's all that you got there. And then she said, oh, no, I also got the injury to my finger. Do you remember her saying that? In a moment of candor, in a moment when she wasn't quite expecting it, she said, yes, that's when it happened. Yet then she turns around and says later, no, that's not how I got it. I got it working for Casa Ramos, Margaritaville. I got it at his house. Who knows? But she looked at you straight in the face about an event that occurred at the time of the killing. And she looked you in the face, every single one of you, after taking the oath, and lied to you. Maybe this law of attraction, maybe something else, maybe that will explain it, or maybe her experts will explain these 3 areas that you know were made up. She just made them up to you. And why did she make them up? because although she says no jury will convict her, it's because she's attempting to get you or manipulating you to get to that particular point. One of the other things that perhaps we need to look at or talk about is they're experts. And with regard to their experts, with regard to the defense that's presented, one of the things that perhaps you can sort of allude to and maybe make reference to when you're looking at this particular defense is by reference to Elizabeth Barrett Browning in a sonnet, where she indicated that, and again, it's just a reference to it, how do I love thee, let me count the lies. It's a little bit of a reference to it, but that's not exactly what she said. But really, how do I love thee, let me count the lies. Well, we've counted 3 so far that in this court, looking at each of you, she said that. What else can we look at? Well, perhaps we can look at the motivation, or perhaps we can look at people that have testified on her behalf, and maybe we can understand what's going on. We can talk, for example, about Alice Laviolette. She's the person who has a master's, who came in and has been doing this for a long time. And one of the things that Alice Laviolette has, and she has an extensive CV or resume, is one of the things she hasn't included in there is that she is also a liar. That is just the bottom line. She came in here and she told you in response to one of your questions about whether or not she had ever testified on behalf of a male in court. And she said 1 or 2 times. Remember that? And when she was pressed by the prosecutor during cross-examination, well, who are they? Couldn't give me the name. Give me a name. Go ahead, give me a name. Pressed even further, she said, well, I didn't testify. I actually wrote a report. She wanted to make herself more than she really was. She also talked about being a keynote speaker at one of the conferences where was Snow White a battered woman. She indicated that she was one of the keynote speakers there at one of those conferences, and she wasn't. Her CV indicated that she was on a plenary panel, which is just part of people that go there, and she made a presentation to a smaller group. And just as importantly with regard to lying and Alice Laviolette, she indicated and tried to justify the defendant's lies for you so that you wouldn't think that they were so bad. She kept saying, well, she lied before, but not afterwards. And we got into this conversation about lying, and Alice Laviolette said, well, you know, bad. She kept saying, well, she lied before, but not afterwards. And we got into this conversation about lying, and Alice Laviolette said, well, you know, there are such things as white lies. Those are okay. See, you don't understand. For her and for the defendant, white lies. White lies. They're okay. And if it's to her benefit to say that something is a white lie, she will say that it is a white lie. And in this case, everything that's negative towards the defendant, and it is untruthful, well, that's just a white lie, according to Alice Laviolette. And to her, that you as an expert, because they're trying to provide guidance and say, yes, I have testified on behalf of men before, and then going back and saying, no, that's not true. Measure, but maybe that's a guide to the defendant. Maybe that's something that she, of course, believes. Maybe that's something that buttresses the defendant's case, and Alice Laviolette believes that that's something that she should do. But what that indicates is that she's nothing more than an advocate. When you begin lying on behalf of the person that you evaluated, when you begin to visit them, when you begin to give them books, when you're with them for 44 hours, that line was crossed. Anything Alice Laviolette said is contaminated. It is foul. It is not something that you should consider, because how much credibility can you give her if she came up here and advocating that position?
Usually
she lied to you.
muted, but my
Absolutely
lovely
no words at all.
husband and I
And then
actually
you have
he's
Dr.
making
Richard
dinner
Samuels.
right now.
And one of the things
so
about that,
it's a little loud.
Dr. Samuels, was that, and the issue involving lying is one of the things that he did is that he had trouble with regard to this scoring and rescoring. And there were some issues as to really what the motivation was for the rescoring. Dr. Janine DeMarte indicated that, well, there's no reason to be rescoring something 3 times unless you perhaps want to change the scores. Or with regard to the MCMI, there's no reason to submit it twice unless perhaps you might want to change the scores. But one of the things that we do know about Dr. Samuels is that he gave the PDS test. And there is no doubt as to that test that the defendant lied. The defendant made it up. There is no truth to the fact that on question 14, number 4, that whatever seminal event that they're talking about, there was never any indication whatsoever that there was a guy and a girl that came in and killed Mr. Alexander. But he based his test on that. And the defense and the questions may be asked about whether or not it involved the attack of a tiger, or if it involved the attack of a bear, or if it involved a gopher. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that it's a lie. Let's say that somebody goes to the doctor, and they go to the doctor and they're talking about some sort of pain that they have. And if they start lying about the pain, isn't the treatment going to be affected by it? How good is the workup going to be? if the seminal event that you're there for is a lie? Well, yeah, you can say she suffered trauma. Okay, let's assume that you can go that far and say the PDS does show that she suffered trauma. Well, which trauma are we talking about? Is it the bear? Is it the tiger? Is it the gopher? Or, in our case, is it the trauma of lying about killing Mr. Alexander? Is that what we're talking about? Or is it the killing of Mr. Alexander that we're talking about? Or, as the other expert, Gerald Karp, found, was it the trauma of this non-existent domestic violence? The problem is that when you start lying and the experts get involved.
Peggy, God, I was looking at Debbie's name this time. Peggy, I was actually worried that Nurse Ratchet had taken you away forever. So I'm glad you are back. Hey, guys, just as a reminder, we are so close. You're so close to our major goal. The goal. So if you could share and just double check to make sure that you are subscribed, sharing the stream, that is, that would be crazy helpful. Okay. I know you guys don't like when I interrupt, but I actually have to in order to not break the law with sharing these videos. So thanks.
And they start basing their test on a lie. How valid can the results be? For example, Cheryl Karp found that, yes, she believed it was post-traumatic stress disorder based on many events of domestic violence. Yet there are only 4 that were presented to you and never linked to post-traumatic stress disorder. Then there's this test, a PDS, that was taken, and according to Dr. Samuels, he said, you know what? I probably should have re-administered it. In a moment of candor, he said that. And yet he then reversed his position and changed it. But again, what do we have here? Another lie by the defendant. Not only to Dr. Samuels, but also to Dr. Karp or Janine DeMarte. Dr. Janine DeMarte. Either one. You can't have a lot of domestic violence or a little bit of domestic violence. So you have that issue that is sort of floating out there with regard to the experts. The other area that the defendant lied about was the police. Detective Ford?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Please be back at 3 o'clock. 15 minutes. You are excused. Please remain seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
We were talking about the litany of the defendant's lies, and we were at a point where we were going to talk about the lies to the police officers. And you've heard so much about that almost there's an effect such as, well, she did it.
Hey, Anna. So you have to be a YouTube, you have to have an account with YouTube, which is free. Everything that I'm asking for is free. So first of all, make sure that you have an account, which you're chatting. So I'm sure that you do have an account. Otherwise, maybe refresh. And maybe, I said maybe as a word, but maybe as in the person in the chat can point you into other ideas on how to make sure that you can subscribe. Thank you so much.
So, let's accept it and move on. But it is an important factor, not because it is important because she lied, but because of how it fits into her particular plan. And one of the things that we have to think about when we talk about lies is that, and you think about what she told the police officers, is that maybe there was some exaggeration that was going on with regard to what she told the police officer, or maybe there was some minimization that was going on. In terms of exaggeration, one of the points that needs to be made is that Robert Geffner, who was here yesterday talking to you, and said, well, exaggeration really isn't a lie. Well, it is, because it's not the truth. And so some of the things that the defendant told the police officer, well, exaggeration really isn't a lie. Well, it is, because it's not the truth. And so some of the things that the defendant told the police officers, somebody may say, well, no, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, maybe it isn't. But at the time that she spoke to the police officers, it had been something to think about what was going to happen if she spoke to the police. And so it's important from the aspect of somebody who's thinking about it, somebody who is planning. It shows that this individual had the forethought to have a story ready when the police officer came to her. And this individual is of such strong will that even in the face of what the police officer was talking to her about, she would actually not budge initially when she was spoken to by the police officer. For example, one of the things that she was asked on the first interview, well, isn't it true that you were there? She kept saying, no, I wasn't even there. How could I have possibly done this if I wasn't even there? And then she was asked, well, isn't it true that your fingerprint or your palm, it was actually a palm print, but the fingerprint, isn't it true that the fingerprint and blood was there? And she said, well, of course it's there. I've been there all this time. And so it shows you the adaptability and how nimble this individual is, such that when she gets in any situation, whether it be involving Mr. Alexander or here in court, this individual is quick thinking and is good on her feet. And so that when she's talking to you on cross-examination and you get those answers are designed to manipulate. And so that's why those statements to the police are important, because they show how she can attempt to manipulate things and is able to say whatever fits the story at the time. So initially, when the police came to her, when Detective Flores came to her and asked her, well, this is what we have, let's talk about it. She denied everything. And she kept saying, let me see the photograph. I want to see the photograph. The reason she wanted to see the photographs is because she wanted to conform her story to what the police knew or what she thought the police knew. And in fact, in other conversations, during the telephone conversations, they discussed it. And that just shows you this type of individual that can adapt, if you will, as she's going along with the interview with the police officer. And in asking to see the photographs, it's interesting that she asks that. And the only reason that I mentioned it is because previously, when I was showing the photographs of the killing of Mr. Alexander, we had the defendant crying. Well, why did you want to see the photograph when the police officer was there? You knew what had happened, and yet she's still asking to see it. Again, it's just another form of manipulation to have you feel some sympathy for her as she sits there with the red nose, face down, apparently crying. But yet she asks the police officer, can I take a look at these photographs? The police officer, of course, did not show her the photograph. So the first story on July 15th wasn't even there. Then has overnight to think about it, and on July 16th, changes it to something else, because it'll make much more sense. Because now she knows a little bit about what they have there. She wants to now be able to say that she was there. But what does she do? She says, not just that she was there, but she makes herself the hero. Just switching it up. Not only does she say that she was there, but she makes herself the hero in the sense that she pushes the woman down. And he has the gun pointed to her head, and by luck is not killed. But she's able to push people aside, and then she wraps it up by saying, I wish I could have stayed there. I should have fought more. I did fight, but I should have fought more. And then away I went. Again, trying to paint herself, not only that she was there, but again, that she was this hero, attempting to not only tell a different story, but to manipulate that story to make her look better. Years go by, and then we have the story that we have now. This nonstop litany of lies by the defendant just does not stop. She has lied to various groups of people. She has lied, as we said, to you. She has lied to the medical health care professionals. She's lied to the police, and she's even lied to the media, something that she has craved. This individual here craves the media, loves the media, went on national television to talk about this. And what did she do? Not only did she lie to them, but she made herself seem like such a calm person. I wouldn't do that. Didn't tell any of the things that we see here today. And of course, it's not a confessional when you go there, but it is demonstrative of the fact that she's a chameleon, and she'll adjust to the situation and make up whatever stories are appropriate for her at the time, whether it be the media or somebody else. The same can be said is true about her friends, the people that she has, the friendships that she has. She lies to them, and she does things that almost make you step back and say, well, what could you possibly gain by that? When, for example, she talks to Leslie Udy and makes up this thing about her kids and Mr. Alexander's kids playing together. She didn't have to go that far. The point I'm trying to make is that these lies are lies, but then she goes even further with them just to sell them, to manipulate the person into thinking that they are actually true. For example, with Leslie Udy, you could have just said, I speak to Travis every now and then, but then she asked, but I want our kids to play together. When Dan Freeman called her, well, she didn't have to, after he called her and said, I don't know, what happened, but Travis is dead, she didn't have to then go and talk to the bishop. She does these things because she's such an ornate liar. It just has to add the extras to it to really sell it. And that's what she did for you for all of those times all of those days that she testified to you. And the reason that I bring that up, this ornate storytelling, is because it applies to her defense and her defense really is based on lies. It really is. And if you can say, for example, she presented it as if it was in self-defense, but not only did she present it as if it were in self-defense, she added some ornate lies to it. For example, one of the things that she added was this physical violence that supposedly Mr. Alexander inflicted upon her. But she doesn't just say that he inflicted these 4 incidents of violence. She goes into great detail about it. For example, she talks about the one in August of 2007 where he goes upstairs and he's banging his head up against the wall, just very flowery, very out there, because then she's again the center of attention. She's being the calm one. She's being the person that is the individual that you would look to for the answers. It's not just the lies. She's a very good liar, but she, on top of that, is a very sophisticated liar in the sense that she adds these extra elements to it. And she did that with regard to the acts of domestic violence. And they are lies. If we are to look at her journals and sit back and take a look at what she writes, those journals tell you that there were no acts of domestic violence. Have you been given any reason whatsoever, other than this law of attraction, and other than another Alice Laviolette, somebody who has trouble with the truth, other than that, vouching for them, do you have any reason that that was being written there? Do you have anything that the defendant has said that has corroborated in terms of the domestic violence? You have the journal entries indicating that they did not happen. You have friends indicating that they never saw it. You don't have any medical reports, any police reports. You don't have anything. And as we get talking about this, there are lies, and then there are monumental, huge lies. And she made this up because that fit her defense. And one of the other things that she did with regard to this is that not only did she make up this lie for her defense, the other thing that she did is that she created a lie that really involves behavior that is a hot button kind of topic. How horrific it is to be accused falsely of being a pedophile. Not here. He's not here to say, no, that's not true. She can say to Alice Laviolette that it was on computer images, but then Alice Laviolette comes in and says, no, that's not what she told me. But remember, Alice Laviolette has a problem with the truth. And so Snake goes to the computer and doesn't find anything there. Oh, no, I changed my mind. It was actually images. They were like this. How does one defend that when there are no images there? The police looked through the attic. The police looked everywhere. How absolutely hateful. How does one defend that when there are no images there? The police looked through the attic. The police looked everywhere. How absolutely hateful that allegation is, and how absolutely extensive she was with it. But remember I said that she went a little too far with these lies? First of all, her journal indicates that there wasn't such an event. Second of all, the text messages also indicate the same thing. And what human being, if that is the allegation, if they really are caring, what human being doesn't go to the police and say, or somebody else, this person is. What she does, well, it's the new approach. It's the new, and she talks about all these phone calls going back and forth, and that also doesn't match. What she does, well, it's the new approach. It's the new approach to pedophilia. What does she do?
No, in here?
Well, let's jump in the sack. That's what we're going to do. At least that's what she tells you now. But with regard to Alice Laviolette, no, she didn't. She can't even keep that together. If that is the truth, and if that is what happened, wouldn't you expect that her journal, if she had it, if she didn't write about it, at least wouldn't have said that nothing noteworthy. It's fortunate that the police did have Mr. Alexander's laptop, and there weren't any images of children on it, none whatsoever. Fortunate that the police did have Mr. Alexander's laptop, and there weren't any images of children on it, none whatsoever. They checked throughout the house. There was nothing inside of the house that indicated anything like that. There weren't any photographs. There wasn't anything. And so this allegation of hers, whether it was on the computer or whether it was in photograph form, just went a little bit too far. These lies to take from Mr. Alexander, the only thing that he has left, his reputation, is just a little bit too much to, in light of what we know and in light of what she says, it's just too much even in this particular. That person does not deserve justice. That person doesn't deserve anything because of what he did. It's so easy for her to make these allegations. That person does not deserve justice. That person doesn't deserve anything because of what he did. It's so easy for her to make these allegations. It's so easy for her to get on the witness stand, as you've seen, and lie. And this is really the pinnacle. It doesn't get any higher or worse or lower, whatever way you want to look at it, than that. Well, how do you judge that allegation? Well, the judge has How do you judge these sorts of allegations? Well, just like everything in this case, there are rules. And those rules are the jury instructions, such as the ones that have been read to you today. And one jury instruction particularly deals with this aspect. This is instruction. I know the judge has read it, but because it's so important, it is worth my referencing it because it directly relates to instruction. I know the judge has read it, but because it's so important, it is worth my referencing it because it directly relates to the two primary allegations in this case, that of physical abuse and the fact that Mr. Alexander was interested in little boys and girls, according to her. It tells you that in deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. What it's telling you there is that you ultimately decide whether or not this person here, who is the epitome of a liar, whether this individual, what you're going to accept or reject what she tells you. Are you going to pick and choose some things of what she says and then accept some other things? How is it that you can know with any certainty whatsoever whether or not she's telling the truth about anything? It says you may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. The state submits to you that you are, based on what you've seen, based on what you've heard, and based on the testimony of others, you should accept none of it. It doesn't mean that the 18 days that she was on the witness stand are wasted. No. What that means is that you're finally able to see this individual in the light of day. You're able to see how she reacts. Doesn't matter where. And this instruction then goes on and says, in evaluating testing every one of you in the eye and lie. Doesn't matter where. And this instruction then goes on and says, in evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life. Important matters. What kind of has lied to them consistently about major aspects of their life. You know, people will not go to a doctor who lies to them. And the factors that you are to consider are the witness's ability to see or hear. You know, people will not go to a doctor who lies to them. And the factors that you are to consider are the witness's ability to see or hear. The quality of her memory is incredible. Absolutely incredible. She was there. She knows. The quality of the witness's memory. The quality of her memory is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Down to follicles of hair. Unless it hurts her. Then the fog rolls in. Then there's an excuse. Then there's a reason why she doesn't remember. She has an incredible memory, all right, when it comes to lying. And the witness's manner while testifying, how was it she testified? How was it the defendant testified? Well, you saw her at times attempt to cry. You saw her at times get angry to somehow make the person that was asking the questions the villain, saying, well, you're scrambling my brain. It's not my fault. Again, it's not my fault. It's the fact that you're asking me these questions, just like Travis. That's exactly what's going on here. So that's not my fault that I keep lying here on the witness stand. It's yours. Because of the way you're asking me the questions, the fact that you're raising your voice, that's whose fault it is. And that's why I can snap at you from the witness stand. I can smirk at you from the witness stand and look knowingly towards the jury because it's not her fault. It's the person who's asking the questions. Whether or not the witness had a motive, bias, or prejudice, if there is any witness in this case who had a motive to lie, it's this defendant. She's the person that's charged. All of the other witnesses that came here, some of them had a motive. For example, Alice Laviolette, she had a motive to lie. I mean, maybe perhaps it was her reputation that she was interested in or things like that. All the other individuals, for example, Ryan Burns, why would he want to lie about anything? He lives in Utah. He just met her at one time. There's no reason to believe that he was going to be making these things up. Amanda Webb, why would she want to come in here after all the work that she's done and make things up? The only person with a motive is the defendant. So when evaluating her testimony, that's something that you need to consider. When it's to her benefit, she's going to lie. Whether the witness, the defendant, was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial. Well, she wrote, for example, in terms of these two allegations involving the pedophilia and involving the domestic violence, that they didn't happen. Additionally, she never told anybody. And the reports out there, if there aren't any reports that would corroborate what she said. So, in terms of the pedophilia, well, she says it was on the computer. Well, the computer doesn't show that. And they even went back and looked, traced and looked everywhere. The house, there was no implements, if you will, or anything associated with that kind of conduct. And so in this case, nothing supports what the defendant said. And then you're asked to take a look at the reasonableness of her testimony in light of the other evidence. In order for her to prevail in this case, in order for you to believe her, because it actually comes down to whether or not you believe her. If you believe her, then certainly you can apply the jury instructions. But it comes down to whether or not you believe her. The other evidence, all of the other evidence that's out there contradicts her. So you have to go against all of the evidence that's out there, turn your back on all of that, and say, I believe her, therefore I'm going to find in her favor. The state submits to you that, in light of everything, that's not something that you should do. So what standard do you apply? Well, the standard that you apply is the burden of proof instruction, which tells you proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. Firmly convinced is the term. It's not any of the other terms that you may have heard anywhere else in life. It's just firmly convinced. And it does tell you there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. So absolute certainty is not required. And it does say that criminal law, that the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. That's not what we're talking about here. You just need to be firmly convinced. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. That's how it reads, and that's the procedure that you indicated that you would follow should you be chosen to go back there to resolve this case. Once you make that inquiry, and once you find the defendant guilty, that's the end of the inquiry. The other language that falls after that involves you finding reasonable doubt. But if you find, based on your consideration of the evidence, that you are firmly convinced, that's the end of the inquiry. You don't need to go any further. And there is only one charge in this case. And the charge is first-degree murder. And first-degree murder can be committed in one of two ways. Obviously, you notice that there is not two charges of first-degree murder. There is only one. But there are different ways in which these can be committed. First is premeditated murder, or second is felony murder. With regard to premeditated murder, there are lesser included offenses, as the jury instructions have told you. There are other offenses, not necessarily lesser, but other offenses that are involved. With regard to felony murder, there are no lesser included offenses. So, for example, if you are considering felony murder, there are no other offenses that are to be considered. The only issue with regard to felony murder is whether or not, in the course of a felony, she killed him. That's basically what the law says. And if you find that, that's the end of the inquiry. You don't consider lesser included offenses. Premeditated murder does have these lesser offenses. But in terms of the tabulation that takes place at the end, for example, 9 of you could find that this was premeditated murder, 3 of you could find that this was felony murder, and it's still first-degree murder. You do not have to be unanimous as to the theory involving the murder. Or you could be 6 and 6, or it could be 12 for premeditated murder and 12 for felony murder. It's still only one charge. You do not have to be unanimous as to the theory of the crime. And let's talk about premeditated murder. Well, it requires that it be proven that the defendant caused the death of another person. Well, exhibit number 207, he's dead. That element is proven. Well, the defendant intended or knew that she would cause the death of another person. That's also proven. One of the things that we know in this particular case is that, amongst other things, she slit his throat, she stabbed him in the heart, and we also know that she shot him. There are 3 different ways that she killed him. So did she intend? Sure. Did she know? Absolutely knew. Remember I was talking about how directed it was to the throat? If you do that, then you know, anybody knows, that if you do that to the neck, you're going to kill somebody. So she both intended it or knew. In other words, it could be either or. In this case, she knew and also intended it based on what we see in this particular case. So those elements are satisfied in this case. There is no doubt about that those 2 elements are satisfied. Now, the issue is whether or not she acted with premeditation. And premeditation means that a defendant intended to kill another human being, and then there's the disjunctive or knew. It doesn't say the defendant intended to kill another human being, and then it stops. It says intended to kill another human being or knew she would kill another human being. That is the element that's above in number 2. She knew that she was going to kill him. There's 3 different ways that she killed him. One of those 3 satisfies this, knew she would cause the death of another person. And after forming that knowledge, after knowing that she was going to kill him, because it talks about intending or knowledge, after knowing
This is so true.
that she was
I
going
do.
to kill him, because it talks about intending or knowledge, after knowing,
Did you guys hear me say this is so true?
after forming that intent or knowledge, reflected on the decision before killing. And the key here is, what is reflection? What does that mean? And it defines it for you. It tells you that it is this reflection regardless of the length of time in which it occurs. That distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. What that is telling you is that you don't even have to have a day between the thinking and the knowing. You just have to have a length of time regardless of the length. So it can be very short. It can be as short as stabbing him in the shower, and then after a couple of minutes, it can be very short. It can be as short as stabbing him in the shower, and then after a couple of minutes, chasing him down and going for the throat. No one can dispute that he walked that way to get away from her. No one can dispute that he was already injured. He was already going to die. When this was applied, by this I mean the strike to the throat, she knew he was already going to die, but that type of injury indicates you want that person to die. Additionally, when she shot him in the head, although reflection is not necessarily prolonged. Again, it's telling you it doesn't have to be days. It doesn't have to be hours. It doesn't even have to be minutes. And then it tells you in the space and time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. In this case, I guess it depends on who you ask. Knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. In this case, I guess it depends on who you ask. This was a long period of time for Mr. Alexander to be going through this. Just a long period of time between the stab, wounds to the heart, and the shower when he was defenseless, to the time that he was trying to get away and going along the wall and absolutely falling down. So in this case, it can be very short. She killed him 3 different ways. She knew that she was going to kill him. Additionally, not only that, she brought the implements. She brought the gun. If she didn't bring the gun and it was Mr. Alexander's, did she have his permission to take that gun? According to her, it was his gun. If she took his gun, then that's a burglary. And if during the burglary somebody dies, i.e. stealing the gun,
Hopefully I fixed it.
if she took his gun, then that's a burglary. And if during the burglary somebody dies, i.e. stealing the gun, then that's premeditated murder. Either way you look at it. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more.
Oh, no, Juan.
And an act is not done with premeditation if it is the instant effect or a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. How do you know if it was or wasn't the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion? Well, you can take a look at some of the photographs that we have, and they will tell you that it wasn't the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. 160 tells you, does that guy look like he's going to...
Peggy said
ready
that
to fight?
Frankie is so good to you.
Somebody who was
want a
telling us that.
Frankie.
A liar who was dressed at the time. A liar who was poised to strike. If she didn't have a plan, why does she have her clothes on? Why does she need to have her clothes on? And why is it that the gun is with her? She says, oh no, the gun belonged to Mr. Alexander. But if you remember on June 10th of 2008, she called unsolicited to this police officer and said to him, oh no, Travis never had a gun. Travis never had a gun. The only thing that he had were his fists. So, yeah, and you have that on tape. There is no doubt that she said it. In fact, there is a tape that says, Jodi Arias' number is whatever it was, and you heard her voice. And you also heard her saying, he did not have a gun. At that time of the investigation, she didn't know how important it was going to be. She didn't know what lies she was going to be telling in the future. She said he did not have a gun. So if he didn't have a gun, she brought it. And you know that she did bring it. You know about the supposed burglary of her grandparents' house. And so she says that in order for you to believe that this was a sudden quarrel or heat of passion, you have to say to yourself, well, you know, she called the police on her own and she lied to him, but since she's been such a liar and she lied to us in this courtroom, I'm now going to decide to believe her when she makes up a story and says, oh, his father gave it to her. And in addition to that, I'm going to have to believe that the shooting did not occur in the closet as she told Alice LaViolette, because that's what she told Alice LaViolette, the person who took this case. Isn't that what she told Alice Laviolette? Do you remember what Alice Laviolette testified? That that's what she told her. And in fact, there was a recording of the conversation between the prosecutor and her at an interview that took place in November of last year, in which you heard her say, oh yeah, she told me that the shooting happened in the closet. You're going to have to disregard all of that so that you can even get to the sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That's the problem for the defendant. Are you going to be willing to do that? Especially when the police have looked in that place and there wasn't anything indicating that there were any bullets there. There's nothing to indicate that he had any cleaning supplies. Nothing to indicate that there was a gun. The other thing that is problematic, that would allow you to reach that, is these shelves. You would have to, you know the shelves, you've seen what the shelves look like, those shelves that were in the corner, and by her own admission, she stepped on the second shelf as she was going to get the gun. You saw what happens to those shelves when you put a little bit of pressure. They move down this way. And you saw the photographs, there was nothing that was the shoes that were there. There was nothing that looked like there had been any activity there. Everything, the photographs, the forensic evidence, her statement says
Of major
that there was
history
no
making.
sudden quarrel or heat of passion because
Potentially.
she brought the gun. You would have to, again, throw aside everything else she has said to find that there was an instant effect.
Jenna,
A sudden
I've thought
quarrel
about
or
that
heat
a
of
lot.
passion in this case. What do you want to do as you sit back and deliberate? What do you want to do with one of the first conversations that she ever has with the police before she knows what the issues are and says, he didn't have a gun? What possible reason or justification can she give you to say at that time, I lied to him? Why? Well, she said before, well, I was afraid initially. She said when she spoke to the officer back on July 15th, that's why I made that first story. Then the second story, well, I was trying to not get in trouble. But those weren't present. Those reasons were not present on June 10th of 2008 when she called this detective unsolicited to talk.
Yeah,
It's because she wanted to learn about what the police knew so that she could incorporate it in a
that
story
happens often.
if something come up. But with the truth, you ain't got to remember nothing. And she forgot about some things and made that statement involving the gun. And that's problematic for her. It will stay as part of this record, and it will require you to sit back there and listen to that and say, you know what? She was lying there instead of telling the truth there. And that would require you to disregard the fact that a .25 caliber handgun was taken during a supposed burglary of her grandparents' house. And that was the gun that was used to kill her. The issue of the gun will not go away, especially since she said that he didn't have one, especially since she also indicated that there was a circuitous route through the closet, especially when she could have just walked out. The guy's naked. He's not going to run after her outside naked. And then indicating that she came through the closet, shoots him in the closet, according to some accounts, shoots him outside of the closet in the bathroom, and grabs a gun that she believes is unloaded. If she believes the gun is unloaded, what is she going to do with it? Throw it at him? Why stand there with a gun if you know it's unloaded? None of it. Absolutely none of it is true. You could even be charitable and say it doesn't make sense. I'm not asking you to be charitable. It's an absolute lie.
There is a major celebration stream planned for when I hit 1,000. And I probably should have mentioned it tonight since I'm getting so close. That's what she said. That's what Jodi said. But there is, believe me in that.
Of this issue about the gun. She said it, and she is wedded to it.
Please stop, Juan.
I won't even discuss the lesser included offenses because of the issue involving the gun. She brought it herself. Felony murder requires the state to prove two things. The first one is that the defendant committed or attempted to commit a burglary in the second degree. What is a burglary in the second degree? And notice it says attempted or committed to burglary. The crime of burglary in the second degree requires the defendant, in this case, to enter or remain unlawfully in or on a residential structure. We don't know if she was invited in. We really don't know if she was invited in at all. So, but did she remain unlawfully? I think it's not a stretch to say that an individual who owns a home and is being stabbed to death, that the person that's doing the stabbing there no longer is entitled to remain lawfully in that house. No, I may be charitable, I may be a nice guy, but you know what? If you start stabbing me, you're no longer here lawfully. That consent to come in is no longer there. If you keep stabbing me, that's it. It is not a stretch of the imagination to say that. And we understand, the state understands that Mr. Alexander is not here to say, I revoked my consent. But if he's being stabbed, if he's having his throat slashed, and if he's being shot, it's not a stretch to say, based on circumstantial evidence, to say that she remained unlawfully. So she has remained there unlawfully. Is it a residential structure? It absolutely is. So that's his house. And she did so with the intent to commit any theft. Well, at some point she stole a gun, according to her, or a felony therein. You can bet that stabbing somebody is a felony. So he doesn't want you to be there, and you're stabbing him, and you're killing him. That's a felony. So the elements of burglary have been satisfied. So we go back to the first drawing, and it says the defendant
something and I forgot.
committed or attempted to commit burglary in the second degree. Yes, he did accomplish the burglary. So that element is satisfied. Number two, in the course and furtherance of committing this burglary that we know that she committed, or immediate flight from it, in other words, she took off and she took his gun. So that's the theft right there. And as part of that, even if it wasn't her fault,
So dramatic.
the defendant caused the death of another person. If you are committing,
Objection, this case is law.
Overruled.
the defendant caused the death of another person. And she did cause the death of Mr. Alexander during this burglary. She took off, and she took off with his gun after stabbing him. So she has committed murder in the first degree under both theories. It isn't just one theory that she has committed this crime under. And so now you're left with the decision that you have to make. The one admonition that I leave you with is that these jury instructions are not advisory. They are mandatory. And it's a situation where you go back there and you read them. And as you sit back and you decide this case and you attempt to reconcile the lies with what actually happened, keep in mind that the defendant has attempted to manipulate you, has attempted to paint the picture for you. For example, something like this. This is what she wants you to believe. Something like that. There's Mr. Alexander and her. That's what she wants you to think. That's what the feeling that she wants you to have. But actually, reality is this. That's really what we're talking about in this case. That's his back, not his throat. You've seen his throat already. And that's really the reality in this case. And as you consider this case, and as you ponder your decision, one of the things that I want you to consider that is symbolic of this whole case is that this issue involving the gas cans. What she wants you to do, because you know it's a lie, what she wants you to do is disregard it. But symbolically speaking, when she asks you to disregard it, what she wants you to do is she wants you to carry those gas cans for her. She wants you to help her fill them with gas. That's what she wants you to do, symbolically speaking. What the state is asking you to do is to not leave this courtroom filled with a stench of gasoline on your hands. That's what we are asking you to do, because it's not true. But she's already talked to you about these gas cans. It's not true that she returned them, but she's asking you to help her. She's asking you symbolically, help her by carrying them out and taking those cans with you. What the state is asking you to do is your duty. And the judge has indicated that your duty is to follow the law as she's given it to you and apply it to the facts. And in asking that, the state is asking you that you return a verdict of guilty, and that you return a verdict of guilty as to first-degree murder, not only as premeditated murder, but also as to felony murder. For no other reason that it's your duty and the facts and the law support it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we were here late last evening, so we are going to adjourn for the evening now. Please be back tomorrow morning. We will start promptly at 9 o'clock.
Okay. I found this. I totally have it together.
Love, sex, lies,
We're starting
and dirty
over.
little secrets. These aspects of the human condition may not be universal,
Whoops.
But they were, and each one of these aspects of the human condition played a prominent role.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may give your closing argument.
Since he does talk slow, and it says that this is 4 hours, and I have to get through Jodi's trial tonight, we are going fast. But it's because he talks slow. Like with the other dude, with Juan, we were doing 1.25. I normally do 1.5. So I had to slow it down a little bit. So just so you guys know, if you notice him talking a little bit quickly, more quickly than usual, I guess, this is why.
Fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets. These aspects of the human condition may not be universal,
Oh, that's too fast.
but they were, and each one of these aspects of the human condition played a prominent role in the relationship that Jodi Arias shared with Travis Alexander. The relationship that began in the fall of 2006 when Mr. Alexander met Jodi Arias at a prepaid legal convention in Las Vegas, and the relationship that ended tragically on June 4th, 2008. And because these aspects of the human condition played such a prominent role in this relationship, it makes sense that the evidence that you've heard starting on January 2nd is a tale of fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the other things we told you at the beginning of this trial was that ultimately your job would be to determine one thing. Your job would be to determine what happened. You read some jury instructions yesterday that you were the finder of fact. What happened? What happened in the minutes of time between what we see here and Exhibit 159, June 4th, 2008, 5:29 and 20 seconds. What happened between what we see in this photograph and what we see in Exhibit 162? Mr. Alexander's body being dragged across the bathroom floor at 5:32 and 16 seconds. What happened in those 3 minutes is ultimately what you were to decide. Is this 3 minutes in time? Is this a culmination of a plot, a plan that Jodi Arias hatched in May of 2008, in which she was going to go from her grandparents' home in Wairika, California, to Travis Alexander's home so she could kill him? Was it what the state said it was yesterday? Was it this plan? Or was it an act of self-defense forced upon Ms. Arias by the actions of Mr. Alexander? Or was it something else? That is ultimately what your job is to determine. Fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets will help you understand, I think, what happened in those 3 minutes. And as you begin, and we've seen certainly aspects of fear throughout the course of this trial, right? And we'll talk about that more later, but it occurred to me as I began thinking about talking to you this morning that you may have some fear. You've been listening to evidence for 12 weeks now, more than 12 weeks, since January 2nd. And you may feel, oh, maybe I forgot something. Maybe I didn't understand the crucial piece of evidence. Maybe when I get back to deliberate, my fellow jurors will not feel the same way that I do about this case. They won't see things the same way. Maybe you fear how your verdict will be received.
Oh, shut up. We just listened to like a day worth of you arguing. Is this how this is going to be? Oops.
It's not about bad haircuts, and it's not about the sexual orientation of any of the witnesses. It's not even about whether or not you like Jodi Arias. 9 days out of 10, I don't like Jodi Arias. But that,
It's the same. Yes. Please, directed to disregard the last statement.
but that doesn't matter. Your liking her or not liking her does not objectively assess the evidence. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's not even about her sitting before the cameras of Inside Edition and saying that no jury will convict her. It's not about that. It's about the evidence. What happened? What happened between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162? Well, I guess you know there's one more thing this case isn't about. Remember we heard the charge of felony murder yesterday in the state making an argument that was incomprehensible? This idea that, well, if you believe Jodi's version of events, she's guilty of felony murder because she went to Travis's home and she decided to steal his gun And in the course of trying to steal his gun, she shot it. She went there, they had sex, they did all these things. Then she decided she wanted his gun and decided to take it and wanted it so bad that she was willing to kill him. That's the theory of felony murder they have put forward. That shows a little fear. And we'll talk about some of the fear that the state has demonstrated throughout this case. But that's just some of it, right? We also heard this idea that, well, she was unwelcome once she put the weapon upon him and she was there to commit a burglary or another felony. There's no other felony, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing. It's silly. It's fearful. That charge is there out of fear. It makes no sense. Under any scenario does that make any sense. Either she was there to kill him because the state said, hey, this is a plot that began in May. Either she was there to kill him or she wasn't. And that's ultimately what we're here to determine. Now, what is this case about? Well, as we just spoke of and just mentioned, yesterday, the state says to you that in May of 2008, Jodi Arias came up with a plan. Now, they pointed to a couple different days yesterday. Pointed to May 19th, the day that Ms. Arias had a conversation with Ms. Housley that she was fearful, or excuse me, that Mr. Alexander was fearful of Jodi. Of course, on May 10th, we heard that they had a phone sex conversation. And on May 26th, we heard this conversation, we heard bits of this, or questions about this conversation, in which Mr. Alexander had called Ms. Arias a whore, a slut, and a three-hole wonder. And the state theorizes at some point in time here in late May, I guess, Jodi Arias decides that Travis Alexander, what we heard yesterday was that he had finally decided to end the relationship and she couldn't deal with it. Well, let's start there. Because what you're going to see as it relates to this so-called plan is it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. And the first place it doesn't make any sense is the very premise of why. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but they've come up with this motive so we can discuss it. Why? Because she couldn't live without Travis Alexander. Right? She's crazy. She can't break up with any of her boyfriends. She can't let it go. She couldn't live without Travis Alexander. All right, that's the theory. That's the motivation. That's why she starts this plan into action. Except for the fact that, remember, in May of 2008, she had moved back to Wairika, California to get away from Travis Alexander. To get away. She didn't want to be around him anymore. She talked in her journals about how the cloud had lifted, right? These journals that were later argued to be incomplete. We'll talk about that more later. There's no rules of journaling, but the state has submitted that to you, so we'll discuss it. But point of fact is, she moved away. This girl is supposedly obsessed, moves away. They still talk on the phone, but she moved away. What else is she doing? We heard evidence that she had an account on LDS Lincoln, a Mormon dating site. She was a young Mormon woman in her mid-20s, much like probably a lot of the people on that website, who was looking for someone who shared their philosophical beliefs. Now, the state has tried to cast aspersions on that, but ultimately, a lot of people use these sites, and Jodi was using them. She wasn't so locked in on Travis that she wasn't looking for other men. And then we met one of those other guys, Ryan Burns. He sat there right before you. She began conversating with him. Phone, text messages, and they planned to meet. She was interested in moving on, moving past Travis Alexander. So this whole idea to begin with of why this plan was put into place. This plan would have been masterminded, right? May of 2008. Because for this very reason. The reason doesn't make any sense. Okay. What next doesn't make sense? Well, the state tells you that in order to effectuate this plan she's conjured up to kill Travis Alexander. But once this plan is conjured up, what does she need? She needs a way to shoot him, right? Way to kill him. So the state says she orchestrated a theft of a gun. Now, in Exhibit 325, we see this so-called gun cabinet, this impenetrable force. We also see this in 326, the same gun cabinet. Now, I would say to you, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, that if she wanted a weapon and this is the weapon she wanted, for whatever reason, keep in mind this is a 25 caliber gun, a very weak gun. But if she wanted this weapon, and she was going to leave and go to Mesa on a covert mission with a single-minded purpose to kill Travis Alexander, and that's what we're talking about here, she could have just reached her hand in there the day she was leaving and taken that gun. We never know whether it would be discovered missing or not. There would be no police report, there would be no evidence. Nothing. The other thing is, what we heard, is that Jodi, when she was in Wairika, she didn't live with her parents, but they were there. And one of the bits of evidence you heard was that Jodi's father owned guns that were not registered. She could have got one from Dad. Probably a more powerful gun. But she didn't, right? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you, first of all, why would you stage this burglary? Right? This burglary that the state wants you to believe is so suspicious. Why would she stage this when she could just reach in and get it or get a gun from another source? You know where else she could have got a gun? We heard about Matt McCartney, the friend that wouldn't betray her as the state tried to portray so much on the cross-examination of Jodi Arias. He had guns too. She stopped him on Monterey, but no, he didn't gun there either. Would have been untraced, would have been no sign of it. But under this concocted theory that she orchestrated this theft, she breaks in herself, steals money, a DVD player, and this .22 caliber gun. And it creates a police report and it creates a trail. Would that be a choice? And keep in mind, the state conceded yesterday that Jodi Arias is a smart woman. Is that behavior consistent with a smart woman who is planning this covert mission? Keep in mind, it's covert, very important. That's what the state said yesterday. Covert mission to go to Mesa, Arizona and kill Travis Alexander. Why would you start a trail? The type of gun, the bullets, everything. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? So now we have two nonsensical propositions. Why she would want to kill Travis Alexander and how she obtained the weapon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the nonsense kind of continues from there. Because, of course, what else would she need to go on this covert mission to Mesa, Arizona? Well, she needs a way to get to Mesa, Arizona, right? Well, we heard one thing. She owned a car. Couldn't drove it to Mesa, Arizona. Now we heard that maybe it wasn't in the best mechanical shape. And as the state could theorize, maybe it would have been recognized, right? Okay. So she's in Yreka, California. She needs a car. Of course, who's up in Yreka, California again? Her mother, her father, her sister, and her grandparents. All with cars. She could have exchanged cars. She could have come up with some reason. I'm going on a road trip. Can I take your car? None of it. None of those actions would have caused there to be any sort of paper trail, right? You borrow your mom's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. You borrow your dad's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. Those people, those same people, mother, father, they also could have rented a car for Jodi Arias, right? Nothing linking into her, but does she do that? Does this smart woman who's planning this covert mission, does she do that? No, she doesn't. The state theorizes that she didn't rent a car in Yreka, California, did it instead in Yreka, California, because she didn't want to be recognized in Yreka. But she had lived there for years, number one. And number two, Redding, she was with her brother, and at that time, his fiance. So there were witnesses to her being in Redding, California. And the other issue is this choice she made to rent the car at Redding, as if it would somehow be covert that way. No one will recognize me. That's the theory, right? No one will recognize me. No one will know. But what does she have to do? You don't go to budget, rent a car, pop down a couple $100s, and drive off with your car. Car rentals don't work that way. You have a driver's license and a credit card information. There's a pretty clear paper trail as to what took place when she went to the Redding airport. And keep in mind, too, I think that's important. She went to an airport. An airport with security cameras and security all around. An airport, not some rental car agency on the outskirts of town, right? An airport. Doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission. Now, let's take a look at this paper trail. What does Miss Arias do to get this car, right? Exhibit 235, there's various receipts. She puts her initials. She signs her name. Paper trail. Not very covert so far. Not at all. Now, adding to this level of nonsense again, and this kind of gets into lying as well, this idea that, well, Jodi didn't really reserve the car online at price line, as she said. She lied to you. She really did it at budget. Let's take a look at these receipts here, or the bank statement. She got the car. When did she get the car? She got the car in June, right, as she was getting ready to go on this trip. She gets the car in early June, right, June 2nd. She gets the car. She returns the car on June 9th. June 9th, 2008. We were showing yesterday what is Exhibit 523. And we see the charge there for the car rental. Budget rent a car, right? Yep, budget rent a car. Now the state says, well, look at here, you see, there was a price line charge for airfare, and that happened right away, and therefore she's lying. But let's face the facts here. That $233.97 you see up there, that was charged when she returned the car. Airfare and car rentals are different. Under these times, we know that when we purchase airfare, you have a common experience. You've rented a car or purchased airfare, you realize that, well, you do that. When you buy a plane ticket, you have to give all your identifying information and you pay for it. When you rent a car, oftentimes you reserve a car and pay for it when you're done. You put a deposit down the credit card and pay for it when it's done. That's when you pay for it. Now, the state has tried to argue that that's a lie. That Ms. Arias is lying. She didn't use Priceline. Those people at Priceline aren't getting their money, right? And this is certainly one thing the state has done as it relates to lies. Jodi Arias has made some lies about what happened. So then, why not just pile on? Set up a house of cards and a scenario where they say Jodi's lying and knock it down. But here's the thing. She wasn't lying. There's no evidence that she was lying. We don't know what kind of arrangement Budget Priceline has, Mr. Colombo. He didn't tell you what kind of arrangement they have. He didn't know. So she rents this car. And Mr. Colombo says when she rented the car, her hair was blonde. We had some discussions of hair color. But it wasn't, right? We saw the pictures. Mr. Colombo saw her driver's license. Jodi Arias had blonde hair when she had her driver's license picture. But you saw pictures, right? We saw picture 413, excuse me, exhibit 413, taken on May 10th, 2008. And no one tried to have an expert testify and say this is a certain color. You can use you can look at it. You can look at your own judgment. You may have different shades of brown. We have exhibit 414. And exhibit 414 was taken on May 15th. Jodi and her parents' dog, May 15th. You judge for yourself. May 17th, exhibit 415. Judge for yourself. Is that some sort of bright blonde hair? Okay. What else is at the car rental agency? We have this issue. Jodi wanted a white car instead of a red car, because the red car would draw the cops' attention. Well, some of us have heard that mess as it relates to speeding tickets. Maybe it's a myth, maybe it's not. But with everything else, so far we have nothing that makes sense about a covert mission, right? Nothing. The difference between a white car and a red car is going to be the difference between being found and not found, being discovered and not discovered. And there's many things we can talk about in that regard. But that doesn't make any sense either. But that's the big deal. Okay. Now you would think, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you, that if somebody was on a covert mission, right? And now we're June 2nd, she's in Reading, she's got the car. And under the state's theory, she has the car, she's got the gun. She's ready to rock, right? So does she then go from Redding, California to Mesa, Arizona, nonstop in order to go on this covert mission to kill Travis Alexander? You don't stop anywhere, you don't visit any people, there's no witnesses. You go in there clean and you do your business, right? Did she do that? Oh, no, she didn't. Doesn't make any sense. What did she do? She stops in Monterey, California. What does she do in Monterey, California? She visits 2 former boyfriends. This crazy woman who can't let it go. Has friendships with 2 of her former boyfriends, Matt McCartney and Daryl Brewer. And she had a relationship with Daryl's son because they were together so long. So she had breakfast with Daryl and his son and spent some time at a karaoke bar with Matt McCartney. So what she had done, if she's on this covert mission, is it's not quite so covert anymore now, is it? We've alerted the world to this gun theft. We've alerted the world to the rental car, and we've alerted the world to where we're going, to the presence. And then Daryl Brewer says, well, she told me she was going to Mesa. I need a gas can. Well, if this was a covert mission, first of all, and I would submit to you, he was probably mistaken about Mesa. She did go there, but whether or not she was planning on going there or not. But think about it. If this was a covert mission, would you say to your ex-boyfriend, can I borrow a couple gas cans, and I'm going to Mesa? It doesn't make any sense. So the nonsensical nature of the state's theory continues all the way to Monterey, California. She does borrow gas cans from Daryl. But then again, that doesn't make any sense either, right? You're on this covert mission. You can buy gas cans and no one will be the wiser, right? When you borrow gas cans, you just say, you're going to Utah. I don't know the way. Gas may be more expensive, what have you. She's not familiar with the route. So she borrows gas cans. As they often did, you heard Daryl Brewer say, as they often did on their road trips. It wouldn't make any sense as far as this covert mission goes, right? But what else happened in Monterey? Did she just do that and nothing else? No, something else happened. You saw weeks ago some receipts. Receipts for various things. Gas. Gas cans.
I don't know. I kind of believe that.
But what happened
she
in
bought
Monterey in
and
terms of
returned the gas cans.
Now again, we're on this covert mission, right? We don't want to be detected. Don't want to be
I
detected.
know.
What
I'm
did she do?
probably
Goes to the bank. Remember now,
on
she
the
has 2 different
outside
accounts.
of that opinion,
With
but
Washington Mutual?
whatever.
She has a business account and she has a checking account.
I thought
So what does she do?
she seemed legit when she said
She
that.
deposits some money into one account.
That doesn't
She deposits money
disregard anything
into another
else,
account.
though.
Notice the account, one account ends in 8006, one ends in 7148. She deposits $400 in one, $300 in the other. And we also have a deposit in 237007 of $100 into 7148. So as we look at exhibits 237005, 237006, and 237007, what do we have? Let me make sure you can see them all. What do we have? We have transfer of money between accounts, right? And, well, Jodi Arias wasn't a rich woman in June of 2008. She had a balance in one account of $548, and she had a balance in another one of $207. So she's got what? $750, right? She's moved around. She said some of it was for business purposes, some of the trip was for personal purposes. That's why she moved some of this money around. Okay. Well, again, if you're on this covert mission, why do you do these banking transactions, right? Why do you do these banking transactions and leave a trail of where you're at? And keep in mind, they're all in Monterey, right? Monterey. All in Monterey. She didn't do this back in Wairika. She didn't do this back on May 28th, did she? Remember, keep in mind, on May 28th, right here, this plan was in action. A gun was in her hands and she was working on the rest of it. She didn't pull out any cash, right? We saw, and we'll talk later as we go further on this journey, this trail. She didn't pull out a bunch of cash in late May or any time before she came. Because remember, she had enough, $750. She wanted to do this covert mission. She simply could have gone there without the need for gas cans. You know, when you buy gas with cash, you don't have to give your personal identifying information. We heard that makes sense in your own common sense and experience. And we also heard that from the lady who works for Tesoro. You pay with cash. There's no need for a receipt. They don't take identifying information. So she had this $750 or so, and she doesn't take it out. She could have put it in cash. She didn't do that. She wanted to buy gas cans covertly. What could she have done, right? She could have gone into Walmart or Target or wherever, bought gas cans, and walked right in, right? No one even the wiser. She wouldn't have a witness. She wouldn't have a witness who she borrowed gas cans from. But again, if you're on a covert mission, that doesn't make any sense to create this witness to save $20 or so. $12.96. The state said yesterday $12.96 is the price of premeditation. Well, $26 seems like a small price to pay to cover your tracks if this is what you're doing. Now, what does she do here, though? She does buy some gas cans, right? The next stop in this trip, as we know that she stopped in Salinas, California. And looking at Exhibit 237008. What does she do? She buys a gas can with cash. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the state says that this was done by this smart woman under the premise that she did the calculation that she needed another gas can to get into Mesa, Arizona without being detected. Of course, we know she had the money to buy gas without being detected, without there being a paper trail. She had that money in the bank, so that doesn't make any sense. But here's the other thing that doesn't make any sense. She buys this extra gas can, right? And here she is with this receipt. Well, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I've never been to a Walmart that doesn't have a garbage can. Why wouldn't this smart woman, why wouldn't she just take this receipt and drop it right in the garbage? I don't want anyone to know I bought this gas can because I'm on a covert mission. Drop it in the garbage. She didn't do that, did she? It doesn't make any sense. Then there's this theory, this receipt has been bandied about. This is evidence that Jodi Arias lied to you, right? That's what the state says. She lied to you on the stand, and the light of truth. And we'll talk about shining the light of truth on some people that have been involved in this trial later. But she doesn't throw it away. And she says she returned the item. Did she ever say she returned it to the exact Walmart? You can go back to your memory. She was in Pasadena. She was in different places. There's plenty of places where this happened. But the state says, oh, look, we checked all the registers. At this Salinas, at this Walmart. Did they check the others? Do they know? Who knows? But again, set up a house of cards and knock it down and call her a liar. Because that's the basis we're going to use for our case. And look, ladies and gentlemen, if Jodi Arias were accused of the crime of lying, I could not stand before you in good conscience and say she's not guilty of that crime. But nowhere in your jury instructions are you asked to convict Jodi Arias of lying. There is no verdict form that you will have to say, is Jodi Arias guilty of the crime of lying or not? Well, of course she is, but there's no verdict form to that regard because that's not the crime she's being charged with. It's premeditated murder. That's the ultimate crime. Okay. Now, the other thing that happens in Salinas is the state made this comments about the license plate, right? This gang of skateboarders that need a screwdriver to be in the gang, right? That was the comment. That was the facetious nature.
The screwdriver gang.
Jodi Arias called you, and there was all this discussion, all this cross-examination. How was the license plate reading? How was it? The front plate, everything else. What Jodi told you is that she saw the plate reflecting. She picked it up and she put it in her car because she thought it was her front license plate. There was no talk of the back license plate. No talk of it. Now, what the state brought forward to you yesterday seemed to be this theory that at some point in time, what Ms. Arias did to avoid detection was remove the license plate. Remove it. So she wouldn't be detected. Well, that doesn't make any sense. What would draw the eye of a law enforcement officer more than a car with a plate missing? Probably the next best thing that would draw the attention of a law enforcement officer would be a license plate that was upside down. Right? We heard about that. Officer Galletti from the West Jordan Police Department said, I noticed it because it was upside down and for no other reason. Doesn't make any sense that Jodi would put this plate upside down if she's on this covert mission. Remember, she's still trying to be undetected. She's trying to go to Utah to set up her alibi. So that doesn't make any sense. But let's back up the car, literally and figuratively, right? Because the next point of conduct that is important here is Pasadena. Miss Arias goes to Pasadena. And one of the things
we are still
we see is that she bought gas. Now, of course, it'll be the last receipt I pull up, but we can see she bought gas in Pasadena. Here we go. Pasadena, California, she buys gas. Now that receipt is definitely faded over time. Let's see here. Exhibit 237.011 and 237.013 and 237.012. She buys gas. Okay. When did this gas purchase occur? June 3rd, 2008. So on June 3rd of 2008, Miss Arias is in the midst of a covert mission to Mesa, Arizona, designed with the single-minded purpose of killing Travis Alexander. June 3rd.
Was she in our Discord though?
She had all that money in the bank. She doesn't take it out. And she goes to an Arco in Pasadena, June 3rd, about 8:42 in the evening, and she buys gas. She makes 3 separate purchases for gas. One of them right here on the right. Boy, that's a debit card. That can be traced. Gee whiz, that doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission, does it? And of course, she kept the receipts. Well, that doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission to keep these receipts. And she filled up her gas cans. And keep in mind, when we talk about all this, you know, the state says, oh, it's positive. She had to have 3 gas cans because of the amount. But they haven't provided you a lick of evidence as it relates to how much gas that Ford Focus holds. Not a lick. Those calculations are based on nothing. But okay. She creates this paper trail. She buys all this gas. What else happened on June 3rd, 2008, that evening? Remember something real important happened that evening. All right? She spoke with Ryan Burns, the man who she was going to go see in the Salt Lake City area. Now, keep in mind, in terms of lies, part of what the state has said is, you didn't know you were in Salt Lake? Well, you know, she was in some suburbs, that sort of thing. Call her liar. She didn't know she was in Salt Lake. She was in West Georgia. She was in a suburb. She didn't know she was in Salt Lake. Call her liar. It's another example. But here she is. She's on the phone with Ryan Burns. And yesterday, keep in mind, yesterday the state says, Ryan Burns, no motive to lie. No motive to lie. And he talked to Jodi Arias that evening. Around 9:30, he said, and you recall me asking him, there was talk about, when was Jodi expected up there? When was she going to be in the Salt Lake City area to West Georgia? About 12 hours. We talked and she said she'd be there in about 12 hours. That would have been about, you know, he said the conversation was around 9:30, 10 o'clock. That would have been about 10, he kept saying 10 or 11 the next morning. The morning of June 4th. She was expected in Utah on the morning of June 4th, about 10 or 11 in the morning. Now, getting back to what I asked Mr. Burns, I asked him, when you talked to her, did she say anything? Did she make any excuses as to why she might be late? No, she said about 12 hours. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you think if someone was on a covert mission, and that covert mission was about 5.5 to 6 hours away from her current location, from Pasadena to Mesa? She was going to eat up 6 hours just getting there, right? Wouldn't you, and you know, there's this talk about Ryan Burns being her alibi, et cetera. Well, wouldn't you tell this person, you know what? I may stop at the Grand Canyon and take some pictures. I may stop somewhere else and take some pictures. I may decide to pull over and take a nap at a rest area. Set up an alibi. Get yourself to the point where you're not expected till, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon, right? She didn't do that. 12 hours. She's expected in Utah, in Salt Lake. 12 hours. Doesn't set up any sort of alibi. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So far, as it relates to this theory of premeditation, we really have things that don't make sense on this covert mission. We have one fact that admittedly, I'll admit to you, looks bad, right? Her phone goes off somewhere near Pasadena, California, and it doesn't get turned on until somewhere near the Hoover Dam a day or so later. Okay, but that fact in and of itself, taken along with all these other things that don't make any sense, could be seen as suspicious, but it's also probably the case that throughout the course of history of cell phones, that Jodi Arias would not be the first person to have a cell phone die on them and not have a charger available. She probably won't even be the last.
A while.
Now,
oh my God, yeah.
we have her in Pasadena. We have her talking to Ryan Burns on setting up an alibi. And you saw the call records that she was speaking with Travis Alexander. What happens next? Showing you Exhibit 36. This is Mr. Alexander's office. Remember that Jodi told you that on the morning, what would be the morning now, June 4th, about 4:30, 5 o'clock-ish in the morning, she arrived at Mr. Alexander's home. And he was on the computer watching videos on YouTube. And the videos were of people dancing with boxes on their head, moving their hands around. And there were several of these videos, and we saw that recently, just a couple days ago, even when Detective Melendez, testified. We went through that computer report, and it showed all those videos. And this is another example of one of those house of cards to try to call Miss Arias a lie. She never said that there was pornography. The defense never said it was pornography there. Jodi Arias told you there were people dancing with boxes on their heads, and that's what Travis Alexander was doing when she arrived at his home. Now, the implication was made, maybe he was expecting her, maybe he wasn't. But we know there was phone calls. Jodi certainly told you he was expecting her. And if he wasn't, and keep in mind, of course, we're supposed to believe, and we'll get into that a little more later, we're supposed to believe that he's so scared of her, right? He's afraid of her. So my goodness, how could she just walk right in the house? And then sleep with him, sleep in the bed, and then get up and take pictures of her. He's so scared of her, he's taking naked pictures of her in his bed. That is a new level of being scared. But anyway, let's go back to 4 in the morning. In the office, there they are. What Jodi said is that Travis had his back to her watching these videos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in mind here. This plot began back in May. And there she is. Under the state's theory, she's got the gun. We also heard the state say yesterday that she had the knife with her. They don't give you any evidence to support that, but she said they had the knife with you. So she has the implements of Travis's destruction in her hand. His back is to her watching the videos. We know he was watching the videos. And we also know, right, that she's in Mesa, Arizona, and that she's expected in West Jordan, Utah, now about 6 to no more than 7 hours later. Because it's almost 5 in the morning. Now, what would you think, ladies and gentlemen? Somebody is on this covert mission. They've done all these things to prepare themselves for the moment in time when she could kill Travis Alexander. Did she shoot him right then and there? I mean, she had the gun, she had the knife. Why wouldn't you do that? That was her point of being there. Why wouldn't you do that? God, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And then what do they do? What do they do next? We heard about drinking some water, and Travis wanting to have some sex, and Jodi was too tired. But what do? They go to sleep, and they wake up in the early afternoon. Now, I will admit there's no support for the idea that, there's no evidence that they slept. Nobody took pictures of them sleeping, et cetera. But it certainly makes sense. He was up till almost 5 in the morning. She had been driving all night. And we have pictures taken later that afternoon. The sexual rendezvous, right? At 1:30 in the afternoon. The theory, or the question arises under this theory that the state has perpetrated to you. They're in bed together sleeping. She's got the gun. She's got the knife. He's asleep. What better opportunity would somebody need? He's asleep. You put the gun to his head and you do it. You put the knife to his throat and you do it. If that's what you're there to do, isn't that what you do? No better time than when he's asleep. She doesn't do that. Okay. What next? Well, you heard Jodi tell you that they had sex that afternoon, that he was tied her to a bed, and that they took pictures. Well, we have evidence of those pictures, right? We have pictures of Jodi naked on the bed. And then it begs an important question. Keep in mind now, under the state's theory, Jodi is there to kill Travis Alexander. Why, if somebody is there to commit a murder, do you hang out and let the intended victim of this murder take pictures of you at what's going to soon to be a crime scene? Here I am at the crime scene. Go ahead and take pictures of me. No problem. No problem at all. Now, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And we'll look at some of those pictures perhaps later. But keep in mind as well, in some of the pictures, this man is in utter fear in this area. You can't even see her head or her face. You can see the despondent look on her face in some of these pictures. But keep in mind what was taken on June 3rd when she's on this mission. A picture from her own phone that she took.
Oh.
In advance of being in Mr. Alexander's house. Another exhibit, 638, a picture that she took on June 3rd, 2008. If you're on a covert mission and you dyed your hair and you've done all this in order to get there and kill Travis Alexander, why are you taking pictures of yourself with his hair color and allowing him to take pictures of you with his hair color? Right? Doesn't make any sense. And not only pictures, nude photographs. And not only nude photographs, but graphic depictions of her genitalia. Doesn't make any sense.
Genitalia talk.
A homicide or murder, just have pictures of yourself taken. That's what happened. There's no dispute that that's what happened. So now, keep in mind, and I will just show you Exhibit 164. Keep in mind now, this photograph was taken at 1:42 and 53 seconds. Jodi Arias, nude, on the bed. You can see her face, and you can see the time, 1:42. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because keep in mind now, by 1:42 in the afternoon of June 4th, Miss Arias was due to be in Utah. Really already, right? 10 or 11 in the
I'm not
morning.
sure, Peggy.
Even
I'm
if we cut it
sorry.
an hour or so for, lag time, resting, bathroom breaks, whatever, she's already due in Utah. And she lets this man tie her up. And this Utah's supposed to be her alibi, keep in mind. Tie her up to the bed, take nude photographs, and she doesn't shoot him and drive off and say, oh my goodness, I got lost or whatever, make up some excuse to lessen the hours. But she didn't, right? She didn't. But this was the plan under the state's theory. This was the plan to kill him and get to Utah as an alibi, right? But what do we also know about what happened that day? We know that Jodi Arias sat around, hung out with Mr. Alexander in this office, and that he threw some CDs. Now, yesterday, the state postulated to you that she knew she was going to Mesa to see Travis. That's why she brought the CDs. So let's back up that Ford Focus again. Remember what you heard in Pasadena was that she was going there. Darrell Brewer told you his sister had just had a baby. She was going there to take photographs of this baby. And you heard she always takes her laptop and her photographs with her when she does these sort of projects. But also, again, keep in mind now, if you're there and you're going and you're leaving your home and you're going to pack everything up and you're going to kill this man, why would you go and pick up a bunch of picture CDs and show him pictures of your travels? It doesn't make any sense, right? Not for this covert mission, it certainly doesn't. But now we have the photographs, right? In the afternoon. Travis Alexander in the shower. The state postulated to you yesterday that this was it, that she had convinced Mr. Alexander to get in the shower, that they had had sex twice. She kind of wore him down so that he was naked and vulnerable in the shower so she could take her shot, right? That was what we heard yesterday. That was the point. That was the plot of all this, right? And we know from the photographs that this happened at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And keep in mind now, the state has theorized throughout this case that Jodi Arias had the knife and the gun with her in the bathroom. She had Mr. Alexander naked, vulnerable in the shower, and she was waiting for her moment in time. Yesterday, you saw the picture of Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower. We saw the top half of that in Exhibit 159, right? You see the water dripping off his face. We saw that a few moments ago. And then there's the next photograph where he's sitting in the shower. They say this is where she decided to make her leave, to make her move while he's looking at her. Yeah, you know, funny thing is, it seems like it's what we have in Exhibit 142. We have Mr. Alexander right there, don't we? He's in the shower. Look at his head. Face completely against the wall. Arms up. Vulnerable. Still naked.
Oh, wow.
He stays there, that would matter, but be that as it may, there he is. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is at 5:22 and 36 seconds. She's waiting for a moment in time to strike. She's waiting to kill Mr. Alexander. If there's a moment in time, this is it. This right here is it. There he is. He's worn out, he's naked, and his back's to her. His eyes are right against the wall. He wouldn't have seen it coming. Wouldn't have seen it coming for an instant. And keep in mind, she had the gun, right? She could have just shot him right there if that was her plan. She didn't. It doesn't make any sense if this is a premeditated murder. And keep in mind, too, this isn't just a moment in time. 5:22 and 36 seconds. 5:22 and 54 seconds is the time on Exhibit 143. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's coming in better on the screen to your side. But what do we have there? 5:22 and 54 seconds. So I'm no mathematician, but it appears we've got about 18 seconds
Switch this.
of time. 18 seconds between these two photographs. It wasn't just that one picture, that one moment in time, that 1 second where she didn't have time. Seconds later, he's still there. Showing you Exhibit 144. This, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see, this happened at 5:23 and 0 seconds. Same guy, head still against the wall, near the wall, not looking, at 5:23. More time. More time. Again, if this was the time, and keep in mind, boy, ladies and gentlemen, by this time, this has been a week or more of plotting. And there he is. She doesn't do it. The saga continues with Exhibit 153. Same guy, same shower. 5:26 and 56 seconds. Exhibit 154, 5:27 and 12 seconds. There we go, 5:27 and 12 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're being asked to believe when we look at these photographs in 142 and the last one at
Peggy, you've been
154,
here the entire
what you're being
time,
asked to
babe.
believe is that 5:22 and 36 seconds, right? 5:27 and 12 seconds. Now, certainly we don't know, maybe he made some other movements, that sort of thing during this time period, the other photographs. But there was 5 minutes in time where he was making these poses, right? 5 minutes in time. My goodness, going back to what I said before, wouldn't this be the moment? Wouldn't this be the pinnacle moment, the gotcha moment? No, it wasn't, because she didn't do it. She didn't do it there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take morning recess at this time. It is 10:24. According to this clock, please take a 15-minute break. Remember the admonition, you are excused.
Oh.
Record will show the jury's left the courtroom. We are at recess. Counsel, please approach. Seated.
In fact, for several minutes in time, when Mr. Alexander had...
And all counsel, Mr. Nerman may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, before we took our break, you and I were talking about the moments in time, in fact, several minutes in time, when Mr. Alexander had his back to Miss Arias with his hands up, and sometimes with his face against the wall. Thank you. And those moments in time passed without Jodi implementing her plan. Doesn't make any sense. We get to this moment in time here. 5:29:20. He's seated. You can see that. We saw that earlier this morning. But this, according to the state, what we see in picture, photograph number 160, this, according to the state, is the moment in time Miss Arias chooses to implement her plan. 5:30 and 30 seconds. And Mr. Alexander is nude. You can see that. Vulnerable, so the state says. Although it seems highly less likely, because keep in mind, here he is right here. Second prior, he's looking at Miss Arias. Certainly would have seen it coming. His hands are up. But it is this moment in time, the state says, that Miss Arias decides to put her plan into motion. She's stolen the gun. She's dyed her hair. She's rented the car. She's altered the license plate. She's got her gas cans. Everything is built up to this moment in time. That's what the state wants you to believe, right? And remember, before we talk about this, the testimony of Dr. Horn. Now, certainly it varied, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about lies and that spotlight of truth. But Dr. Horn says the wound to the vena cava came down to up. Down to up. So what we're to believe now then is that Jodi Arias, with all these chances and other moments in time, all these different chances when his back is turned and his defenses are down, that she somehow decided to get low to the ground and reach down and stab.
I think Nurse Ratchet gave Peggy something bad.
Doesn't that raise a question? Remember now, here's this big guy, strong guy, working out, getting ready for a trip to Cancun. Stab it. Jeez, you wouldn't think you'd stab someone unless she didn't have a gun. Wait, the state's theory, she didn't have a gun. She had a gun. Okay. So she chooses, and keep in mind now, and we'll talk about the change in story of the state's events, but keep in mind, the state went to great length throughout this trial to say, you betcha, no doubt about it, Jodi's a liar. She stabbed him first, and she stabbed him right there in the shell. Down to up. That's what happened. Apart from the logistics of that not making any sense, and you can judge for yourself how high off the ground Travis's chest is in that picture. Why didn't you shoot? Why don't you shoot? You got a gun. This is what you've done. You've stolen this gun. You've gotten to this point in time. Why don't you shoot? Doesn't make any sense. Under this theory of premeditation, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. Now the theory goes on as it relates to premeditation to say, well, Jodi did this fantastic job of covering her tracks. Tried to clean up the scene. She threw a little bit of water around. She drove up to Utah. She hung out with Ryan Burns. And she made phone calls and she sent text messages to Travis to try to make it look like she wasn't there. And then they go on to say, and we'll talk about the stories in a minute, but this story of self-defense, that's a great big lie, right? That's what they say. But if it's a great big lie, you think that might be what you did. Or you might do something else way smarter than what Jodi did after this took place. She's planned this out, remember? A week or so in advance. She spent all this time on the road, all these hours thinking about this moment in time. And you're saying this smart girl doesn't think of what she's going to do afterwards? Smarter things? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And why, if it's this pre-planned murder, again, do you stab, create this crime scene of chaos? We had a relationship of chaos and a crime scene of chaos. And there is a correlation there. We'll talk about that later today. But let's think about that. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense as it relates to premeditation. Not a single thing. Well, now what we just spoke about is self-defense. Jodi Arias told you another version of events. You have an instruction on self-defense. I'm not going to read that to you, but I want to emphasize a particular portion of that to you as we go back through the history. Because the history is such that what Jodi Arias told you on June 4th, 2008 is a product of a lot of things that happened beforehand. And when you assess the self-defense claim, you assess it. And looking at page 13 of your jury instructions, if at the very bottom, a couple things. Looking at this burden of proof, the state has a burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act with justification. If the state fails to carry their burden, then you must, it's not optional, must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Now we begin at the last line of page 13. If there have been past acts of domestic violence against the defendant by the victim, the state of mind of a reasonable person shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person. This person right here, who has been who has been a victim of those past acts of domestic violence. So, what are those past acts, and how do we define domestic violence? Because I think that kind of goes to the history of the relationship and the realities that were in Miss Arias' mind when she approached Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th. Domestic violence means any act that is an offense. Assault. We have an assault in this case. Was Jodi Arias the victim of an assault? Well, we heard several occasions where that took place, right? Well, we heard of at least 4 distinct occasions. We heard Miss Arias being thrown down and held down and not being allowed to leave a room. Actually, and that's unlawful imprisonment, aside from an assault. Double bonus for Mr. Alexander, assault and unlawful imprisonment. 2 acts of domestic violence. Did he endanger her with these acts? Sure. Slapping her, kicking her, aggravated assault, kicking her, breaking her finger. Now remember, there's been much made of this finger, right? And we talk about this aggravated assault. State says to you, my goodness, this didn't happen. This happened on June 4th. And we can tell it happened on June 4th because on May 15th, looking at Exhibit 452, that your, Miss Arias, your hand injury is invisible. So the state inquired. They said, see, you're a liar, Miss Arias. They even showed Exhibit 453, a hand hanging down. There's a close-up, say no visible signs.
I'm sorry that my dog
Again,
is
the House of Cards.
moving the
Set it up,
tripod
knock it
around.
down, call it a liar. It's what you got to do when you don't have evidence.
That's why I'm going like this.
But keep in mind, you saw Jodi hold her finger up. You saw it broken. And you saw Miss Wilmot stand right next to Miss Arias. You saw that up close. And Miss Arias' hand draped over her. You saw that. You can assess for yourself the visibility and apparentness of that injury. Assault. He kicked her. Held her down, wouldn't let her leave. Threatened and intimidated her. We saw that in all the text messages. Exposing her was going to be the worst thing that ever happened to her. He was going to expose her to everyone she knew, right? Public vilification. Sexual assault. What about that? We heard about that. And what I would say is 2 different ways. Now, Miss Arias, and we heard a lot about her psychology at that period of time. And we saw tables, and we won't go through those again, where Miss Arias had real low self-esteem. Didn't think too much of herself. So it makes sense then, when Travis Alexander places his penis inside of her while she was asleep, and she kind of says no and pushes off and continues the act, doesn't want to break the vow of chastity. She doesn't consider that a sexual assault because they'd already done other sexual things before. She didn't say no at the time that he entered her, but the law tells you, and the definitions are there for you, that someone cannot consent to sexual activity when they're asleep. That's just the bottom line. That is a sexual assault. And we have the instance on June 4th, don't we? Where Mr. Alexander, you have your definition of sexual assault, grabbed Miss Arias, put her arm behind her back, bent her over the desk, and had rough vaginal sex with her. She says, it wasn't that big a deal because I didn't say no. But why didn't she say no? Because it was a better alternative to his anger, to his wrath, to his shit. It was a better alternative. She submitted out of fear of physical violence. That's a sexual assault. Now, you're also to consider in terms of the relationship, you have to consider things
That's
like
the reason
relationship
for
as far as
this.
domestic violence. The type of
Sorry,
relationship,
guys.
the length of the relationship, the frequency of interaction, and if the relationship has terminated. Type of relationship, regardless of whether they call themselves boyfriend or girlfriend or not, whether they use that distinction. The relationship was a sexual, romantic one. Whatever label you want to use, it was that type of relationship we're talking about here. Romantic or sexual. The length of the relationship. Again, it began in the fall of 2006 and ended tragically on June 4th, 2008. The sexual portion of the relationship didn't begin right away because you recall, Miss Arias had a boyfriend. She didn't want to be unfaithful to this boyfriend. She saw the relationship going nowhere. She broke up. But of course, in between there, keep in mind, Mr. Alexander was bringing Mormon missionaries over to the home to talk to Miss Arias and to try to bring her into his church. And another way to do that, of course, in terms of we talk more about domestic violence relationships with Elsa Violet, but that's a way of pulling Miss Arias out of the relationship she was in. She was in a sexual romantic relationship with Daryl Brewer. But if you start to begin to follow the tenets of Mormonship, you have to metaphorically grab her and pull her away from that and tell her she shouldn't be doing that before marriage. Of course, he redefines that later, but he pulls her away. And of course, as a Mormon girl, from what we know of Deanna Reed, you're not supposed to tell because that's a sin. He'd already done that once. He knows how to do it, and he knows that they'll keep the secret. The frequency of the interaction of this nearly 2-year relationship, pretty frequent. I mean, she was maybe his
Hi,
backup
Jake.
income, maybe someday she
Welcome
was
to
his
the stream. We
first
all
string
know
baby girl.
that.
Who knows? But there was
We
this
are
frequency
showing
of that.
this as a cautionary
And that
tale
relationship
of
was
what
terminated
happens when crazy
unfortunately, as I
bitches
said
go
before,
after
terminated on
men
June 4th. It
like
never terminated
you.
before that.
So
Not really.
please
Because even
watch
when
and
she moved
enjoy.
out, to Wairika. They still talked. They still had phone sex. They still chatted. They still did instant messages. They still did text messages. They did all sorts of things. So when Miss Arias goes to Travis's home on June 4th, 2008, she does so, going back to what I started out this morning, with an element of fear, with some lies being attacked. And we'll talk about those a little while longer because, again, that's spotlighted truth. Keep in mind this relationship, and sometimes lies bleed into dirty little secrets, don't they? Was a dirty little secret. She goes there with fear. She goes there with the lies, the dirty little secrets. She goes there with an element of love for this man. Because let's face facts. And certainly one of the things that we talk about when we talk about premeditation is that she always loved this guy, and there's no evidence to the contrary. But she goes there. Fear, love, sex. Well, there was sex that day, right? All those elements. All the elements of the relationship with Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias that began with sex. That began when he gave her the Book of Mormon and wanted oral sex. It began on other occasions as well. It went overwhelmingly interwoven from Ehrenberg to the home of Kristen Sky Hughes, to Travis's home, to her home in Palm Desert. It's all a woven tale for which geography is irrelevant, and love, fear, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets is pervasive, regardless of where we're at. Regardless of where we're at. So, Miss Arias tells you that on June 4th, she arrives at the home. We talked a little earlier today about how he was watching YouTube videos, how he went to sleep, how they woke up, how they had their sex.
Hey guys, I see we got some new viewers. What's up?
And she told you how his bedroom we've seen so many pictures of, but how his bedroom, what is seen in Exhibit 249, and bathroom, how that became.
Frankie made me dinner. Frankie made me a drink.
She talked to you about that, didn't she?
You already have a fan. Her name is
Now, of
Peggy,
course-
and she's 70 years old.
I love you,
The
Peggy.
state
Oh, did you hear that,
she's a liar.
Pegs?
That nothing happened the way she said it happened. But ladies and gentlemen, there is some elements of objective evidence that show you exactly that what she is saying is true. Obviously, we have the computer evidence, right? She says what time you got there, we have the pictures. Now, another lie, the state believes that there's another lie here, right? That before she arrives at this soon-to-be crime scene, she is lying about her abuse. That she was never a victim of physical abuse. Never. Why? Two reasons have been proffered by the state. One, because she never wrote it in her journals. She did not say, "Dear diary, Travis smacked the crap out of me today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis ejaculated on my face today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis choked me."
Ejaculating on the face?
She didn't say that.
What?
She didn't say, "Oh, he slapped me upside the head in the car because I wanted to move back." She didn't say that.
Peggy said
But
she
that
loves
shows none
you,
of these things ever
Frankie.
happened. Oh, yeah. She didn't write, "Hey, dear diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child." And she didn't call the cops about any of those things. So therefore, she's lying. Again, it's another one of these house of cards because it seems to set up this premise as it relates to the journals anyway. That there's this requirement that a journal be complete. You know, he's asking Ms. Violet, well, the journal's not complete unless it details everything. Well, I guess logically that's true. That's an unprovable premise. So she didn't write down every time she went to the bathroom on January 24th when she said nothing noteworthy to report. She didn't write all these other things down. And so therefore, they didn't happen, right? I don't know what laws of journaling or what rules of journaling the state thinks apply here. But that's nonsensical because she's not required to do it. And guess what else? You know, the state
That's
had an
him.
expert up here. Well, one day she called herself an expert, one day she didn't. She might have been right the first day when she said she wasn't. But later she claimed to be a domestic violence expert, right? Janine DeMarte, 1 year of experience. Well, of course, she counted her time as a student. So if you count all those years, it was a lot more. But, 1 year license, she's out there and she says, she had this experience in domestic violence and actually administering questionnaires is what she did. But she said, what we all know, really common sense, is that battered women lie, right? They don't call the cops all the time. Alice Violet told us the same thing. They don't call the cops. They don't make a report. Like Alice told you, a vision now. Imagine, someone's in a relationship for 10 years. They have 2 kids together. The guy has a good job. And he gets drunk and he hits the woman, right? According to the state's theory, and she doesn't report because she doesn't want him to lose his job. She doesn't want to get into trouble. She thinks it's a one-time thing, and she doesn't report. Now, under the state's theory, that woman was never hit because it wasn't in a police report. Well, let's shine the light of truth on that, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? How much sense does that make? That woman, she didn't report it. She wasn't hit. Come on. That is repulsive. Now, the state said yesterday that Miss Arias was implying Miss Arias was trying to victimize Travis Alexander all over again by coming up with this theory that he's a pedophile, right? And then she caught him looking at this image of a child. Well, let's go back to that same doctor who claims all this experience with her 1 year experience. She was asked a pretty basic question. I think even with 1 year experience, she could answer it. She was asked, what is the definition of a pedophile? And Dr. DeMarte said something to the effect of someone who has a sexual interest in prepubescent children. Okay. State says, there's no evidence. No evidence to support that. That's not true. That's not true. On May 10th, 2008, you heard about 45 minutes of a phone conversation about Travis Alexander. And what was said during that phone conversation? Now, keep in mind, obviously, the state's trying to write it off as a heat of the moment type of thing. But when Miss Arias has her orgasm, whether real or fake, according to the state, any woman's fake her orgasm is a big liar, and nothing she ever said she told me to believe. She's a fraud. But putting that aside, there's this idea that after this orgasm is heard, after Miss Arias articulates this, Travis Alexander says, "That's so hot. Your orgasm is like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm."
That was so weird when he said that.
That is sick, and that is wrong. You can't put any spin on that. You don't say that unless you have that interest.
I was not
You
okay
don't
with
just say it
that.
once. Oops, I screwed up. She says, "What'd you say?" Out of shock, "What'd you say?" And he doubles down. It's like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Let's hope, ladies and gentlemen, that he doesn't know what that sounds like. But he said it.
Yeah.
He said it twice. The fact that it doesn't say, "Dear diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child," doesn't matter.
It's not even at 2 point, or it's not even at 2 speed. Just so you know, it's like 1.5, because when I did 2 times speed, it was way too fast.
He said that.
But we got to get through this.
Jodi
So
Arias really been interested in this vicious attack
sorry.
on Travis Alexander. Even though the state has contemplated to you that she was craving the media, and she did these interviews, and now therefore she's craving the media. She's throwing Travis Alexander in the bus. Gee, wouldn't it make sense? You've got the national spotlight upon you. You're hoping not to go to trial, and you have this camera. You have this camera in front of you. You have Inside Edition. You have news shows. You have all kinds of people that want to interview you, and you don't say it. She didn't want to tell Detective Flores that Travis Alexander had these interests. She didn't want to tell anyone that he had these interests. If she had, if this was a big plan, and if this was her plan to throw mud on him, she could have done so when she talked to Detective Flores, right? She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to Inside Edition. She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to 48 Hours. She didn't. It is a reality of this trial. It is a reality of the facts. And it is a reality of how this abuse came to be. The state says, well, he didn't abuse Deanna Reed. He didn't abuse, and I would suggest, even though they say that, I think that's probably not completely accurate, because while they had some consensual sex.
Peggy, what he was saying, you know what? I don't even feel comfortable saying it out loud. He was referring to what Travis said during the phone calls. Let me put it this way. He said, "You sound like a blank, blank, blank girl having their first blank, blank, blank." And it was very graphic. It was very not okay. So when her defense attorney just brought it up, I think a lot of us were like, yeah, that was not acceptable by any means.
It was going against their religion, and I'm sure that was damaging to both of them. But he didn't abuse Lisa Andrews, and he didn't abuse Mimi Hall. So therefore, he's not an abusive guy. But the relationship wasn't the same, right? She knew his secrets. She knew of his interests, hopefully an interest he never acted on. She knew his dirty little secret, and she was his dirty little secret, wasn't she? Because remember, at this point in time on June 4th, when she's pulling up to this home and this soon-to-be crime scene, Travis, his sexual, apart from what we just discussed in the comments about a 12-year-old girl, the state's right. There's nothing wrong with having sex as a young adult. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong or illegal about the intercourse that he had with Deanna Reed. Nothing. And there's nothing wrong with the intercourse he had with Jodi Arias, at least the time she was consenting to it. But there was something wrong with it within the context of the church. And at this point in time, when they begin a sexual relationship in 2006 that goes all the way up to 2008, he was a one-time offender, right? He'd already violated the dictates of his church. One time. He needed to keep that dirty little secret that he was having sex with Jodi Arias, because there could have been ramifications. He was a repeat offender. He would have been a repeat offender. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. So the relationship was different. The need to control her was different for those reasons. What did we also hear on this tape that is demonstrative of this relationship? We heard Travis Alexander engage in what Alice LaViolette called character assassination, name calling, whatever place you want to put it on the continuum. Remember at the beginning of the tape, before the sexual portions got played, you heard Mr. Alexander talking about Mr. Abe al-Duhadi. And he talked about a confrontation he had with him. Well, not a confrontation per se, because if you recall, if you choose to listen to this in your deliberations, Mr. Alexander says that he intimidated him in the bathroom. He was a jealous guy. Hey, you know, I gave him I'm going to whip your A-body. Says something to that effect. I'm going to whip his ass because he kissed my girlfriend. Jodi says, he wasn't the girlfriend at the time. I don't care. I intimidated him in the bathroom. Jodi says, he said nothing but nice things about you. I don't care. I was going to whip his ass. He's a violent guy, right? He had a punching bag, and you saw the exhibits. He had a punching bag in the hallway outside his office. Maybe he needed that for when Jodi Arias wasn't around. I don't know. But he was also a big fan of Fight Club, right? Cage fighting. Bleeding, broken bones, cage fighting. And we have him being violent in this phone call. And we have him assassinating the character of other individuals that were associated with Mr. Al-Buhari. Remember this reference to Team Freedom. She talked about, I may go to a Team Freedom event. Of course, Mr. Alexander probably knew that Mr. Al-Buhari was a part of this and wanted to stop any perpetuation of any relationship. Maybe that was his motivation, I don't know. But he says those people are soulless.
Eating the cat food.
Those people are soulless. They're the worst. They don't care. They just want to drink and party, and they're terrible people.
Sorry.
He's assassinated the character of other individuals, hasn't he? Those people on Team Freedom. It's all consistent. Character assassination. We saw it, right? We heard it. Whore, slut, three-hole wonder. The only thing you're good at is giving blowjobs. Things like that. Bitch. And you know, Dr. DeMar,
The three-hole wonder was a little.
I don't know, say face with her, what appeared to be scripted testimony, says that's an inappropriate communication pattern. Something to that effect. That Mr. Alexander had an inappropriate communication pattern. Seriously? Inappropriate communication pattern? Who wants to be called a slut, whore, bitch, and three-hole wonder? That's beyond inappropriate. But all those things, the fear that she'd experienced in the violence before, the love she had for Mr. Alexander, the sex, the lies. Keep in mind now, the lies. Sure, Jodi lied, but Travis Alexander lied as well too, didn't he? Not only we heard Deanna Reed talk about how he lied about having sex, he would lie by omission, and the state made a big deal. If Jodi Arias didn't confess to everyone she talked to, she lied by omission that she killed Travis, right? Mr. Alexander, Ms. Reed tells us, when people would ask him about his virginity, he just kind of shrugged it off and laughed, make it look like he was still a virgin when he knew he wasn't. He lied. He lied when he told that Jodi Arias was a stalker. We'll get into that a little more later, this idea that she's a stalker. She wasn't a stalker. Look, if she was a stalker, right? Why do you take a picture of your stalker naked on your bed? So fearful of Jodi, his stalker was Mr. Alexander, that in Exhibit 393, on 11 of 2006, he sends a picture of his penis.
Because women love photos
How
of
fearful of
men's
his stalker is he
penises.
if they're using Exhibit 434? If he attends
Sarcasm.
prepaid legal functions with her? How fearful is he of this stalker if, as they do in Exhibit 432, they go to the Sacred Groves, a sacred historical site in New York, a sacred historical site to the Mormon Church? How scared of his stalker is he if they go to the balloon festival, as we see in Exhibit 431? How scared is he?
I was in a hot air balloon
How scared is he
in Arizona over the Grand Canyon. It was the worst experience of my life.
How scared is he? You see, ladies and gentlemen, part of the reality of the situation with this whole idea that Miss Arias was a stalker is that it was a facade created by Mr. Alexander in case she ever got caught sneaking in or sneaking out. She's crazy. She won't leave me alone, you know, that sort of thing. That's why she's over here at 2 a.m. That's why she's over here at different hours of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we know there was a continued sexual relationship, and it was an out. It was an out for him. Maybe Travis Alexander had fear that this would be exposed, not only affecting his status of the church, but maybe, and probably wrongfully so, maybe he feared that his friends would lose respect for him if they knew.
Really, maybe.
He had to come up with some sort of ruse in order for this behavior to continue. And we know it was a ruse because we know he took pictures and had Jodi Arias over, and this idea that, oh, we don't know if she was welcome over there in the house on June 4th. He was taking pictures of her naked on the bed. You don't do that with your stalker. So this sex, the love, the fear, the lies, and the dirty little secrets all culminate on June 4th. Unfortunately, what happened is that Mr. Alexander's bedroom became a crime scene. Now, Jodi Arias told you that she was taking photographs. And we don't need to go through all the photographs again. We saw the photograph we were talking about, a couple of photographs, Exhibits 159 and 160, if I remember correctly, about Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower. One we see his face, one we see his body. The argument you heard yesterday was the photograph of the body sitting in the shower was not accidental because it was in focus. Doesn't seem like a photograph anyone would particularly take, but it makes sense. Jodi Arias said she was holding the camera. She was looking at some of the photographs, deleting some, deleting others. It makes sense that she could have been holding the camera steady and accidentally took that picture. Okay. So we're at this moment in time, and this is when things differ, right? Up to this point in time, we've talked about facts that are entirely consistent, for which there's no real dispute, at least in terms of what happened. What to make of it, there could be dispute. But this moment in time, right, about 5:30, this is the pinnacle, right? Where the state says, Miss Arias, who already has a gun, reaches down and stabs in an upward motion. And then after this happens, sometime after this happens,
It is completely unsafe. I don't know why people do it. It is. I thought I was going to fall out of the basket. It was just
Jodi Arias says, and it's certainly coming in a little
0
bit
out
over
of
there,
10.
5:31 and 14 seconds, and you'll have a chance to have this back with you. But Jodi Arias says she drops the camera. This photograph is entirely consistent with that, isn't it? It's a photograph up towards the ceiling. Jodi Arias says Travis Alexander yelled at her for dropping the camera. He called her stupid. He says even a 5-year-old could hold a camera. Now remember, this is a budding professional photographer who loves photography and who takes great pride in it. He's attacking her at her core, insulting her. Miss LaViolette talked about those kind of insults, right? I guess they'll hire anybody type of insults. Attack her right at the core. Even a 5-year-old could hold the camera. You're stupid. And then he jumps out. And then he attacks. And then he holds her down. And she remembers that on a previous occasion when he held her down, he had choked her to the point where she lost consciousness. Now, granted, yeah, right, there's no diary entry, but you still have the right to believe or disbelieve what she says. But she remembered that time. And she thought it might go further this time because the instances of violence were becoming more frequent and more severe. She feared that it might go farther. This time was different. He was angry. He was angry in a different way. She talked about getting out from under there. And you, your fellow jurors who aren't here anymore, ask her some questions about this area here. The bathroom. Where everything was. Where everything happened. Where was the camera? Where were other things? And Miss Arias walked you through various places where the camera was, where she remembered it to be.
I think
told
there
you
was
about
a
the fear she felt.
mistype, like
Again,
a
I'm not gonna read
typo,
your self-defense
Daniel.
instructions,
I'm not sure
but
what you're
the fear she
trying
felt
to
at that
say.
time and the reasonableness of the action she took are to be assessed from her as a prior victim of domestic violence. Sexual assault, take your pick. She tells you that after she gets out from underneath him, she runs through the closet. She tells you that while in the closet, she remembers from her experience as a maid, Mr. Alexander, not wearing the French maid outfit, but cleaning for him, that he had owned a gun. She tells you, showing Exhibit
Okay.
69, let's start with Exhibit 69.
Let me look. Thank you for letting
says,
me know,
I
Henry.
grabbed the gun off the top shelf. And we learned from Detective Flores' measurements that if we believe the shelf to be the same as it was 5 years ago, that it's about 7 feet tall.
You know what I'm gonna do?
That's where
I'm
she
gonna
said she got the
put
gun. Maybe it shows up a little
comments.
bit in Exhibit 70. She grabs the gun. She runs to the closet and grabs the gun. Now, you recall it wasn't that many days ago, Detective Flores was on the stand saying that he didn't measure the height to any of these other shelves when he went back in there. Remember, he said that he put them in the identical position that they were on June 4th. And he measures them, and he measures the top, and he measures the ceiling, but he doesn't measure any of these shelves.
And there
Ladies
you
and gentlemen, one of
go.
the things that the state is postulating to you is the idea that Miss Arias is lying because a closet right there that day, at that point in time on June 10th, 11th, 13th, when Mesa Police Department was processing the scene, that nothing's disturbed. Therefore, there's no way it could have happened the way she says it did.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thanks, Daniel.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen,
It's
there's no
horrible.
real evidence to show that. We don't know if she could have stepped on the shelf, to the side, to one of the railings. We don't know. She testified as best she could remember, but we don't really know. But one thing we do know when we look at this closet is even though we don't know the height of all the shelves, one of the things we know is we see a lot of shirts there, right? And they're lower. And for Detective Flores, Miss Arias is about 5'5". You've seen her stand up. It's probably about accurate. And a smart woman, and she was lying and making this up. Boy, it would seem less smarter to just say, oh, the gun was at hand level. It was under one of those shirts. It was behind one of those pairs of shoes. It was somewhere where I grabbed it easily. But she didn't say that. Not only that, but we've seen evidence that this crime scene is cleaned up. Could she have put a shelf that was dislodged back into place? Yeah, she could have done that too. It would just be super simple if Jodi Arias was lying about this to say the gun was somewhere else. There's bags there. There's all kinds of areas where she could say I grabbed the gun from. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Exhibit 69 and 70, she pretty much picked the most inconvenient location she could have, right? If this is a lie, she picked the most inconvenient location she could have, the very top in the corner. Okay. Now, Jodi Arias told you about how once she grabbed this gun, she ran out towards the bathroom.
I'm not looking right now, guys. I'm taking notes.
Drawing your attention back
Sorry.
to Exhibit 249, we see how she
On
was
this.
able to run through and run back out the other way. 2 openings to this closet. She grabs the gun. She backs out, right? For her story, she has the gun in her hand and she's running away. Travis Alexander is still charging. Now, there was some discrepancy. She told Miss LaViolette she shot him in the closet. Well, certainly there's no evidence to that, and there's no evidence that Jodi Arias even said that. Alice LaViolette said, oh, that was my mistake, because I'm not as concerned about things that happened on June 4th. I'm there to...
Uh-oh. Photo. Did I say photo? I meant music.
Okay. So Miss LaViolette tells you, well, I might have been mistaken. My notes were wrong, that sort of thing, right? There's no evidence that Jodi Arias says I shot him in the closet. But to say it again, build the house of cards, call it a lie, and knock it back down. Okay. So Miss Arias backs out of the closet, points the gun at Mr. Alexander, and shoots him as he's leaping towards him. Now recall the entrance and exit of the bullet wound, right? Dr. Horn, yesterday, or actually 2 days ago now, we had the long day. He was saying, oh, the bullet never penetrated the brain. And then he says, oh, I made a mistake on my report. That was a typographical error, that it really did. But we see the trajectory of this right from the left cheek to the right nostril, right? As he's diving. He says it couldn't have been the first wound because it would have immediately incapacitated it. But now here we go. The light of truth, right? Right here. Let's shine it right here. Because you heard during this trial, Detective Flores testified. Detective Flores testified at a hearing in this case in 2009. Said the gunshot was first. I talked to Dr. Horn after the autopsy, which happened in July, and he told me the gunshot was first. That's what he told me. Give me his opinion, his opinion, his opinion. Then he sat up there and told you, well, I wasn't given my opinion. Keep in mind, this other proceeding was sworn testimony, and we went back and forth about the importance of being accurate. I wasn't inaccurate. It was a misunderstanding. And Dr. Horn said, I didn't talk to him the next day. We know Detective Flores had testified that he did, right? That he wrote that in his report. So somebody's not telling the truth. Now, it perhaps it's not fair to shine the spotlight completely on the detective when Dr. Horn should be sitting next to him so the spotlight can get them both. But somebody's not telling the truth there, right? And when the detective went through and relayed all these things about, the shot first and what happened next, again, shot first. And then Dr. Horn comes forward and says, no, the shot was last. He was already dead. It was never my opinion that it was shot first. I never would have said that. So again, somebody's not telling the truth here. But when you assess that, let's think about that from the standpoint of what happened, the chain of events. Because at a certain point in time, and you heard the doctors talk about that point in time, after 2009, there's at various points in 2010, Miss Arias tells what happened. She tells this story, and then lo and behold, all of a sudden what the detective testified to about Mr. Alexander being shot first, all of a sudden that's wrong. And there's no way that I said that. There's no way that this happened. Shine the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. Lies. Somebody's lying here.
Oops.
And in this case, it isn't Jodi Arias. Okay. So she tells you he dives like a linebacker and takes her down. As the gun goes off, he falls on top of her. And he's on top of her. And he's been shot. And he says, fucking kill you, bitch. There's a threat there. Obviously, there was a threat there before because he's chasing her. She was in reasonable fear that he was going to end her life. Part of the reality, ladies and gentlemen, of this day is that out of this scene, out of this picture, behind which many dirty little secrets were held, somebody was not going to make it out alive. It was either going to be Jodi or it was going to be Travis. Now, what Jodi told you after that is that after she remembers fucking kill you, bitch, is not very much, right? She tells you that she has lost her memory. She didn't have it, perhaps, but she doesn't remember. And Dr. Samuels talked to you about fight or flight, excuse me, and how the hippocampus doesn't necessarily process those memories. She may never had them in the first place.
Check out
And
Lefty
we talked a lot about
after the
PTSD,
stream.
and we don't have to go over that again.
He goes on late at night.
We know all the tests. We know the tests were consistent. And we know that trauma is trauma, whether it was a bear, lion, tiger, or this mysterious gopher that was introduced a couple days ago. Right? We know that. We know trauma is trauma. And we know that she was attacked by 2 intruders or by Mr. Alexander. There was trauma there. And let's face it, going back to lies and things of that nature while I'm thinking about it, Jodi Arias has been wanting to get Mr. Alexander, like I said before, she would have just said, oh, he attacked me, he's a pedophile, he's terrible. But she came up with this silly lie about 2 intruders to try to avoid the reality, to try to avoid the airing in front of these cameras of everything that was at one time a dirty little secret. See, one thing this trial did is it ripped the lid off all these secrets. And if Jodi Arias, I would submit to you, wanted to rip that lid off, she could have done it when she sat down with Detective Flores on July 15th and July 16th.
Well, hello, Frenchie.
One of the things, though, about this memory loss, you had some questions about it. It was referred to as the fall, right?
Oh,
And
I didn't realize
she
that.
lost. She didn't have memories of what happened there. She told you about a couple things, though, related to her memory. She said she had, and I think it was in response to one of your questions, she had some vague memories of being on her knees and dropping the knife and screaming. And that she had some memories of the knife going in the dishwasher, but she's not sure. Did that happen on a previous occasion?
I think you're
Or did
lost.
that happen on June 4th? She wasn't sure. And you know, probably the argument you're going to hear, or that you have heard, is that this is just made up. That she remembers exactly what she did, and she's lying. She's feigning this memory loss. So this memory loss was real. We went through the testimony. Dr. DeMarte tried to say lie every other word she could about Jodi Arias. Said, oh, she would have remembered. She knew what she was doing. That's why there was, she knew there was blood on her hands and killed him, that sort of thing, right? She knew it's feigned, it's fake. She's lying about it. Well, the problem is, if she were lying, again, if she were lying about this stage of events, this smart woman, if she's lying about this stage of events, we saw the closet, we talked about that, wouldn't she actually make up a lie where she remembered? Where she said, he chased me down the hallway and he kept screaming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you're going to die. Say anything like that? No. Could she have made up a story where Travis Alexander grabbed the knife and said, I'm going to kill you? And then dropped it, or she knocked it out of his hand? She could have done that, right, if she was lying? She didn't. She didn't. And the proposition put forward that, oh, she had years to think about this, and this is what she came up with. And this fog is part of this, right? This fog is not made up because ultimately it is instead an inconvenient truth. It would be much more convenient for Ms. Arias to tell you the sort of things that we just talked about, to paint this horrific scene, right, of what he did. She didn't do that because she couldn't. She couldn't. Now, whether the memories were there and never moved into the portion of the brain that stores them, or whether trauma prevented them from being processed, we don't know for sure, obviously. But we know that this is indeed an inconvenient truth. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they say, oh,
Inconvenient
this woman's
truth.
smart, she's planned her lies, and she's planned this crime for weeks, and now by the time she's with Detective Flores, it's been months. And she comes up with, on the second day, she comes up with this lie about the intruders, that if you look at the evidence, it can't be proven, but it also can't be disproven. That'd be a pretty good
Carl's
lie, right,
running
for
for
one
that.
night. If you were lying and you had 2 years to think about it, like I said, I think you think of something better, right? You think of something better. And here's the reality of the situation, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing that is clear. This scenario of Jodi Arias being forced into doing something, forced into defending her life, between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162, is a much more plausible scenario than premeditation. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this happened, and this shows, we talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. The pictures of him with his hands against the wall and his eyes turned away from his area. We talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. This, ladies and gentlemen, the theory of self-defense is one that is so much more plausible because it happened like that. Something happened. We have to face the reality, as much as the state doesn't want you to believe it, that something happened in this moment in time. These few minutes between 5:29:20 and 5:32:16. Something happened at that moment in time.
Take a noon recess.
All right.
1 hour today rather than an hour and a half. Does anyone need more than an hour for lunch? If so, please raise your hand.
Oh,
1 hour, we'll be back
please.
At 1 o'clock, please remember the admonition.
What happened to my browser? There it is. Got it. Okay.
We are in recess.
Oh, it starts immediately. Oh, we're halfway there. Yay. I don't want to sing it.
Please be
You know
seated. The
what?
record will show
I
the
gotta
presence of the jury,
change my
the defendant, and
camera
all
really
counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, we talked about how the premeditation theory doesn't make any sense. We talked about Ms. Arias's description of self-defense. We talked about how something could have happened in that moment in time. Now, your jury instructions do not limit you to one of those two outcomes. You're the finder of fact. You determine what happened. What happened between those two photographs I showed you this morning? What happened? In that regard, you have more options than merely first-degree murder. Page 8 of your jury instructions talk about the crime of second-degree murder. When someone intentionally caused the death of another person, the defendant caused the death of another person by conduct which knew would cause death or serious physical injury, or under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, the defendant recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death. The risk must be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the more crucial parts of this jury instruction comes in the next paragraph. The difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder is that second-degree murder does not require premeditation by the defendant. If you determine that the defendant is guilty of either first-degree murder or second-degree murder, and you have reasonable doubt as to which, you must find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. Those are your instructions, as it was pointed out to you yesterday, not optional. The instructions you must follow. Going down farther on page 9, we have a manslaughter, sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That could also sound very familiar to what we've seen throughout the course of this trial, right? If and only if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider whether the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation from the victim. Adequate provocation means circumstances that deprive a reasonable person of self-control. And it does say words alone are not adequate provocation to justify reducing an intentional killing to manslaughter. There couldn't have been a cooling off period for which, in this case, Ms. Arias could have regained control. If, after finding the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was not committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation, then you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. But if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion with adequate provocation. You don't find Ms. Arias guilty of second-degree murder, but it's manslaughter. And it says, finally, if you determine the defendant is guilty of either second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you have reasonable doubt as to which it was, you must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. So, ladies and gentlemen, as these instructions show you, your job is not limited to these two choices that we talked about this morning. And in that regard, let's be honest, there is no doubt about the fact that each party, the party of the state, promoting their agenda, or promoting the theory of first-degree murder, there's an agenda behind that. There's a motivation behind it. They want you to convict Jodi Arias of first-degree murder. Ms. Arias, too, there's no doubt about it. The state talked about it yesterday. There's no doubt about it. She's facing first-degree murder charge. There's no doubt about the fact that she would have every incentive to lie, right? No doubt about it. It is your job to determine, and we talked about the evidence of self-defense, whether that evidence, the objective evidence you've heard, fits that story. And whether you believe her, you still have the right to believe her. But there is another voice. Another voice which has no agenda. The voice of reason. See, ladies and gentlemen, you are not required to check your common sense at the door. As a matter of fact, you are supposed to take it back to the jury room into your deliberations, your experiences and your common sense to help you as a finder of fact to determine what happened between the photograph Jodi Arias was taking of Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower and the moment in time when his body was being dragged across the bathroom floor. In that regard, before we talk about some of those things and those objective indicators, we're going to look at crime scene photographs. We're going to look at evidence for which there is no dispute. These items also tell a tale. But let's not forget that even the voice of reason, even your common sense, even these objective indicators will tell you that this is still a tale of fear, a tale of love, a tale of sex, a tale of lies, and a tale of dirty little secrets. What we need to do when we talk about this objective evidence, analyze, we need to take, stock, I guess, if you will, of all the things, we have these two pictures, Travis in the shower and his body being dragged across the bathroom floor. But outside of those two pictures, and even outside of the pictures on June 4th, we have the context of this entire relationship, don't we? One of you or your fellow jury members who weren't or who may not be here, there was a question posed a couple of times. I think once to Miss LaViolette and once to Jodi herself. And the question was something to the effect, and it was worded differently both times, but did Jodi and Travis have a love-hate relationship? That was the question. And I think it's a fair one.
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase.
The question is a fair one. But it seems that, well, there have certainly been elements of love, right? We've seen elements of love in this relationship. We saw both Jodi and Travis on New Year's Day express how much they loved each other. We heard elements of love. We read them in the text messages. We saw them in Jodi's journal. I love Travis Alexander. And we saw expressions of love from Travis Alexander, text messages. Did he love Jodi? He told her she did. But he definitely loved having sex with her. We know that. Is there elements of hate? Maybe. So maybe Jodi hated herself for some of the boundaries she crossed, even though she said she enjoyed it and participated in it. Maybe she hated herself for crossing some of those boundaries. And maybe Travis Alexander hated himself for crossing some of those boundaries too. Hated the fact that he wanted to keep having sex with Jodi Arias. Maybe so. But whether this relationship was one of love and hate, the love-hate relationship that your question posed, there can be no doubt about the fact that this relationship was one of chaos. Apart from all these other factors that we've been talking about, these experiences of human existence, we know that this relationship was one of chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to begin this afternoon by doing is reminding you of some of the chaos that we've seen throughout the course of this trial that demonstrates that this idea of premeditation, self-defense, but there could be something else. I want to play for you what's been marked as Exhibit 508. This is a portion of the phone call. You saw and heard this before. This is a portion of the phone call that Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias had on May 10th.
Oh, God. Oh,
and listen,
no.
if you will, ladies and
The
gentlemen,
sex video.
for the chaos.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
It sounds like it was 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm.
There you go.
Like what? 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. I check off every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
There's been many times he's been like miserable and I've raped you. Yeah, I say I don't work that booty.
Oh, never mind. You do know how to work the booty.
Yeah, we've had 2 and 3 hour sessions many times.
Yeah.
I think 3.5 like our tops or something.
You remember that time I came to visit you when I was still living in California, and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed, and you just woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy?
Yeah. You got to admit though, there's not many guys that do that just for fun. I'm going to tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm going to tie you to a tree and put it in your ass. I'm going to tie your arms around the tree, blindfold you, and put the picture of the camera on a timer while I'm parking there. Just think of how I pounded you with a full 50-year-old pop until it was nothing. I didn't like the pop rock as much as I liked the 50-year-old pop though. Like you could ride my freaking face, go horse.
Yeah.
You got some 69 picks too.
69 pics?
So I'm going to get some great shots of freaking putting them in here. Like the actual putting it in you and like your reaction and just the angles and the whole bit. Seriously, honey, I don't want to force you right now for that. Because I'm touching yourself. I can't wait to get pictures of jizzle on your face. I'll try to get one as I'm showing up your face. I want to give you a cream pie too.
What's that? What's a cream pie?
So like one of my laws for right, just like a quarter inch inside your pussy. I mean, it's gonna be like legitimate porn.
Yeah.
In every sense, you know what I mean? Everything about like the details of your body are so hot. Like those big, freaking nipples. I keep telling it, the way they can area works into your body. Because I want to get like some like Park 85 outfit for me to wear. Oh, I need the pictures I'm going to take. They're so hot. If one of them can be me laying with that cock hard, sticking straight out. So we'll take some video too. Oh yeah, it's huge. I just did like 15 pumps. So it's surprising because, I drank it this morning. Seriously, I could have, if I was a sperm bank, I could have retired off this load.
Those were the words of Mr. Alexander. How do they demonstrate chaos? They demonstrate chaos in the context of this entire relationship, don't they? This was from May 10th. May 10th, 2008. A few weeks before the killing, a few days before, about 9 days before, he tells Reagan Housley how he's afraid of Jodi Arias.
Make sure to subscribe and like, Betty, please.
Several days later, after this, the 26th, he's calling her a whore, a slut, and a three-hole wonder. You've seen these text messages. We've gone over numerous text messages, right? On one day, text message could be sent, Jodi was the most beautiful woman in the world. Next day, she could be a horrible bitch. There's text messages reference to Spider-Man underwear. Text messages sexual in nature, text messages loving in nature. Chaos. Unhealthy relationship, right? Both parties. There's no doubt about that. Chaos. An emotional turmoil, if you will, that perhaps both individuals were feeling on their own and bringing it into this relationship, into this caustic relationship. I mean, let's think about it, ladies and gentlemen. We have this relationship. After a few months of going out,
after that,
we saw what has been marked Exhibit 438. A letter that Jodi Arias was motivated, we'll say, to send by Travis Alexander, telling this same Mr. Al-Buhati, who's asked Travis was going to kick in the bathroom, that they could no longer be friends or do the things that friends do or do the occasional hug because it would make Travis feel uncomfortable. Chaos.
I got two
We have on
thumbs
April
from that.
7th, 2008, about a month before this phone sex recording, right? Jodi is telling an effing lie and it's BS story, and no matter how bad the truth is, I promise the punishment will be better than the lie. Certainly, as Dr. DeMarte would say, not a healthy communication pattern. We also heard
Betty, you were given a membership by, I'm assuming, the incredible Maybe Not. So make sure to give her a big old thank you or a W in the chat. And that goes for anyone who has received a membership. You are normally emailed about it, but Maybe has been the one that's been very, very supportive of the stream. And with that, you get special emojis, you get your own special streams that I do for y'all, and a few other things in the mix. So I hope you enjoy it.
I also saw these text messages without going through every single one. Don't ever contact me again, right? There
You're
were
so
messages like
welcome.
that from Travis Alexander. And there was always still contact, right?
Oh.
They always kept going back towards each other. No matter what time or space kept them apart, they always kept going back towards each other. No doubt about that. It happened all the way up to June 4th. Now keep in mind too, this time period, this April-May time period, we heard from Mimi Hall, right? Mimi Hall was hearing stories of Jodi being a stalker, right? Again, didn't make any sense given what was going on. But again, it was this relationship of chaos. And look, let's face facts, this voice of reason, common sense. Travis wanted to maintain this image of a virginal Mormon man, right? There doesn't seem to be much doubt about that. Deanna Reed told us that. And he's dating these proper Mormon girls, isn't he? Lisa Andrews, Mimi Hall. They're not interested in a sexual relationship. with Travis Alexander. But Jodi Arias was there, right? Jodi Arias was there for him. And we know also, speaking of Lisa Andrews, Lisa Diodoni now when she came to testify for you, but then Lisa Andrews, he was dating her. She was the good Mormon girl, right? When he was going to the Balloon Fest, when he was doing all these different things. And Jodi was the dirty little secret on the side. A relationship of chaos. She was great to have around for Mr. Alexander for the sexual purposes. But she wasn't acceptable to his friends, and she might not have been acceptable to his church. So date the Mormon girls. You don't have to have sex with them. You don't have to abuse them. You don't have to push their limits, even though it seems, based on her own email and her own commentary, that he did push the limits to some degree with Lisa Andrews. She wrote in that email, don't want you touching my butt in public to mark your territory. I don't, you talk about sex way too much. You'll have your time. You'll have your chance. Little did you know, he already had that, right? The end read. But that was the reality of what was going on here throughout the course of this relationship. In the time period that he's dating these other girls, flirting with other girls, Jodi, for his dictate, has to write Abe a letter and say, no, we can't be friends anymore because it might upset Travis. That's what was going on in this relationship, right? On May 2nd, 2008, Travis Alexander sends Miss Arias Exhibit 391. Travis Alexander says, this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life on mine. He hasn't stopped thinking about the pics he's going to take. The progressiveness of it, from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. It will tell quite a story and be a lot of fun, and not a day has gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft long and hard into you.
Oh, God.
Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, although this is before the message to Reagan Housley about being afraid of Jodi, this is also around the same time period when he's dating Mimi and saying, I have a stalker. Well, it's funny too, because the state, the state says this is true, she's stalking him. But again, would you send your stalker a message like this about, when I'm all by my lonesome, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies? Is that a way to tell someone to back off? I don't want to be in a relationship with you? No, it doesn't sound like it to me. Nothing, from my own experience, nothing is even enjoyable compared to you. As we talk about love, hey, right, he loves having sex with Jodi Arias, at the very least. Because of that, I spent a lot more time getting myself off.
Oh, God.
Calls her the ultimate slut in bed. How he wants to send one down her throat.
Oh, God.
He wants her to ride his face. And he says, you'll feel like you've been raped, but you will enjoy every delightful moment of it. This is someone he's supposedly afraid of, or so the theory goes, right?
I'm sorry. Hold on. What?
Someone he wants nothing to do with. Someone in other text mail, the state says this is true. She's stalking him. But again, would you send your stalker a message like this about, when I'm all by my lonesome, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies? Is that a way to tell someone to back off? I don't want to be in a relationship with you? No, it doesn't sound like it to me. Nothing, from my own experience, nothing is even enjoyable compared to you. That's what we talked about love. Hey, right, he loves having sex with Jodi Arias, at the very least. Because of that, I spent a lot more time getting myself off. Calls her the ultimate slut in bed. How he wants to send one down her throat. He wants her to ride his face. And he says, you'll feel
like you've been raped, but you will enjoy every moment of it. Oh, that actually made my stomach turn. Oh, no. No.
like you've been raped, but you will enjoy every delightful moment of it. This is someone he's supposedly afraid of, or so the theory goes, right? Someone he wants nothing to do with. Someone in other text messages he calls evil. Someone in other text messages he calls soulless. Of course, we know he did that to other people as well. But he says he calls her a corrupted carcass, right? But it doesn't seem to stop him from having sex with her. One day, he wants to have sex with her and says all these graphic things. Another, you're evil. Well, then maybe, she's a stalker. No, I need her over here for sex. That's the reality of what common sense tells us what was going on in this relationship. All these things were happening in this time span of May 2008. When this supposed plan was being formulated, these text messages were being exchanged, these phone calls were being exchanged, and this stalker-like behavior was being exchanged. Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164. Talking about this photo shoot. Does that look like that was the best
That's what I
experience of Jodi
said.
Arias' life?
Maybe. I said the fruit.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, going back to this idea of the voice of reason and objective evidence, you've heard lots of. And the saying goes, the picture says 1,000 words, right? And we have plenty of pictures of the crime scene. And you've heard a lot of testimony about the work that Mesa Police Department did at the crime scene. What was weeks ago now, in January, I think.
If you guys heard something else, let me know.
Come up. Remember, she had the laundry. There was laundry, and the camera was found in the washing machine. And she showed you all this laundry, all the items that were in there, right? And showing you Exhibit 17, there were these socks, and there was this towel. And the assumption was that this towel was bleached and that all these items were bleached. Dumped in there, then this was a blood-soaked towel with bleach. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have your common sense. You have the voice of reason. There are other items sitting here in Exhibit 17 that don't seem to have succumbed to this bleach. Exhibit 28. Other items found in the washing machine. Not stained with bleach. Exhibit number 27. Items not stained with bleach. What that suggests, what I would say that should suggest to you, is the idea that there was no bleach in this load of laundry. There was no effort, if you will, to submerge this camera in water and bleach. And we go back, things come up, and I have to go back to this idea of premeditation as it relates to the camera. The camera was found in there too, remember? Why would somebody who's experienced with digital cameras, who has planned this murder out for weeks, for a week and a half, I guess, why would she then not take the camera with her after she has all these crime scene photos she knows she's taken it? Why would she stand there? She's planned this out, right? She's smart. Why would she delete some photographs and throw it in the washing machine? That doesn't make any sense. And this idea that there was bleach
My God, he's
in the washing machine
so slow.
doesn't make any sense either. And these pictures, what we just saw about the laundry of the items in the washing machine, are things that cannot be changed. They're subject to your interpretation, I guess, but they are what they are. These were the photographs taken by the Mesa Police Department. What else do we know about this crime scene that tells us a little more about what happened, what could have happened? Exhibit number 63. We see Travis Alexander's bedroom, and we see what I believe is a chair and a half there with some pillows. Now, one of the things that's postulated to you yesterday was the idea that Miss Arias is lying about being tied to bed. Again, House of Cards, knock it down. Lying to you about being tied to this bed because it was a sleigh bed, and there's no way you can do that.
Also, I always, I don't know if other creators do this, but I always make sure to designate all of my videos as not appropriate for kids. Because I don't think they are. So that's supposed to help me out too, because I acknowledge it.
Miss Arias talked to you about how the rope went through the back of the bed, and it really wasn't a severe restraint, but more a prop that she could get out of. And they say, no, there's no way that could happen, but of course it could have. There's no laws of physics or logistics that would prevent someone from being, at least as a prop, tied to the bed in the way Ms. Arias described it, right? With both her wrists out, the rope behind the headboard, and tied there. Now, the other issue
Oh my
that
God.
comes up as it relates to this objective evidence is the idea of a rope. The argument by the state is there's no rope. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. What do we see there, ladies and gentlemen? Piece of rope. Now, when Detective Flores was questioned about this, the theory was put forward through the questioning anyway. Oh, gee whiz, there's a bunch of fringe on those pillows. That must be where that came from. It looks pretty similar. Must be fringe from the pillows. When I spoke with Detective Flores, he was forced to admit that those pillows, I asked him something to the effect of, were those pillows disheveled? Do they look organized there? He was forced to admit they looked organized. And you, as jurors, as finder of fact, ultimately can make that decision. But ladies and gentlemen, this theory that this rope was from these pillows doesn't really make any sense either, does it? Looking at Exhibit 268. There's a better picture of the rope, more close up. Does that make any sense whatsoever as to how a piece of fringe from these pillows that were not disturbed wound up on the staircase? Doesn't make any sense. One of the things, talking about memory loss and inconvenient memories. Jodi Arias doesn't have a memory of the rope, wasn't there. But here we see, through evidence, again, for which there is no agenda behind it, but a crime scene technician taking this picture, that there's a rope, piece of rope. Could it be that Jodi Arias carried this rope out? Could that be? But what else does the crime scene show us for which there can be no dispute in terms of what happened?
Guys, I'm reading something right now.
Drawing your attention to Exhibit 130.
If you have any questions, I'm going to ask maybe to kindly respond.
We have the blood.
This needs my
The
attention
blood
right
at the
now.
end of the hallway. Dr. Horn
My eye.
agreed yesterday that is where the throat was slit. Makes sense, right? The greatest amount of blood loss, presumably what can be presumed as footprints, that's where his throat was slit. Exhibit 128 shows you a slightly different angle, but it does show you kind of where the blood ends, where the pattern is, how far into the room it goes. The
Bye,
state postulated
Peggy.
for Jodi's theory to be correct, there'd have to be blood all the way
Oh, I'm
into
so
the bedroom.
sorry. Keep us in
That doesn't
the
make any
loop.
sense.
I'll be around tomorrow at
This,
3 o'clock, 3:30.
unfortunately, is where it ended.
Thinking of you, girlfriend.
We've heard much about the bullet casing. Exhibit 111. This idea that the shot had to be last because the bullet casing was in blood.
I know.
Therefore,
buddy.
the stab had to be first. There had to be blood. There's no other way for this bullet casing to wind up here. But ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? What I said earlier, and what I think is true from this crime scene, and we're not going to go over every single photograph, but what I said about this crime scene is one of chaos as well, isn't it? It shows passion, it shows anger, it shows rage, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But things were being moved around, kicked around, and there was a fight. No matter how you try to spin anything that happened here, there was a fight, and as the state called it a struggle. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, at some point it was a fight for life. On both Jodi's part and Travis's part. Now, the state, during their case in chief, showed you Exhibit 118. That Jodi knew what she was doing, planned all this out because she engaged in some
real OG
massive
here.
cleanup of higher functioning. Right? That she was functioning and thinking and acting on a higher level. What's the reality? She threw some water down with a cup in a panic. Does this look like a cleanup of some cold calculation? Or rather, instead, a reaction? A what the hell happened reaction to what happened? To the experience, the fight she was just in. This does not look like some orchestrated cleanup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the state has shown you photographs of Mr. Alexander in the shower. We talked about that. Exhibit 159. The photograph that followed of his buttocks and his legs. And it said to you, based on the timing of the photograph of his buttocks and legs, that things could not have happened the way Jodi Arias says they happened, that they were part of a pre-plan, because it only took 62
I don't
seconds.
see
Right?
it.
That's what we heard in Exhibit 162. The theory is, by the state, that Ms. Arias had the weapons she needed to cause Mr. Alexander's death with her, and that she caused it at this point in time. But the picture tells a different story. Dr. Horn was forced to admit on the stand that if someone had their neck slit at this point in time, could keep their head up. Could keep their head up. Well, what do we see in this photograph? It's harder to see on the screen,
Yeah.
but we see Mr. Alexander with his head up. You'll be able to take this back with you. But you can see Mr. Alexander with his head up and his arm up.
I commented.
And we certainly see blood coming from the side. There's no doubt about it. But not a ton. Not the kind of blood you would see had his neck been slit. Not that kind of blood.
Did you guys not hear me? I'm sorry. Peggy is a national treasure in this chat, and we do everything and anything to help that woman. So please send your love, thoughts, prayers to Peggy. She just said that someone in her family passed away. Peggy herself, she is in a assisted living facility, and she is epic and she's hilarious. So we love her a lot. What was I going to say? If you are watching right now, please double check to make sure that you are subscribed and that you have liked this stream. And just so you know, we will be going live tomorrow at 3:30. The reason we are up so late doing this is because I am adamant that we are finishing freaking Jodi Arias today. Thank you. Whether I like it or not, we are finishing it, and that's how it's going to go. And I'm going to have some onion dip. Thank you.
We actually see that kind of blood in Exhibit 163. Travis Alexander, that's his shoulder. And it is very difficult to see through this projection. And you will have the chance, the opportunity to take a look at this when you deliberate. There's a lot of blood there, ladies and gentlemen. And we know it's not in the bathroom because we can see there's no bathroom counter, there's no light. Of course, keep in mind as well, we don't see a lot of blood splattered around here either, not at this point. But also keep a look in mind here of this photograph. 5:33 and 32 seconds. Presumably, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, the voice of reason and common sense tells us, going back to Exhibit 249, tells us that Mr. Alexander was being drugged back down the hallway. The end of the hallway is depicted by number 45 on this diagram. And of course, we know that Mr. Alexander was ultimately found in the shower. There was carpet in the bedroom. We saw that a moment ago. So when Travis is in this position, presumably what we see here is Jodi dragging him back down the hallway towards the shower. The state also says something else in terms of the gunshot, right? That after he's dragged back down the hallway, that Jodi Arias shoots him. This gun she sold him to kill him. She decides to use it and shoot him, right? Now, there hasn't been any theory specifically postulated as to how that could happen, right? Not any one theory. We know, though, that the bullet supposedly went through the head, in one side and down the other, right? Towards the nasal cavity. So how does this happen, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know if you've given pause to thought to that, but how does this happen? She's dragging this body back. That's pretty obvious. So in theory then, when she's dragging this heavy body back, are we to believe that Jodi Arias then stood with Travis down below her and shot him in the head, risking shooting herself? To what end? To what end? Did she prop him up against one of the walls, drag him, prop him up against the wall, and then walk over and shoot him in this manner? Doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? Did she shoot him in the head when she was in the shower? Well, that doesn't make any sense because he was slumped completely on the ground. She would have had to reach way over and shoot him, right, in the shower. And that doesn't make any sense either, right? It just, this idea that after this, Jodi shot Travis after he was dead doesn't make any sense. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what does make sense? I would submit to you, as I submitted to you before this morning, that certainly Jodi Arias' theory, or I should say, the explanation that Jodi Arias offers makes more sense because it does involve a moment in time. And keep in mind, I think I misspoke a little bit this morning. We talked about this moment in time when he's down. She's left-handed, right? She would have had to go down there with her left hand and stab him. Presumably, she would have used her left hand, go down there and stab him, and that's the moment in time the state thinks that premeditation met reality, right? But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Here's the ultimate question that we asked you at the very beginning when Ms. Wilmot sat beside you on January 2nd. What happened between here and here? It's also about what happened between this photograph, 162, and photograph 163. What happened? Okay, so we know at one point in time, and let me say this is to say, if you do not believe Jodi Arias' self-defense claim, you believe the state's refuted it just by creating a house of cards and knocking it down, what could happen? We see the shower, 62 and 65, the arrow points towards the shower, where Mr. Alexander's body was found. We know that ultimately that was the final resting place. We know that the theory that there was a shot, or excuse me, a stabbing first makes no sense. Because look at exhibit 98, if you will. The sink. We have the sink with all this blood splatter. The state's theory is that Mr. Alexander, after being stabbed, walked over to the sink with this massive wound in his chest and stood there. Now, presumably for the blood to hit this sink and not the mirror, not somewhere else, and as we saw Mr. Martinez do yesterday, we have a palm print there. He's leaning forward, right? He's leaning forward. He has a hand on the sink. And that is where the state theorizes that Jodi Arias then, after stabbing him in the chest, for some reason, backs up because he's down. He's got this chest wound, right? This is a fatal wound. He has it, and he's sitting in the shower when he has it. That somehow he gets up gets past Miss Arias, who's got the knife in her hand, keep in mind still, and then once he gets past Miss Arias and he stumbles to the counter, he's standing there, bleeding out his chest and splattering all this blood. And then based on what the state told us yesterday, Miss Arias then comes behind Mr. Alexander to stab him in the back. We showed you the photographs of Mr. Alexander's autopsy and this cluster of 9 wounds.
This is
But keep in mind,
delicious.
the testimony of
24
Dr.
hours
Horn,
You're making it.
the first
Not
time,
touching it.
these 9 wounds were all real shallow wounds. Now, under the state's theory, they claim that Jodi Arias leaned down, grabbed the knife, and stuck it into Mr. Alexander in an awkward backhand position and was able to penetrate his chest and damage his heart and go deep, deep wound, right? But when she's standing up with her full force and Mr. Alexander is standing over there, that all she can succeed in doing is making these very shallow wounds. All her strength, right? She's standing up, yet she can't make the kind of damage she did when he's in that he supposedly did. He's sitting in the shower. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Keep in mind as well, the theory goes that she was out to slit his throat. Well, there he is, right? Bent over the counter, bleeding out his chest, according to the state. Jodi has this knife still in her hand. Why wouldn't she just come behind and cut him? Instead, we have these not superficial, but we have these shallow stab wounds. Why would she do that? It doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, it doesn't make any sense. Again, going back to the gun. She has this gun, right? She has stabbed this guy. Somehow he has gotten past her, and he's standing at the scene. Again, it makes very little sense how he could get up with this wound, get past her, and get to the scene. But under the state's theory, that's what she does. That's what he does, right? Well, Jodi Arias, if you believe the state, had a gun at the ready. Did she shoot him there when he was standing over the scene? Did he drop right there? No. We know that from the crime scene photographs. We know that at a particular point in time that he walked down the hallway and you saw all the blood and all the chaos going down that hallway and all throughout the bathroom. And we saw yesterday the blood smear on the hall. There's no doubt about the fact that, yeah, Mr. Alexander fell at that point in time, fell somewhere near the end of the hallway in that bedroom. But how did he get there? If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. Because Jodi Arias had the implements of Travis's destruction, and evidently, based on this theory, she didn't use them. None of what the state has said to you as it relates to what happened that day, apart from a few very specific things, make sense. Dr. Horn may have been right the first time before he or Detective Flores changed his story about the shot being first, but of course the self-defense claim caused them to alter that. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you also have to consider the possibility, as you do in your manslaughter instruction, that at some point after this photograph, something happened. Something obviously happened, right? Maybe that's silly of me to say, but something happened. The question is what? What? The chances for premeditation have gone by the wayside, at least from the pictures we saw this morning. I would submit to you that, in fact, Jodi Arias did drop the camera. We have evidence of a picture of the ceiling. Did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did berate her for dropping his camera, the camera he was going to take to Cancun. And while we're thinking of Cancun, we did hear it from the state yesterday, but this idea about Cancun and how jealous Jodi would be, right? They talked about, listen to the recording on May 10th. They talked about all these trips they were going to take, all these things. And she told you she knew someone else was going. This wasn't a matter of jealousy. Not on her part anyway. But I would submit to you that she did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did fly into a rage. The kind of rage and kind of anger you've seen in the text messages and in the recordings. But he did threaten her and make her feel as if her life was in jeopardy. Because remember, her perspective on this is that of a battered woman. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt about the fact. One of the things Elsa Violette said was that sometimes when a battered woman is attacked and they're defending their life, they don't know when to stop. Travis Alexander's body was stabbed 27 times. It may be that Jodi Arias didn't know when to stop. It could also be, without any agenda, looking at it objectively, couldn't it also be that after everything they went through in that relationship, that she threw him down again, that she did grab for the gun to defend herself, that after that, she simply snapped. She may not know it, but she may very well have snapped. Out of control, sudden heat of passion. We have been through so much, and look what happened now. This instance of violence went too far. She could have snapped. Snapping, sudden heat of passion, could account for much of what you see throughout the various pictures that were taken in Exhibit 249. The chaos, the blood everywhere, the shallow stab wounds, the slit to the throat, the running down the hall. All of it, in some ways, a sad, symbolic ending to a toxic relationship. All of it. It was a fight. But Jodi Arias might very well have lost control. She might very well have come in and succeeded or gave in to sudden forward compassion after Travis Alexander threw her down. Enough was enough. And no doubt for a minute, those things are there. Those text messages, everything else. This chaos, this relationship, the fear, the love, the sex, the lies, and the dirty little secrets. And throw her on the ground again. And go in a situation where she has to point a gun at him. And him diving towards her. Ladies and gentlemen, again, with no agenda behind it, not Ms. Arias' voice, not the state's voice, is that the most logical explanation for what happened? You have to consider that, ladies and gentlemen. It's in your jury instructions, and that's one of the things that you decide. What happened? That ultimate question, we've seen those two pictures over and over again. What happened in that moment in time? A relationship of chaos that ended in chaos as well. There is nothing about what happened on June 4th in that bathroom that looks planned. Nothing. You bring a gun, and instead you stab. You have his back to you with a gun and a knife, and you don't do anything. If it was planned, wouldn't you? We talked about this
I
morning.
can see the light at the end of
This idea about something happening. Something did happen in this moment of time. And the point of this, I think, is what this evidence shows you, is that either what happened is that Jodi Arias defended herself and didn't know when to stop, or she gave in to a sudden heat of passion from a fight that began up in that bathroom. And that what she did under that sudden heat of passion. Demonstrative of that is this idea, she doesn't remember any of it. So what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is ultimately, if Miss Arias is guilty of any crime at all, it is the crime of manslaughter and nothing more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Please be back in the designated area in approximately 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, you are excused.
Okay, so we gotta wait for
We are at recess.
Juan, the Juan and only, as Peggy told us today. Would you guys like to guess what this is on my dog? This redness? Do you see it? Right there. Yeah.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez.
When the law is on your side, you argue the law. When the facts are on your side, you argue the facts. But when nothing is on your side, you just argue, and that's what you have. Specifically, there was some mention, perhaps, of somebody's haircut. Does anybody care about Mr. Nurmi's haircut? Was that any part of the evidence that you should consider? There was also some talk about sexual orientation. Whose sexual orientation are we talking about? And did that present itself from the witness stand? Because remember, you are told that your duty is to follow what's in the jury instructions. The jury instructions don't indicate that you consider anything other than the exhibits and the testimony that came through from that witness stand. So what you heard with regard to those two issues was perhaps just argument. And it was argument that was geared to somehow stir some sympathy in you. The other issue, for example, that you heard that was just argument was with regard to Exhibit 160. This involved Mr. Alexander, and there was talk about the fact that how could she have possibly stabbed him in that fashion if she was standing up? Well, according to her own testimony, she was crouched down at the time that this photograph was taken. And that's why the camera didn't have to go very far. The other issue that he indicated was how could she possibly do it with her left hand? I mean, and how clumsy it would be. Has somebody forgotten, or has everybody forgotten that she indicated that she's ambidextrous? When she was asked by the prosecutor as to whether or not she could write with her left or right hand, she indicated, I'm ambidextrous. So perhaps those are the things that should be remembered when arguments are being made. The third issue that was brought up was, well, it involved the alleged pedophilia. If she really wanted to cause him some damage, she really wanted to cause Mr. Alexander some damage, why didn't she go to the media about it before this took place? If she really was going to do something like that. Well, if you remember the testimony, in August of 2011, there was a hearing involving an issue with regard to the pedophilia. And at that time, there were some magazines. And one of those magazines was the Photo Pro magazine, which is out here, folks.
What? How do we not know about this? I'm taking off my makeup now, y'all, because I'm going straight to bed after this. I'm an old little biddy.
You may continue.
Maybe to do somebody's argument, you don't forget about Exhibit 465, which is the Photo Pro magazine. Remember, she's such an avid person who knows all about cameras, an individual who's very interested in that. And in anticipation of that hearing, well, with regard to Exhibit 468, which is in evidence, you can find it in the magazine on page 6, and we'll look at it if need be. She wrote the name of Mark Stanek, who is with ABC News, and there's a number there. Do you think that she was writing him just to exchange greetings in anticipation of that hearing? Is that what you think was going on? You really think that's what she was doing? Do you think that they had a personal relationship? Do you think that Mr. Stanek is not busy with other issues? No, she contacted him in anticipation of that hearing because she wanted.
I'll sustain that objection.
This defendant contacted him for a reason.
Objection, argument, facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
You do see,
The jury will disregard.
you do see his name there, don't you? And you do see a number there. And additionally, with regard to those coded messages, with regard to trying to spread this and whether or not they were true, one of the things that the defendant indicated, defense counsel indicated, well, these were true. They were absolutely true, and there's nothing out there that indicates that they were not true. But if you take a look at Exhibit 469 with regard to these allegations, and this comes from an individual who was so absolutely upset with Mr. Alexander when he used the word fuck, according to her. Well, in that magazine, page 43, this is, sorry.
Overruled.
Page 43, she writes, you fucked up. What you told my...
Sustained. No, sustained.
You sustained it? Or...
Approach.
Hi, Annette. Welcome. Have you subscribed and liked the stream? I sure hope you have. I am just doing my nighttime routine in front of all y'all because after this, I am taking my pooches upstairs and PTFOing. Thank you, Annette. You're so sweet. I didn't put any concealer anywhere other than under my eyes, so I think it was all just eyes today. Eyes and lips. Really? What is taking so long? Let's get through with this. Come on, boys.
Indicated to her, and this was shortly before this hearing involving an aspect of this pedophilia, indicated to this detention officer, or requested from this detention officer, that she be allowed to give this magazine, which is the Photo Pro magazine, exhibit number 465, along with exhibit number 466, which is the Star magazine, to her friend Ann Campbell. And after these magazines were reviewed by the sheriff's office personnel, and after they were put together, this is the message in exhibit 469 that could be gleaned. And it was, you fucked up. What you told my attorney next day directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year. Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before you testify so that we can fix this. Interview was excellent. Must talk ASAP. And
So controlling.
there's more writing to be looked at.
So
You can take a look at the January 24, 2008 entry of her journal, in which she indicates that nothing noteworthy has happened. When it refers to the
Right.
allegation. So yes, she was very much engaged or using this pedophilia allegation.
You have to make
The other issue that was raised was, well, with regard to the the can of gasoline that was purchased at the Walmart in Salinas, California. One of the things that was advanced to you as part of their argument, because it is just argument, was that she did purchase this 5-gallon can of gasoline, but that she returned it. If you remember on cross-examination, one of the questions that was asked of the defendant, did you return it to that same Walmart in Salinas? And her answer was yes.
If you know, you know.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the evidence.
Immediately after that, the prosecutor asked her, would it surprise you if I told you that they had no record of that gas ever being returned to that Walmart? And her answer was, yes, it would surprise me because they gave me a refund in cash. So
Overruled again. The
Still
jury is
believe
directed to recall the testimony.
So she knew, or she told you specifically, that it was that same Walmart where she purchased the gas can that she actually returned it. Additionally, if you take a look at the Walmart receipt, exhibit number 237.008, there's no markings on it. There's no indications whatsoever that it was ever touched by a Walmart employee. There's no indication that, for whatever reason, maybe the heavens created a one and only exception for her, that the employee would not put a notation on there that there had been a refund. That absolutely would not have happened. But they want you to believe that, because the only way that her story makes sense, the only way that there is no premeditation in this case, the only way that they can get you to believe that perhaps it's a second degree or manslaughter or believe the self-defense is that if somehow you say to yourself, that's okay. She can lie to us about this gas can all she wants. But even though she looked us right in the face and lied to us about this gas can, we're going to disregard that lie. Because we've gone to the Alice Laviolette School, where there are certain things that are called white lies. Perhaps it's because it's on a white receipt that this is a white lie. Perhaps because it's one of 5 of those items there, that somehow it's a small percentage of a lie. But a lie is a lie, and she looked right at you in the face in response to one of your questions and told you that. And you also know that she did not return this gas can for refund by looking at the receipts from the ARCO in Pasadena, California. There is exhibit 237.001, a purchase for 8.301 gallons. That's for her car. You then have another purchase here, 237.012. That is 9.594 gallons. That's the 2 5-gallon cans.
Objection, all your facts not evidence.
Overruled.
Then you have 237.013, the one that was a little hard to see. And this one, you can tell, 2.27 gallons. That certainly will fit in a 5-gallon can. And if you have trouble believing that, you will remember the testimony of Chelsea Young, who indicated that in Salt Lake City, there were 3 different purchases of gas. One for 5.09 gallons, which was done at the pump. There was also another purchase for approximately a little bit under 10 gallons, which would represent the 2 other 5-gallon cans. And then there was another purchase for gasoline, the one for her car, mimicking or almost the same as the gas purchases in Pasadena. And if the purpose was to save money, which is what's been alleged, and why buy gas in Southern California? Why not buy gas there in Pasadena and then buy some gas in Arizona if that's where she was coming from? Because they argued to you, and it was all argument, that, well, every part of her trip was documented. And she was stopping at the bank. She was stopping at the store, and if she wanted to, she could have thrown away the receipt. Yes, every part of her trip was documented.
I wasn't
Except
laughing at you.
the part where she came to Arizona. That one was not documented. Everything having to do with Arizona was erased. The telephone, well, you know, they told you she's not the first person to have her battery run low. Well, she's the first person we know that killed someone, and when that battery seemed to have just run low exactly when she came into Arizona, right outside Pasadena. And this charger that she claims to have lost, all of a sudden she found that charger. The other things that we know is there are no indications at all that when she came here to the state of Arizona, stopped for gas anyway. She had those gas cans so that she wouldn't be able to be identified anywhere near Mr. Alexander's home. Additionally, with regard to the license plate, they tell you, well, that's one of the best ways in the world to get stopped, to drive without a license plate. Nobody ever alleged that she was driving without a license plate. The allegation by the state, which is borne out by the fact that the front plate is off and the back plate is upside down, is that she took both license plates off before she arrived at Mr. Alexander's house so she could park the car there and nobody would be wiser. Nobody would know that it was her that was there. Who would know that? They tell you, well, she could have borrowed her parents' car. That's true. She could have done that. If they had license plates on her, they would have been identified to her. It would have been one short step to find out who owned that particular car. So that you were also told, well, there were some guns that her father owned. Can you imagine the question? Or in the answer, if she went to her father and said, I need a gun, I want a gun. The question would have been, well, why is it that you need it? Why would you possibly need it if you're going on a trip? And where are you going? What are you doing? Or else I'm not going to give you the gun. All of this is nothing but argument that was presented to you. And it was presented to you in a way so that you could not focus in on the actual issues in this case. One of the other portions of the argument was that, well, you were talked about the finger issue. You were shown photographs, and they talked to you about the demonstration. But as part of that argument, perhaps they forgot to talk to you about the cross-examination and the issue involving the finger. Because when she was being questioned about the murder, and she was being asked about this particular finger and how the injury had happened, and how many injuries she had suffered as a result of the attack, if you will, on Mr. Alexander, she said, well, I did get some bumps and bruises. Question was, is that all? Is there anything else? I mean, that's all that you received? And she said, I also cut my finger. That's what she said. So if that's what she said, then why aren't we talking about it now? Well, the reason we're not talking about it now is because they know that it doesn't help their case, so let's go ahead and make an argument. The other thing that was going on in this case is that there were a lot of the salacious details of the case that were resurrected for you. There was tape that was played, but of course the tape that was played didn't have her, generally speaking, didn't have her side of the comment or comments on it. It didn't include all the comments that you've heard before. It just included Mr. Alexander's. So clearly, those were taken out of context. You were shown a photograph of her laying back nude, and you were asked to look. Take a look at her. Does that look like somebody that is really happy? I defy anybody, even Alice Laviolette, to take a look at a photograph. Take a look at a photograph and tell you exactly what an individual is thinking. Is there any way to take a look at the photographs of Mr. Alexander or the defendant in whatever pose she's in, whatever state of undress she's in, and tell you this is what she was thinking? No, she wasn't enjoying it. And then they talk to you about, well, she didn't consent to having sexual intercourse with him. And anywhere that you go, well, this would be a sexual assault. If there were a sexual assault when supposedly he had this incident, because there's really nothing to support it, when he had this, according to her, this intercourse with her, wouldn't she have reported it? Would she have gone to the bishop? And even though that may have happened, given relationships that occur, a person can consent afterwards and say, oh, I really didn't want to, but it's okay. There's never any indication that stopped it. There's never any indication that afterwards it didn't happen. And in fact, she talked in great detail on May 10th of 2008 when they were having that conversation about how much she liked that sort of activity. She talked about how she was asleep and he was doing something to her, the lower portion of her body, and how she enjoyed being woken up that way. Well, isn't it the same thing that happened when supposedly she was asleep and he was having sexual intercourse with her? But that's not something that fits within their, if you will, spin on things, and so they make an argument on it. The other thing that they said is that, well, maybe she was just his booty call. Maybe she was his second booty call, but bottom line is that she was his booty call. Why don't they talk about the May 26, 2008 instant messaging where Mr. Alexander indicated something to the contrary?
Okay, really quick. So this is wild. My ex-boyfriend's dad took Casey Anthony's mom to prom.
He indicated that if we're going to be using these terms that are floating down the gutter, that he was the individual who was nothing more than a dildo with a heartbeat. And that it appears that whenever the defendant wanted anything, he would use her sexuality, and he was acknowledging that, yeah, I'm your booty call. So whose booty call is it? Is it hers or is it his? But they don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to talk about that because, again, it's easier to just go ahead and make the argument. They also talk to you about whether or not the defendant actually lied to you about Chrysler. And we have an exhibit here, 523, that they showed you. And then you do see that on 6/9 of 2008, there's a charge of $233.97 to budget rent-a-car Redding, California. And if you take a look at throughout this whole document, it indicates the merchants that are receiving the payments. The payments for which this defendant contracted for. These are the activities that she engaged in. Just like the journals. What they want you to do is, and they make the argument is, don't believe what's written there. You need to apply the law of attraction to these documents, don't you know? Or maybe you need to go back when you go in the jury room and actually sit down to a viewing of a secret, because it appears that that is what's going to provide you with the ability to be able to read these documents that are being presented.
Why are you
This
yelling?
document says, for example, that we have on 620, there's a Sacramento County Airport. And then you also have the, let me find it, on 616 for $246.99, Priceline.com Air. And it tells you that the name of the merchant for that was Priceline. And the significance of that is not that she flew down here. The significance of that is that when that service is used, they know it. There is no indication that between the 9th, 6/9, and 6/16, which is a week time difference, there's no indication that between that week, that Priceline somehow changed their billing practices. That's what they want you to believe. It just so happens that during that time, Priceline decided to do things differently when it came to billing the merchants and how it was that they handled things. See, you can rent a car according to their theory and have it go through budget, but if it's an airline ticket within the same time, well, then they follow a totally different procedure. They wanted to talk to you also about the events at the home, and they indicated to you that they wanted you to use your common sense. They indicated that they wanted you to consider the voice of reason, and they asked you that over and over again. And that voice of reason, the way they presented it to you, was the defendant's version of events. So when the argument was made as to the voice of reason, it was nothing more than the defendant's version of events. When they, for example, when they talked to you about the tying up on that sleigh bed, and they said, shouldn't be too difficult to do, but you can actually tie her up. And then they showed you a photograph of what potentially it could be. True, you could. But the problem here is, was she tied up with just her wrists around the headboard, or was she tied up also on her feet? Which story do you want to believe? She told two stories. It always goes back to that one issue. There's more than one story that she gave. So which one are you going to decide to believe? Is it going to be that she had both her feet tied, or her ankles tied, or are you going to decide that it was just her ankles? Is it just her hands? That's the problem with what they are presenting to you. And then they also showed you photographs, for example, of the stairs, and how there was this picture of this, what appeared to be, to them, a piece of the rope. Go with exhibit number 269. That was on the stairs. That one? 57?
Anything, right. Out of all the things I would lie
What's
about,
interesting about that, though,
really,
if she was doing that,
I'd be
where's the
way more
footsteps with the blood on it?
extravagant if I was
So
lying.
hysterical. Where are the footsteps with the blood on it? If she was walking around that bedroom, looking around for this belt, I'm sorry, for this rope, certainly the always was that this was after the killing, that she took it with her. So how come around the bedroom? Because presumably she at one point said that the knife was on the nightstand, and that's where the knife, that's where the cutting of the rope was, because she said she at least was tied up by her wrists. How come there is no footprints and blood there? How come there's no footprints and blood here? The reason that there isn't is because there wasn't any rope. She's just trying to justify what happened on that day in order to allow for a knife to be present so that it makes her story palatable to you. Again, you have to have this extra step. You have to have sort of a code in order to understand what she's saying, in order to understand what she is writing. They talk to you about a timeline, and they talk to you about a photograph where Mr. Alexander is looking into the camera as the starting point. However, when the state showed you this photograph, this is a photograph, as the state mentioned, that was the last photograph that shows him before the attack when he was living. That was what the statement was by the state. The next, and that's at 5:30:30. The next photograph that the state intends is where the stabbing is going on is exhibit 161, which is at 5:31:14. So in those 44 seconds between that photograph and this photograph, is there time to go into the bedroom to get a knife? Is there time to go into the bedroom to get a purse that might have a knife and a gun? And that's what happened in this case. Oh, wait a minute. Can you just wait a minute? I need to go get my purse. I need to go do that. And then this is when you have the attack. There were many, many possible scenarios that they talked to you about. And one of them involved the sink when there was this blood all over it and there was smudges all over it. And one of the things that they told you, well, if it was her that was doing it and if she was able to punch his stomach, how is it then that as he's standing over this sink, how is it then that if that is what's happening, how come they didn't go in deeply? Well, one of them, the reason is that, remember, there was blood all over the place and there was blood all over the knife. And she's already admitted that she cut herself during the attack with the knife. one of the reasons that it could be that it wasn't deep is that that's when she cut herself. And that's when she's going after him with her left hand. And blood has this consistency to it. She slipped on the handle, went to the blade, and then she cut herself. And if she cut herself and still wants to continue attacking him, it would mean that every time that she would stab him, it would probably hurt her. Everything that was presented to you is nothing more than argument with nothing to back it up. Nothing, that is, unless you believe what the defendant is telling you. If you believe what the defendant is telling you, then all of these arguments then do begin to make sense. But where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line and believe this defendant when she's lied to everybody that she's come in contact with? And she's lied in other circumstances too, that maybe didn't involve her being under oath. One of the things that she lied about was the gun. According to her, back on June 10th of 2008, she said, well, you know, I spoke to the officer, the gun, I made that up. It was a lie. Everything that she tells anybody of any consequence is a lie until she comes here, and then everything that she tells you, everything is the truth, except for the lies that she told you. And under those circumstances, and given that, they want you to step back and say, evaluate her self-defense claim. Evaluate this case and determine whether or not it's manslaughter, or whether or not it's second-degree murder. And make sure that you discount all of the elements of premeditation that the state has already discussed with you. For example,
I love
25 caliber
listening
gun that turned up missing after she
to
took it,
arguments like
burglary
this.
back on May 28th.
Juan Martinez
And in
is
terms of raising
like,
the car, overlooked everything else about that, the fact that she wanted a nondescript
normal
vehicle,
lawyers
and
are
sit in
here
a
for
different
me.
place
Juan is
than where
like
she
here
lived,
for me.
that she then, as in anticipation of that trip, forget the fact that she told Mr. Brewer that she was coming to Mason, that she needed 2 gas cans, forget all of that, forget the fact that in Selena she bought another gas can and she lied to you about that because that doesn't fit within her scheme, if you will. Then forget the fact that when she gets to Pasadena, she fills up those 3 gas cans, and forget the fact that she told you the story about these skateboarders because that doesn't fit within the story, but just go with the story that she told you. Forget all of that. All of that is just bad coincidences, as well as the fact that her phone somehow magically is not on during the time that she's here in Arizona. You would need to ignore all of that in order to find that there was a premeditation. Additionally, the jury instruction with regard to premeditation is much more clear than that and much more specific than that. It tells you that premeditation
Have you
in terms of
subscribed
time,
yet? Did you like the stream?
does not necessarily have to be prolonged. So in this particular case, there are 2 types of premeditation. The one where she thought about it since May, the end of May 2008, when she made the preparations, and the other premeditation when she was at the house. He was killed in 3 different ways. The stab wound to the heart would have killed him. Obviously, the slitting of the throat would have killed him, and the shot to the face would have killed him. All of it did not happen in one instant. It took a period of time, and that, although it was approximately 2 minutes, what this jury instruction tells you is that the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space and time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. It could be seconds. It could be 4, 5, 6 seconds. And in this case, there was more than that. What she did is she stabbed him first. He wasn't dying quick enough, and she was afraid he was going to live. As he stumbles away, tries to get away, she chases him down. Then she slits his throat, and then for good measure, shoots him in the face. And that's the only way that you can count for the casing where it is falling on top of the blood. They did talk to you about what is called self-defense. And they said to you, well, we're not going to read the whole thing to you. We're just going to read a portion of it. And they read a portion of it that was on top of page 13, and they said to you, the use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate deadly physical danger appeared to be present. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of deadly physical force in self-defense. And they said to you, the use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person. And they said, she's a reasonable person. No, that's not what the statute says. The statute said, or the law says, a reasonable person. It doesn't say that the defendant is a reasonable person. The defendant is a liar and a killer. That's not what it says there. It says a reasonable person, a person that is involved in those circumstances. And that's not the defendant. It's not just because it's her. That's what we're talking about. But let's read the whole instruction. It's called justification for self-defense involving physical force. And again, there's going to be an argument. They made it for you, but they didn't give you the full argument. They didn't talk to you about the whole jury instructions. It tells you that a defendant is justified in using or threatening deadly physical force in self-defense if 2 conditions exist. And then it sets out for you what those 2 conditions are. It talks about a reasonable person in the situation. They're talking about not the defendant, but what a reasonable person. Presumably the way the defense attorney explained it to you and the way that you were chosen, you are the reasonable people. You are the reasonable person, the way they explained it to you. A reasonable person in the situation would have believed that deadly physical force was immediately necessary. Here, in order for you to believe that this is deadly, that this is something that is available, you would have to believe that even after all of the lies, even after the fact that she presented evidence to you about these gas cans, about the fact that she used Priceline when she didn't, the fact that her journals say something when they say something else, the fact that she lied to her doctors, all of that. You have to decide that. Even in light of all of that, you have to believe that force was immediately necessary because she told you so. That's the only way that you would know that it was immediately necessary, because she told you so. Why would deadly physical force be necessary after she stabbed him the first time? It wouldn't be. Why would deadly physical force be necessary after she slashed his throat? Everybody knows that the person, if you slash him that badly, is done. Everybody also knows, for example, if they want to take the shooting first, that if you shoot somebody in the head,
We have
that's
like
it.
20.
Deadly physical force was immediately necessary. If you have already one of the three killings already done, then you don't need to do the other two. And the reason that I point that out is because that shows that her intent here was to kill, not to defend herself. That's what she was doing. And then it talks about to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. What physical force did you see that Mr. Alexander applied to the defendant? What injuries was she able to talk to you about that Mr. Alexander inflicted upon her? Well, she claims that one was to the head, but there's no verification of that. The only injury that she had that day, the only injury that was verified that she had that day, was the injury to her left finger, and she said she got that stabbing hit. So what injuries does she have? Or what use does he have? What threats do we have? Well, she says, it claims that he said that he was going to fucking kill you, bitch. That's what she says that he said. But again, it's all predicated on believing a liar. Somebody who lied to you about important facts in this case, about things such as the gas can. Why would she have to lie about that? Because she didn't. And the issue of premeditation is very clear. And number two, the defendant used or threatened no more deadly physical force than would have appeared necessary to a reasonable person in the situation. Well, what's a reasonable person in that situation? A reasonable person in that situation would see that the victim, Mr. Alexander, was naked. They would also see that he was sopping wet because he had just been in that shower. They would also see that he was sitting down when this happened. They would also see and know that not once in his lifetime, and that lifetime that was cut short, not once in that lifetime did he ever lay a hand on her. Not once. There is no evidence that he ever laid a hand on her, ever. So a reasonable person where this individual had never ever touched her, because you have to believe her and believe those journals that have to be interpreted through the secret, through the law of attraction. You would have to believe her in order to believe that physical force was even necessary at all. There's no indication at all that he ever even touched her. There were situations, for example, when she told them, according to her journal, that she was bleeding. And how did he respond to that? He kissed her tenderly 3 times. Is that deadly? Is that force? Well, you could say that his lips were, what, deadly weapons as he gently kissed her?
Oh, shut
His
up.
lips? Is that what we're talking about? How
Stop.
about with regard to the
Not
supposed
you.
incident that happened on the
You're
22nd of January of 2008?
You can do nothing.
Is the indication or the written word that says nothing noteworthy happened at that time? Is that an indication, or is that telling you that he struck her? No, that's just the opposite. And how about the other incident that she claims that happened in August of 2007 after she was peeping inside his window and looking at him with another woman? What about that one? Well, that didn't happen that day. According to her, it happened the next day when he was banging his head up on the closet over and over. And according to her, that was when he didn't touch her but didn't want her to leave. Where even under that stretch, it's still not physical violence. The last incident that she describes is the one that right before she left to go to Wairika, where supposedly she passed out. No indication whatsoever with regard to that one, because she claimed that she had visible bruises. No indication from the witness stand other than from her that she had bruises. No indication from anybody. And remember, what's interesting about that one is that she got that right before she left. And shortly after that, within 2 days, she was with her family when presumably these bruises would have been evident. You didn't hear from the witness stand at all that there were any bruises whatsoever. So then, there is no deadly physical force that can be even remotely available to her because he never touched her in that fashion. Again, it does say that a defendant may use deadly physical force in self-defense only to protect against another's use or apparent attempted or threatened use of physical force. She claims that he threatened physical force. Are you going to believe her? And remember, the earlier jury instruction talks about the situation where the credibility of witnesses is determined by applying it or thinking of it in terms of an important event in life. So with regard to important events in life, do you think anybody would take the defendant's statement? For example, an important event is what kind of medical care a child is going to receive. If you have a liar such as the defendant, would anybody take her advice as to how to take care of that individual? You wouldn't. And then it says self-defense justifies the use or threat of deadly physical force only while the apparent danger continues. If there is no danger, there is no apparent danger. It also indicates that it ends when the apparent danger ends. If there is no apparent danger, then deadly physical force cannot be used. And additionally, it says the force used may not be greater than reasonably necessary to defend against the apparent danger. This individual, Mr. Alexander, was naked. He didn't have any deadly weapons on him. He was sopping wet. He was sitting there. There was no way that he could possibly threaten her at all. Just not at all. It does talk about what we just previously indicated, so that we can put it in context. The use of deadly physical force is justified if a reasonable person in the situation would have reasonably believed that immediate deadly physical danger appeared to be present. Actual danger is not necessary to justify the use of deadly physical force in self-defense. In this case, as I said before, there was never anything that you had from the witness stand other than from the defendant who indicated to you that she was fearful. And if she's the only person who indicated that, and she has these credibility problems, it is clear that this standard isn't met. It says you must decide whether a reasonable person in a similar situation would believe that, and what is that they have to believe? Deadly physical force was immediately necessary to protect against another's use or threatened use of unlawful deadly physical force. We discussed this already. And then you must measure the defendant's belief against what a reasonable person in that situation would believe. We talked about that already. And it does say that a defendant has no duty to retreat before threatening or using deadly physical force in self-defense if the defendant has a legal right to be in the place where the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred. Again, in order for this to apply, to say that she has no duty to retreat, you still have to look at what a reasonable person would have done. A reasonable person in these circumstances, as the defendant has described them, if any of it were true, would be that there's a naked guy in the shower. And there's a naked guy in the shower is mad at her, and she's already got a head start down the hallway. Well, if that's the case, and she's running away, this tells you that although she has no duty to retreat, a reasonable person would have taken a left, other than a right, according to her.
Objection, this states the law.
Overruled.
Reasonable person would have just left. He's going to follow her down the street naked? No, of course not. And the second prong was not engaged in an unlawful act at the time when the use or threatened deadly physical force in self-defense occurred. Again, there has to be this threat before this is even activated. It is true that the state has the burden of proving this beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to be firmly convinced, and it does tell you what happens if the state fails to carry this burden. The only evidence that you have in this particular case about whether or not the use of force here was justified, keep going back to it. It's like a parrot on a stick. I know it must sound like a parrot on a stick. Keep going back to the same thing. That would mean that you would have to believe the defendant. And the defendant is somebody who has demonstrated to you that throughout these proceedings, whether they be outside of the courtroom, in person to the detective, by telephone call to the detective, speaking with her friends, speaking to the psychologist, or coming in here and speaking here to you, throughout this whole thing, she has lied. It requires you to put all of that aside and say, something magical happened. And because something magical happened, I'm going to believe her as to this very limited thing, even though she's lied to us and she's lied to everybody else. And then it talks to you about whether or not there have been past acts of domestic violence against the defendant by the victim. Where are they? Where's the proof of that? There is absolutely nothing other than the defendant's own statements. And it talks about the state of mind of a reasonable person shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person who has been the victim of acts of domestic violence. And if there have been no acts of domestic violence that have been proven to you, then she does not fall in that category. And then it talks about what domestic violence means, and it lays out the relationship issue, and then it talks about what the potential crimes could be. Well, you're left now to decide whether or not, as to premeditated murder, because they did not discuss the felony murder issue, whether or not there was any premeditation, or whether or not there's second degree, or whether or not this is manslaughter. It bears repeating, and you've seen these, that premeditated murder requires that the defendant, and we can personalize it, Jodi Arias, caused or killed Travis Alexander. Yeah, she put that knife in really good in his chest. She slit his throat. She shot him in the face. Yeah, she did do that. And did Jodi Arias intend or know that she would kill Travis Victor Alexander? Absolutely. That's why she went for the throat. That's why she just gutted him. And that's why she stuck it in his chest. And that's why she shot him in the face. There was this argument that, well, if she's dragging him back, she would have to aim. No, she would. He was shot in the right temple as opposed to them telling you it was the left temple. And if she's dragging him this way down the hallway, his right temple would be the one that would be most open to her. And she just took the gun and shot him. He was already dead at the time. And did Jodi Arias act with premeditation? She did. Premeditation means that Jodi Arias intended to kill Travis Victor Alexander. She sure did. She sure did. And after intending or knowing that she wanted to kill him, did she think about it? Well, sure she did. You think that she got the gun in Rodrigo, the .25 caliber, for any other reason other than to kill him? Do you think that all of these gyrations in preparation for her trip, or these preparations that she took, do you think that those were for any other reason other than to kill him? Do you think that she called Daryl Brewer and said, hey, I want these 2 gas cans because I'm going to Mesa, and then I'm going to lie to people about it? But do you think that she said that? Do you think that she called him for any other reason other than that she wouldn't be found out that she was coming to Mesa? Of course not. And the fact that she bought a third gas can, that was for the purpose of going undetected. The fact that she turned off her cell phone, the fact that she took off the license plates when she arrived at this place, all of that was so she would go undetected when she killed him. And so she reflected. She thought about it or knew, which is what is required. And then it tells you that she didn't have to think of it for a long time. It can be a short period of time. It tells you that it's this reflection regardless of the length of time. In this case is unique in the sense that you have a continuing aspect of premeditation. You have a very long period of time in which he undertakes these preparations, and then you also have a shorter period of time in which he kills them 3 times over. And so there's premeditation either way, and it tells you that's the difference between first degree and second degree. It also advises you that it is not, and I'll just read it, that while reflection is required for first degree murder, the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space of time between the knowledge or the intent to kill and the killing of the defendant by the defendant of Travis Alexander may be very short. It does talk to you about premeditation not being the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. And I will point out to you again that Jodi Arias is the only person that indicates that there has been a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. Nothing in the scene itself indicates that. In fact, the scene indicates something else. She actually took some time to delete some photographs from the camera. She actually took time to make sure that she didn't get the bloody footprints onto the carpet. She took time to put the camera in the washing machine, and she took some extra time to kind of wipe up the scene, drag him back, and stick him in the shower. Now, the issue here is that in terms of the instructions, if you find that the defendant is guilty of premeditated murder and or felony murder, which is the state's position, then you do not consider second-degree murder. You do not start with manslaughter and go up. You don't start with second-degree murder and go up. You start with first-degree murder. And once you're done with that first-degree murder calculation, that's the end of the story. Second-degree murder is the same thing as first-degree murder, except there's no premeditation. Clearly, in this case, that is premeditation. And manslaughter actually has another element that's added to it, in addition to what second-degree murder is.
Yeah.
There has to be a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. And in order for there to be a sudden quarrel or heat of passion, the defendant has to be believed. But let's talk about manslaughter and the elements.
Thank God the
It tells
verdict
you
only
that
is
if,
like 2
and
minutes.
only if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider whether the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That's the added element, resulting from adequate provocation by the victim. The provocation here is supplied by Jodi Arias. She's the one that's telling you that he's the one that came after her. But again, it's predicated on you believing her. And it talks about adequate provocation means conduct or circumstances sufficient to deprive a reasonable person of self-control. Well, if it's Ms. Arias that is telling you, is there even any provocation whatsoever? It does say that words alone are not adequate provocation to justify reducing an intentional killing to manslaughter. If a naked guy, as Mr. Alexander was, is in the shower shouting at you, that's not enough to justify manslaughter. Because you can imagine how many situations there are when people get into shouting matches, and that's not appropriate to then shoot them or stab them or slit their throat. And then it talks about a cooling off period, provocation, i.e., and the killing. And the cooling off period is the time it would take a reasonable person to regain control under the circumstances. Since there is no proof whatsoever that there was any provocation on behalf of the victim, there is no indication whatsoever that Mr. Alexander did anything other than what the defendant says. And according to her, he said a fifth grader, some or worse to that effect, could take better pictures than you. That's not sufficient provocation. It goes on that if you do find
That's
the
subjective.
elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then
Advocate.
it tells you how to decide this case if you find yourself in that position. It is the state's view that nothing in this case indicates that this was anything other than a slaughter, other than a premeditated killing of a guy, Travis Victor Alexander, who just didn't want to have anything to do with him. There's no indication here that he went to visit her. Yes, there was a telephone call that was made, and yes, they were enjoying, or he was enjoying himself, and apparently, according to what the phone call sounds like, she was enjoying herself. But what actually seems, or what is going on here, because we can say this as a result of the May 19th, 2008 instant message, is that Mr. Alexander had tired of her. And he knew of the history, he knew of the stalking behavior that she had, and he was done with her. And so he told her that he was done with her. And he also indicated that he was extremely afraid because of her stalking behavior. And he was prophetic in that. What ends up happening is that on May 26th, they have this argument. You've seen the argument. He says, it's the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And that's true. And so what ends up happening again is that it's as if he were pronouncing his own death sentence. And then she undertakes to carry this out. It isn't like he requested it. It isn't like he did anything other than attempt to sort of appease this woman that just wouldn't leave him alone. Whether it be by coming over, sleeping underneath the Christmas tree, taking a ring that didn't belong to her, peeping in his window, doing all of those things that she did. moving to Mesa after he broke up with, or they broke up, going into his computer, hitting the backspace button, breaking into his MySpace account. All of those things indicate to you that her motivation for this was that she just wanted him. She came over, and what is one act of wanting an individual? Well, to demonstrate that you want an individual is you engage in sexual intercourse. And that's what she did on that particular day. She wanted him. She couldn't let him go. Even from Wairika, she couldn't let him go. There's never an indication that he said that he requested her to come there. Those are her words, and she kept saying them over and over like mantra. And so on that date, when she finally got there, she came ready to go. And by ready to go, I mean she brought over the weapons, and she spent some time with him. And then when he was in the shower, he was no match for her. And she took care of business. And you know how she took care of business. And because she took care of business, and because she stabbed him in the heart, and because she slashed his throat, and because she shot him in the face, and because she premeditated it, you now have a duty. And this duty requires you to take into account the jury instructions. And these jury instructions are not something that you can disregard. They're mandatory. Apply them to the facts. And the facts, again, involve an individual who has lied consistently throughout. And based on that, you are to reach a decision as to whether or not the defendant committed first-degree murder. In a circumstance like this, again, you can only make reference to what other people have said, perhaps with regard to other important times of their life. And there's a poet, John Donne, and again, it's just a reference to him. It's close to the quote, but the reference that I want to leave you with is that when you're involved in this sort of situation, you have to sit back and you think about it, and you think about what is going on. And he wrote, every person's death diminishes. So therefore, send no one to find for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. And in this case, what it's telling you is that you now have birth. Apply this and
That was
to the
one of
facts
the
that were
many
presented.
things she
And in
did.
doing so,
Oh.
I am asking you to return a verdict of first-degree murder. Not only of premeditated murder, but also of felony murder. Not because it's an emotional decision that I want you to reach like them by saying that something's nonsensical and that sort of thing, or making an argument just for its own sake. But because in this case, Travis Victor Alexander was slaughtered by this woman. When she slashed his throat, she stabbed him in the heart, and then she shot him in the face. And all of that, thinking about it in advance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to page 2 of your jury instructions.
Depending on what this is, we might just skip it.
I want to repeat 2 instructions I gave you yesterday. In their opening statements and closing arguments, the lawyers have talked to you about the law and the evidence. What the lawyer said is not evidence, but it may help you to understand the law and the evidence. Evidence means the testimony of witnesses and exhibits introduced in court. The law is the jury instructions, your final jury instructions. Now please turn to page 20. The case is now submitted to you for decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a foreperson. He or she will preside over your deliberations. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and with approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the bailiff. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a just verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not change your honest belief concerning the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have a question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize a jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note and consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. All 12 of you must agree on each verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 12 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson needs sign the verdict form on the line marked foreperson. You will be given one form of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows.
Okay, we're good.
Count one. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled
State of Arizona versus Jodi Arias, verdict, count one. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant as to count one, first-degree murder, guilty. 5 jurors find premeditated, 0 find felony murder, 7 find both premeditated and felony. Signed, 4-person. Is this your true verdict? So say you want it all?
Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is now going to ask each of you a question. Please answer yes or no.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 18, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next phase of the trial will begin tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Please be here at 12:45. Between now and then, the admonition continues to apply. Do not speak about this case. Do not view any media about this case. Are there any questions?
Praise Jesus. Hallelujah. We are done. Amen. I don't know. Oh, sorry, guys. I knocked my phone off the thing. So tomorrow, hold on. Tomorrow at 3:30, we are going to begin the Casey Anthony trial. So please feel free to jump in here for that. I am very excited to start a new case, and then we will have that case finished up by January 14th. We'll take a week and a half break. And we'll just fill it with shorts and other videos, pre-recorded videos, and then we will jump into a live case that I have a interest in. So I appreciate your support through this. This has been like the craziest week ever. And big shout out to you guys for sticking with me throughout all of this. And huge shout out to my number one mod, Maybe. She has given me the motivation to show up every day. And made sure that I know that no more super long streams. Abso-friggin-lutely agree. Anyways, I very much appreciate your patronage and your viewership, and this last week has been a whirlwind. So last time I looked, I feel like I need to get this right for you guys. In this last week, I've gotten 179.2 thousand views, 2.3 thousand watch time hours. As of today, it'll be over 400 new subscribers. And in the last 48 hours, I've had 57,000 views. This is crazy. So I love you guys. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. This is wild. Yeah, we are at 956 subs total. So we are super close to the 1 grand. And the extra special stream that comes with that. Okay, guys, I am exhausted. I am going to bed. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I am not redirecting since we don't have many people in here. Please, yes, share this channel. Share it. I would greatly appreciate it. That is the kindest gesture that you can give me as a referral. Okay. Tomorrow, 3:30, Casey Anthony. Good night. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, mods. Thanks, viewers. Thanks for the donations, the memberships, everything. You guys are so great. Tomorrow starts a new chapter. Let's friggin' go. Bye.